Imagine a city that believed its walls could never fall, towers watching the sea, gates closed against an enemy that waited for 10 long years. Tonight, we begin with the full story of the Trojan War and what truly caused the fall of Troy. From pride and prophecy to heroes, betrayals, and the famous wooden horse, this wasn't just a war of swords. It was a slow unravelling driven by human choices and fatal mistakes. Before we begin, take a moment to like the video and follow the channel if you enjoy calm history for rest, and let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always special to see how far these stories travel. Now, get comfortable. This is the full story of Troy and how it finally fell. Welcome, my potatoes, to the Eastern Mediterranean during the Late Bronze Age, more than 3,000 years ago. Before stories became legends and legends became myths, this region thrived with interconnected cities, regular trade, and relationships built over generations. Tonight, you'll rest beside the slow accumulation of decisions, obligations, and ordinary pressures that shaped one of history's most enduring stories. You wake in a coastal city where morning routines have repeated for generations. The room around you still holds the coolness of night, though the first hint of warmth touches the eastern wall, where sunlight will soon reach. Your sleeping mat rests on a wooden platform raised slightly off the stone floor, enough to keep dampness away, but not so high that getting up requires effort. The woven blanket you push aside was made by your grandmother's hands, its pattern of interlocking diamonds now softened by years of use and washing. The household stirs around you in predictable sequence. You hear your uncle already moving in the courtyard, his sandals making their familiar scuffing sound against the paving stones as he checks the water jars. The morning birds have been calling for some time now, their songs marking the transition from dark to light, with more reliability than any human timekeeping device. Somewhere in the next room, your youngest cousin coughs twice, then settles back into sleep for another brief while. You rise and wrap a light tunic around yourself, feeling the linen settle against your skin. The cloth was woven last winter during the long evenings when outdoor work became impossible. You can still identify the section where your sister was learning the loom, her tension slightly uneven compared to your mother's practiced steadiness. These small irregularities make the garment yours in a way that perfect uniformity never could. The courtyard receives you with its morning stillness. Dew has settled on the stone rim of the central well and you wipe it away with your palm before drawing water. The rope feels rough against your hands, its fibres stiff from repeated soaking and drying. You've pulled this same rope hundreds of times, and your hands know exactly where the worn spots sit, where you need to grip more carefully to avoid splinters. The water comes up cold and clear. You pour some into a wide clay bowl, watching how it catches the growing light. This bowl was made by the same potter who supplies half the neighbourhood, and you can identify his work by the particular shade of clay he prefers, and the way he shapes the rim with his thumb, leaving a slight wave pattern all around the edge. When you wash your face, the cold water shocks you fully awake, and you feel the last fog of sleep wash away with the droplets running down your neck. Your mother emerges from the storage room carrying the grain for morning bread. The amphora she holds is one of several standing against the far wall, each containing different grades of grain depending on when it was harvested and from which field. She tips it carefully, letting the grain pour into her grinding bowl in a steady stream that makes a sound like gentle rain. You've heard this sound every morning of your life, and it signals the day's true beginning more clearly than the sunrise itself. She settles onto her low stool by the grinding stone, and you watch her begin the work. Her hands move with absolute confidence, pushing the upper stone forward and pulling it back, forward and back, in a rhythm she could probably maintain while sleeping. The grain cracks and powders beneath the stone's weight, gradually transforming from hard kernels into flour fine enough for bread. This task takes time, and she'll continue it while you and others move through the morning's other necessities. You take a smaller jar and head toward the storage area where oil and dried fish are kept. The room smells of salt and preserved food, a scent so familiar you barely notice it except when you've been away for a few days and return to find it fresh again. The fish hang from wooden pegs driven into the wall, their scales catching whatever light filters through the small window. You select 3 medium-sized fish, feeling their stiffness, testing their cure by the way they resist your touch. Outside, the neighbourhood wakes in stages. You hear Theano next door scolding her son for leaving the goat pen unlatched during the night, though no harm seems to have come from it. Her voice carries the particular tone of someone going through familiar motions, annoyed but not angry, knowing this same conversation will likely repeat tomorrow and the day after. The boy mumbles something you can't quite hear, probably the same excuse he offered last time. The street begins to receive its morning traffic. You recognise Calcius, the metalworker, by his tread, heavier on the left foot where he injured it years ago, and it never quite healed straight. He's heading toward his workshop, probably to start the fire that needs to reach proper heat before he can begin actual work. The fire starting alone will take him until the sun clears the eastern rooftops, and by then his apprentice should arrive to help with the bellows. Walking toward the market district, you pass houses you could navigate blindfolded. Here is the door with a crack running diagonally across its upper plank, the result of a harsh winter 5 years back when the wood contracted too quickly. There is the courtyard where the fig tree grows at an angle, leaning toward the south to catch maximum sun, its roots having long ago shifted the paving stones into a gentle wave pattern that makes a distinctive sound when cartwheels pass over. The baker's oven already breathes heat into the morning air. You can feel it from 3 doors away, a warmth that reaches out like an invitation. The baker himself, old Medon, sits on his stool just inside the doorway, watching the street while his ovens do their work. He nods as you pass, a minimal greeting that acknowledges your presence without requiring conversation. You've known him your entire life, and he's never been one for morning words. His bread speaks for him, and everyone in this district buys from him because his hands know exactly how long to knead and when to add water, and which wood burns at the temperature that produces the perfect crust. The main market square opens before you as you round the last corner. This space fills gradually at this hour, with the earliest merchants already arranging their goods while others are still making their way from home or from the docks where ships arrive during the night. The square itself is paved with flat stones that have been worn smooth by generations of feet, though you can still see chisel marks on some of the older ones where workers shaped them to fit together decades before you were born. You notice Philo, the pottery merchant, unrolling her woven mat in her customary spot near the fountain. She's been claiming this location for longer than you've been alive, and everyone respects her right to it. Her wares sit in woven baskets, each piece wrapped in scraps of old cloth to prevent chipping during transport. She unwraps them one at a time, checking each vessel with her fingertips, running them around rims and along handles, testing for any damage that might have occurred despite her careful packing. The pottery she offers comes from several different workshops, and you've learned over time to identify which piece came from where. The reddish clay with black geometric patterns comes from a workshop 2 valleys inland, where they've perfected that particular firing technique. The simpler vessels with the warm brown glaze are local, made by the same potter who created your washing bowl. The truly fine pieces, decorated with scenes of ships and sea creatures, travel from across the water, arriving on the same merchant vessels that bring copper and tin. A fishing boat has clearly arrived recently because Cleon already has fresh catch laid out on his wide wooden board. The fish glisten in the strengthening light, their scales showing that rainbow shimmer that only the very freshest fish display. Cleon stands behind his display, arms crossed, watching people examine his goods without offering any sales encouragement. His fish sell themselves through their quality, and he knows it. His younger brother sits nearby, mending a net with steady fingers, pulling the cord through and knotting it with movements so practiced they seem almost mechanical. The grain seller is set up near the western edge of the square, where his cart can rest in shade for most of the morning. He's already measured out several piles, each representing a different grade and price. People approach, pinch samples between their fingers, and sometimes lift a few kernels to their mouths to test for moisture content and taste. He answers questions about which fields produced which grain, which harvest was this pile versus that one, and whether he expects prices to shift in coming weeks based on what he's hearing from inland farmers. You watch a woman you don't recognise examining the grain seller's mid-grade offering. She's clearly from out of town, probably from one of the smaller settlements inland. Based on the style of her shawl and the particular way she's tied her hair, she asks careful questions about storage, about whether this grain will keep through winter if she's buying for several months ahead. The seller answers honestly, explaining that this particular batch came from the early harvest and has already been stored for 2 months without problems, suggesting it will hold well if kept dry. 2 merchants stand near the fountain, engaged in conversation about shipping routes. You overhear fragments as you pass, concerns about winds this season, discussion of which islands are currently offering the best prices for oil, speculation about whether the large merchant from the northern islands will make his usual autumn appearance. Neither man seems particularly worried, just engaged in the ongoing information exchange that allows merchants to make informed decisions about where to send their goods and what to acquire for resale. A woman sells honey from clay jars sealed with wax. The honey itself comes from hives kept in the hills above the city, where wild thyme grows among the rocks and gives the honey its particular flavour. She offers tiny tastes on the tip of a wooden stick, letting potential buyers sample before committing to purchase. The honey has that golden thickness that indicates good weather during the collection season, and you watch it drip slowly from the stick when she demonstrates its quality to an interested customer. The metalworker's wife has brought her husband's recent production to sell. Bronze pins for clothing, simple rings, and a few small tools. Each piece rests on a square of leather, arranged by size and type. The bronze shows the characteristic greenish tint where it's starting to develop patina, though the working edges remain bright from her recent polishing. She handles each piece confidently, knowing exactly which tool serves which purpose and which customer might need what she's offering. Baskets of varying sizes and purposes hang from a framework of poles near the corner. The basket weaver himself sits beside his display, working on a new piece even as he minds his shop. His fingers move continuously, selecting reeds from a pile beside him, working them into the growing pattern with movements too fast for your eye to follow clearly. The rhythm of his work creates a soft clicking sound, as reeds slide past each other and lock into position. A trader from across the water has spread a cloth displaying items you don't see every day. Obsidian blades sharper than any bronze, amber beads from far northern sources, and small copper ingots stamped with marks you don't recognise. He watches people's faces as they examine his goods, gauging interest, occasionally offering information about an item's origin or particular qualities. His accent marks him as foreign, though his Greek is perfectly functional, and he's clearly been trading in this region long enough to know local customs and expectations. The cloth merchant operates from a more permanent structure, a small building that opens onto the square through a wide doorway. Bolts of fabric rest on shelves inside, arranged by weight and fibre type. Linen occupies the higher shelves, being most valuable. Wool sits at arm level, where it's most accessible for everyday purchases. Hemp and other rougher materials rest lower, suitable for working garments and utility purposes. The merchant's daughter stands in the doorway, ready to pull down any bolt a customer wishes to examine more closely. You notice how people move through the market with varying levels of purpose. Some arrive with specific needs, moving directly to the relevant merchant, conducting their business and departing. Others drift more slowly, checking multiple options, comparing offerings, and engaging in the extended conversations that might or might not lead to purchases. A few seem to be here more for social contact than commerce, stopping to greet friends and acquaintances, sharing news and gossip while maintaining the pretense of shopping. An old man sits at the edge of the square, working leather with patient hands. He's making sandals, cutting the sole pieces from a larger hide spread across his lap. His knife moves with absolute precision, following patterns he's internalized across decades of work. Beside him rest several completed pairs waiting for customers, each one slightly different based on foot measurements he took earlier. He glances up occasionally to watch the market's activity, but his hands never stop their steady work. The tool seller has arrived with his cart, though he's still arranging his display. Wooden handles for various implements occupy one section. Bronze axe heads and knife blades fill another. Agricultural tools, sickles, hoes and smaller digging implements rest along the cart's edge. He's clearly just come from inland, because dust still coats his cartwheels, and his sandals show the pale dirt characteristic of the valley road rather than the darker soil around the city. Two women negotiate over a length of red-dyed wool, their conversation following the established patterns of market bargaining. The seller names her price. The buyer counters with a lower offer. Neither woman shows offence at the other's position. This is simply how transactions proceed. They'll meet somewhere in the middle, both walking away satisfied that they've conducted business fairly. The ritual of negotiation matters almost as much as the final price, affirming mutual respect and social relationship alongside the commercial exchange. You watch a mother teaching her daughter the art of market shopping. The girl must be around 10 years old enough to learn, but still young enough that mistakes carry no serious consequences. Her mother sends her to negotiate for apples while remaining nearby to observe. The girl approaches the fruit seller with visible nervousness, trying to remember the phrases her mother surely taught her. The seller, recognizing the situation, treats her with patient seriousness, quoting a fair price without taking advantage of her inexperience. The girl successfully completes her purchase and returns to her mother with obvious pride in her accomplishment. Near the fountain, people gather for water and conversation. The fountain itself flows from a carved lion's head, water pouring steadily into a stone basin below. Women fill their jars while discussing household matters, whose daughter is approaching marriage age, which family is expecting a child, and where the best wool appeared at market this week. Their conversations weave together the practical and the personal, creating the social fabric that binds the community together as surely as any political structure. The sun has climbed higher now, and the market reaches its peak activity. The noise level rises as more people arrive and more transactions take place simultaneously. You hear the distinctive sounds of commerce, the clink of metal weights on scales, the rustle of grain pouring into containers, the soft thud of cloth bolts being laid out for examination, and the splash of water as someone accidentally tips a jar too quickly at the fountain. You complete your own errands, selecting the items your household needs. The fish merchant wraps your purchase in large leaves to keep it fresh during your walk home. The grain seller measures your purchase carefully, using a bronze cup that holds exactly the amount you've paid for, levelling it with a wooden scraper to ensure accuracy. These small acts of commercial honesty maintain trust across thousands of transactions, allowing the market system to function smoothly without requiring constant oversight or dispute resolution. The palace sits on raised ground at the city's eastern edge, its stone walls catching the morning sun before it reaches the lower streets where you live. You've never been inside those walls, but you understand how they represent accumulated authority built up over many generations. The current king's grandfather's grandfather built the oldest sections, and each ruler since has added to the structure, expanding it slowly according to available resources and current needs. The king himself appears occasionally in public contexts, during major religious festivals or when receiving important foreign visitors. You saw him 3 months ago during the spring planting festival, standing on the raised platform while priests performed the traditional offerings. He looked older than you expected, his beard showing more grey than the stories about him suggested. He wore a purple-bordered robe that must have cost more than your household earns in several years, the dye alone representing tremendous expense given how many sea snails must be processed to produce even a small amount of that particular shade. You know his name, of course. Everyone knows the name of the king who rules their city. But you also know the names of the families who support his rule. the network of relationships that allows a single man to claim authority over thousands. The old families, the ones who can trace their lineage back through many generations in this place, provide the foundation for royal power. They control the best agricultural land, the most productive olive groves, and the most reliable sources of water. Their support makes kingship possible, and their potential opposition makes kings cautious. Power here doesn't flow from a single source, but rather emerges from the intersection of multiple relationships. The king maintains his position partly through military capability. He commands loyalty from men who carry weapons and know how to use them. But he also maintains power through more subtle means, through marriages arranged between his family and other prominent households, through gift-giving that creates ongoing obligations, through religious roles that connect royal authority to divine favour, and through the management of trade relationships that keep goods flowing into the city and wealth accumulating in ways that benefit his supporters. You understand this because you hear the palace discussed frequently. Your uncle once worked on a building project there, reinforcing a section of wall that had begun to crack. He came home each evening with observations about how the household functioned, what he'd overheard, and who seemed to hold actual influence versus who merely held impressive titles. According to him, the king's cousin actually manages most daily decisions, while the king himself focuses on diplomatic relationships and religious obligations. The cousin has a reputation for efficiency and ruthlessness in equal measure, qualities that make him effective but not particularly loved. The system of marriage alliances that connects ruling families across the region represents a form of diplomacy so fundamental that people rarely think about it explicitly. When a king's daughter marries a prince from another city, she carries with her not just personal identity but a whole set of obligations and expectations. Her children will have blood ties to both cities, creating family relationships that make certain types of conflict more complicated and other types of cooperation more natural. You know about this because your neighbour's cousin serves in the household of a foreign princess who married into your city's royal family 15 years ago. The princess brought with her a small staff of people from her homeland, and these individuals maintain connections back to their city of origin, while slowly integrating into their new home. They represent informal communication channels between the two cities, carrying news and messages that supplement more official diplomatic contacts. Treaties between cities get formalised in documents that scribes maintain in palace archives, but you've never seen these documents, and probably never will. What you know about treaties comes from their practical effects. Certain goods flow more freely when trade agreements are active. Certain merchants receive preferential treatment based on treaty terms, and certain cities remain at peace year after year because treaty obligations make conflict too costly to contemplate. You heard about one treaty renewal that occurred when you were younger. Representatives from another coastal city arrived with considerable ceremony, their ships specially decorated for the occasion. They brought gifts for your city's king, bronze work, decorated pottery, slaves, and a particularly fine horse that people talked about for months afterward. Your king responded with gifts of equal value, crafted gold jewellery, high-quality weapons, painted vessels, and several young women from noble families who would serve in the foreign king's household and possibly become minor wives or concubines. The exchange of gifts satisfied treaty requirements, but it also accomplished something more subtle. Each side demonstrated their wealth and capability, sending messages about their status and strength. The specific items chosen communicated information beyond their material value. Fine weapons suggested military capacity. Skilled craftwork indicated economic sophistication. Beautiful slaves or servants implied deep enough resources to give away valuable people. Reading these gift exchanges required cultural knowledge that everyone in your society learned gradually through observation and participation. Tribute relationships add another layer to the region's political structure. Several smaller settlements in the hills above your city send regular tribute, usually agricultural products, sometimes labour for specific projects. This tribute acknowledges their subordinate status and your city's protective role. In return, your city refrains from raiding their territory, and provides assistance if they face external threats. The tribute arrives on a predictable schedule, transported by representatives who stay just long enough to deliver their goods and receive acknowledgement before returning home. You've seen these delegations arrive in the lower market square, their carts loaded with sealed containers of olive oil, sacks of grain, or bundles of wool. They seem neither resentful nor particularly enthusiastic about the arrangement. It's simply how their relationship with your city functions, a pattern established so long ago that no one questions it anymore. Sometimes you wonder whether tribute represents oppression or mutual benefit. The hill settlements certainly lose some of their production to your city, but they also gain protection from pirates and raiders who might otherwise find them easy targets. They receive access to your city's markets and the specialised goods that flow through it. Their sons sometimes find opportunities in your city that wouldn't exist in their smaller communities. The relationship contains elements of both exploitation and genuine mutual advantage, and which aspect dominates probably depends on who you ask, and under what circumstances. The King's Council meets regularly to make decisions about matters too significant for any individual to handle alone. You don't know exactly who sits on this council, but you can guess based on who appears publicly alongside the king during important events. The heads of the oldest families certainly participate. The commander of the city's military forces probably attends. Senior priests might have seats, given the connection between religious authority and political legitimacy. Wealthy merchants who control significant trade relationships likely receive consultation, though whether they hold formal council positions or simply get invited for discussions about commercial matters remains unclear. Decisions that emerge from these council meetings affect daily life in ways both obvious and subtle. When new construction projects begin, they reflect council decisions about resource allocation. When certain merchants receive exclusive rights to trade specific goods, council negotiations stand behind those arrangements. When the city enters new treaty relationships or modifies existing ones, council deliberations produce those outcomes. You've learned that effective rule requires balancing competing interests skillfully. The king must keep powerful families satisfied enough that they don't unite against him, but not so powerful individually that any one family could challenge his authority. He must maintain military strength sufficient to defend the city and project power when necessary, but not so large a military establishment that it drains resources needed for economic vitality. He must honour religious traditions that legitimize his rule, while also managing practical governance that sometimes requires flexibility beyond what tradition strictly permits. This balancing act plays out through daily decisions that rarely attract public attention. When the king mediates a dispute between two prominent families, he carefully calibrates his response to maintain both his authority and his relationships with both parties. When he decides which religious festival receives the most elaborate celebration, he considers both genuine piety and the political implications of favouring one deity over another. When he chooses which merchants to grant special trading privileges, he weighs their commercial capability against their political reliability and personal loyalty. Succession represents perhaps the most delicate aspect of royal power. Your current king has several sons, and speculation about which one will eventually inherit his position runs through every level of society. The oldest son seems the obvious choice by tradition, but he's reportedly gentle and scholarly, more interested in poetry than politics. The second son commands part of the military and has a reputation for capability but also for arrogance that alienates potential supporters. The third son remains young enough that his character hasn't fully revealed itself, making him an uncertain prospect, but also potentially appealing to those who want to shape the next reign according to their own interests. You understand that this uncertainty creates opportunity for political manoeuvring among the powerful families. Each potential heir represents a different possible future, and families position themselves to benefit regardless of which son ultimately takes power. Some cultivate relationships with all three, hedging their positions. Others commit firmly to supporting one particular prince, gambling that backing a winner will bring rewards while recognising that backing a loser could prove costly. The king himself must manage this situation carefully, maintaining his own authority while the question of succession creates implicit competition beneath the surface. He can't wait too long to clarify his choice without risking instability, but he also can't decide too early without empowering his chosen heir so much that the heir becomes impatient or creates a competing centre of authority. This dilemma has faced every king, and solutions vary based on personalities, circumstances, and luck. Honour in your world functions as an invisible but powerful force, shaping decisions in ways that outsiders might find difficult to understand. You carry honour like you carry your name, as something simultaneously personal and inherited, individual and collective. What you do reflects on your family, and what your family has done across generations shapes how others view you, before you've had the opportunity to demonstrate your own character. You learned about honour gradually, through countless small moments rather than explicit instruction. When you were 7 years old, you saw your father refuse to conduct business with a merchant who had cheated your neighbour. The merchant offered favourable terms, trying to make amends, but your father declined firmly and politely. He explained to you later that evening that maintaining a reputation for honesty mattered more than any single transaction's profit. If he had accepted the merchant's offer, people would wonder whether your father could be bought, whether his principles shifted based on personal advantage. That lesson embedded itself in how you understand the world. Honour isn't about grand gestures or heroic moments, but about consistent behaviour across ordinary situations. It means keeping your word even when circumstances change, and breaking it would be convenient. It means treating others according to their status and the relationships between you, neither offering insult through insufficient respect nor claiming false equality with those who rank above you. The concept of hospitality carries particular weight in your culture. When strangers arrive at your door, custom requires that you welcome them, offer food and drink, and provide shelter if needed. You don't immediately ask their business or demand to know their names. First, you show hospitality, demonstrating both your household's abundance and your understanding of proper behaviour. Only after guests have eaten and rested does the conversation turn to who they are and what brings them to your door. This custom serves practical purposes in a world where travel requires depending on others' generosity. Anyone might someday find themselves far from home, needing assistance from strangers. The hospitality obligation ensures that such assistance will be available, but it also serves deeper social functions, creating bonds between households and demonstrating the host's status and character. A household that can afford generous hospitality proves its prosperity. A household that offers such hospitality reliably builds a reputation that extends far beyond its immediate neighbourhood. You remember when a traveller from a distant island stayed with your family for 3 days. He arrived in the evening, clearly exhausted from his journey, and your father welcomed him without hesitation. Your mother prepared the best food available, brought out bedding that normally stayed stored for special occasions, and made sure the visitor felt comfortable. The traveller shared news from his homeland, told stories that entertained the entire household, and left small gifts when he departed. Nothing valuable, but tokens that acknowledged the hospitality he'd received. Months later, when your brother needed to travel to that same distant island for trading purposes, the traveller's family welcomed him with equal generosity. They connected him with local merchants, provided introductions that would have taken weeks to establish independently, and treated him as an honoured guest rather than a foreign stranger. This reciprocity showed how hospitality creates networks of obligation and support that span the entire region. Oath-taking represents the most serious form of commitment your culture recognises. When you swear an oath, you invoke divine witnesses to your promise, accepting that breaking your word will bring not just social consequences, but potentially supernatural punishment. This belief makes oaths powerful tools for creating binding agreements, but it also means people approach oath-taking with appropriate seriousness. You've participated in oath ceremonies several times. The most memorable occurred when your family entered a business partnership with another household. Both family heads stood before the household shrine, each holding a portion of the sacrificed animal, and spoke the words that bound them to their agreement. You watched your father's face during the ceremony, seeing the gravity with which he treated the moment. The oath didn't just commit him to the partnership terms, but placed his honour, his family's reputation, and his relationship with the gods all behind that commitment. The weight of such oaths shapes behaviour in ways both obvious and subtle. When people know that breaking an oath brings severe consequences, they become very careful about what oaths they swear. They negotiate terms precisely, ensuring that what they're promising remains within their capability to deliver. They also honour their oaths, even when doing so becomes inconvenient or costly, because the alternative, becoming known as an oathbreaker, carries costs that extend far beyond any individual transaction. Insults require a response, but the required response varies enormously based on context and status. A minor slight between equals might be settled with an apology and small compensation. The same slight directed at someone of significantly higher status demands more elaborate satisfaction. And certain provocations, questioning someone's courage, impugning their family's honour, or violating hospitality, create obligations for dramatic responses that can escalate into serious conflict. You learned these distinctions through observation and occasional mistakes. Once, as a child, you spoke dismissively about a neighbour's daughter in a way that reached her family's ears. Your father made you apologise formally, bringing a gift to their household and speaking words of respect about the girl and her family. The apology ritual felt excessive for what seemed to you like a minor offence, but your father explained that allowing the insult to stand unaddressed would damage both families' reputations and create lingering resentment that could poison the neighbourhood's social atmosphere. Guest friendship represents a particularly valued relationship in your society. When two people or families establish guest friendship, they create bonds of mutual obligation that persist across generations. If your grandfather hosted someone who later became prominent in a distant city, your family can call upon that relationship even now, decades later. The original guest's descendants will honour their ancestors' debt by offering hospitality and assistance to you. These relationships create informal networks that supplement official diplomatic and trade channels. When your city's merchants travel to distant ports, they often carry tokens from families here to families there, invoking guest friendships established years or generations earlier. These connections smooth commercial relationships, provide security in potentially dangerous situations, and create trust that purely commercial relationships might lack. You understand revenge as a concept that extends beyond immediate retaliation. Revenge in your world means restoring balance after injury, ensuring that those who cause harm face consequences proportional to what they've done. This might involve demanding material compensation, pursuing social consequences through reputation damage, or seeking third-party arbitration that publicly acknowledges the wrong and requires satisfaction. The expectation of eventual consequences creates caution about initial actions. People hesitate to cheat or insult others, partly because they know that doing so creates obligations for response. Even if immediate retaliation doesn't occur, the injured party's resentment persists, potentially manifesting in unexpected ways at later times. This knowledge encourages people to maintain basically fair behaviour in their dealings, not from pure altruism, but from calculated understanding that mistreating others generates costs that eventually come due. Shame functions as a powerful social control mechanism in your community. Being identified publicly as having failed in obligation, shown cowardice, or violated custom affects your standing in ways that reduce opportunities and influence. People become reluctant to conduct business with you. Families become unwilling to arrange marriages between their children and yours. Your voice carries less weight in community discussions. These consequences arise not from formal punishment, but from collective judgment about your character and reliability. You've seen shame's effects on others. A merchant who cheated several customers eventually found himself unable to attract new business, as word spread about his dishonesty. A young man who fled during a minor conflict with raiders from the hills acquired a reputation for cowardice that haunted him for years, regardless of his later actions. An older woman who violated hospitality toward a guest ended up socially isolated, with neighbours refusing even ordinary courtesies. Glory and fame represent the positive counterpart to shame. When someone achieves something notable, exceptional bravery, remarkable skill, extraordinary generosity, that achievement becomes part of how others know them. Stories about their accomplishments circulate, shaping reputation and creating social standing that opens opportunities unavailable to those without such recognition. You've observed how glory accumulates gradually for most people. A craftsperson develops a reputation through consistent, excellent work over years. A merchant builds fame through reliable honesty and favourable terms across hundreds of transactions. A warrior gains recognition through steady competence rather than single, spectacular action. These accumulated small demonstrations of virtue eventually create substantial reputations that influence how others treat you and what possibilities open before you. The role of witnesses in your culture makes public knowledge crucial. Events that occur privately remain uncertain and disputed. Events that unfold before many observers become established facts that everyone must acknowledge. This emphasis on witness encourages transparency in important matters and makes secret resolution of disputes less viable than public acknowledgement and satisfaction. You remember a dispute between two farmers about boundary markers that had shifted during heavy rains. Each claimed the other had moved the markers to expand their own field. The disagreement threatened to escalate until they agreed to settle the matter before witnesses, with representatives from several respected families examining the land, considering each farmer's claims, and rendering judgment. Their public decision became accepted fact, regardless of what either farmer privately believed, because the weight of collective witness made further dispute pointless. Women's honour follows patterns parallel to, but distinct from men's honour. A woman's reputation rests partly on maintaining household integrity, managing resources skillfully, maintaining appropriate relationships, and raising children who reflect well on the family. Your mother gained respect in the neighbourhood through her skillful weaving, her generous hospitality, and her wise counsel that neighbours often sought when facing difficult decisions. Insults to women in elite families carry particular weight, because they reflect on family honour broadly. When a prominent woman faces disrespect, her male relatives must respond to demonstrate that their family cannot be insulted with impunity. This dynamic creates situations where relatively minor initial provocations generate serious conflicts, because the social logic of honour requires response. You understand that divine favour and honour connect in cultural belief. The gods are thought to support those who maintain proper behaviour, fulfil obligations, and demonstrate appropriate virtues. This connection doesn't mean divine intervention occurs constantly, but rather that maintaining honour aligns you with forces considered larger than human society. Living honourably feels like cooperation with how the world should function, while shameful behaviour risks divine disfavour alongside social consequences. Pride in lineage shapes identity and creates obligations that extend across generations. You carry not just your own reputation, but the accumulated honour or shame of your family line. This inheritance means that maintaining family standing requires upholding standards set by previous generations. It also means that your actions affect descendants not yet born, creating a long-term perspective on behaviour and choice that discourages short-term thinking focused only on immediate advantage. Evening settles over your household with the gentle weight of familiar routine. The sun has dropped below the western hills, and the sky holds that particular blue that comes just before full darkness. You've finished the day's work, and your body carries the pleasant fatigue that comes from physical labour, rather than the anxious exhaustion of worry or stress. Your mother has already lit the oil lamps, placing one in each room according to need. The lamps cast warm, slightly flickering light that makes shadows dance gently against the walls. The oil she uses comes from your own olive press, and its burning carries a faint, almost imperceptible scent that you associate with home and safety. The lamps will burn for several hours before needing attention, though someone will eventually need to add more oil or trim the wicks if they begin smoking. The evening meal brings the household together in the main room. Your family reclines on cushions arranged around the low table, and your mother brings out the food she's prepared during the late afternoon. There's bread, of course, still warm from the final baking of the day. A dish of stewed lentils flavoured with herbs from the kitchen garden sits steaming beside a plate of cheese and olives. The meal isn't elaborate, but it's sufficient and satisfying, the kind of food that nourishes without overwhelming. Conversation flows easily around the table. Your father mentions that he saw ships arriving in the harbour late this afternoon, their sails visible from the olive grove where he was working. Your brother wonders aloud whether the ships carried anything interesting, though he knows he won't learn details until tomorrow when their cargo reaches the market. Your youngest sister describes a minor drama between neighbourhood children, her story including far more detail about who said what to whom than anyone particularly needs, but telling it anyway with the enthusiasm of someone for whom these social dynamics matter enormously. You find yourself only half listening, content to let the voices wash over you without needing to contribute much. This is your family. These are your people, and simply being here among them satisfies something deep and essential. The food tastes good, the lamplight feels warm, and the conversation creates a pleasant background to your own thoughts. After the meal, your mother clears the dishes while your sister helps, though her helping consists mostly of carrying items back and forth while your mother does the actual work. Your father sits back against the wall, pulling a knife from his belt and a piece of wood from beside him. He's been working on carving a new tool handle, and he uses these evening hours to make slow progress on the project. His knife moves carefully, shaving away thin curls of wood that fall into a growing pile at his feet. You watch his hands work, noting how his fingers adjust their grip automatically, how he tests the developing shape with his thumb, and how he occasionally pauses to examine the wood from different angles before deciding where to cut next. This is skilled work, though he'd never claimed to be a fine craftsman. He simply knows wood and tools from decades of use, and that knowledge guides his hands without requiring much conscious thought. Your brother has brought out his fishing net, spreading it across the floor to check for damage. He runs his hands along its length, feeling for weak spots or broken strands that need repair. When he finds a damaged section, he fetches cord from the household supplies and begins the patient work of mending. His fingers move through the familiar motions of knotting, creating a rhythm that's almost meditative. The repetitive work suits the evening mood, occupying hands and a portion of the mind while leaving space for thought and relaxation. The household shrine sits in its usual corner, barely visible in the lamplight but present in everyone's awareness. Your mother had placed fresh herbs there earlier in the day, and their scent mingles with the oil lamp smell and the general atmosphere of occupied domestic space. No formal prayers occur this evening, but the shrine's presence reminds everyone that the household exists within larger frameworks of meaning and obligation. As full darkness settles outside, the sounds from neighbouring houses gradually quiet. You hear Theano next door calling her children inside, her voice carrying that particular tone of tired patience that mothers everywhere seem to develop. Someone several houses down is singing softly, probably to a baby or young child who's resisting sleep. A dog barks twice in the distance, then falls silent. Your sister yawns dramatically, making show of how tired she is, though you suspect she's more bored than sleepy. Still, her yawn triggers sympathetic responses from others, and you feel your own jaw stretching in response. Your mother notices and begins the process of organising the household for night. A sequence of actions she performs so regularly that they've become almost ritualistic. First, she checks that the fire in the hearth is properly banked, reducing it to coals that will keep some warmth through the night without risk of spreading. She sets aside kindling for morning, positioning it where it will stay dry and be easily accessible to whoever rises first. She ensures that water jars are filled so that morning tasks won't require an immediate trip to the well. These preparations take only minutes but make the next morning's routine smoother. Your father secures the outer door, dropping the heavy wooden bar into its brackets. The bar settles into place with a solid thunk that signals the household's separation from the outside world for the night. The door won't open again until dawn unless some emergency requires it, and that solidity provides psychological comfort regardless of whether any actual threat exists. Sleeping arrangements in your household follow long-established patterns. Your parents retire to their room, the one space that offers real privacy. Your younger sister sleeps in an alcove off the main room, her sleeping mat and blankets creating a small nest that she's arranged exactly how she prefers it. You and your brother share the room that was once filled with children, but now holds just the two of you, your mats positioned on opposite sides with space between for your possessions, and to allow movement without disturbing each other. You spread your sleeping mat in its customary spot, the section of floor you've slept on for years. The stones beneath show slight wear patterns from your weight distributed across countless nights, a permanent record of your presence that will probably outlast you. You arrange your blanket and the small cushion that serves as your pillow, creating the bed that will hold you until morning. Before lying down, you visit the small courtyard one final time, following the body's requirements before sleep. The night air feels cool against your skin after the warmth of the indoor lamps. Stars fill the sky above the courtyard, so many that they seem to crowd each other, their light steady and ancient. You recognise familiar constellations, the patterns you were taught to identify as a child. Their positions tell you roughly what hour it is, though you don't need precise timekeeping at this point. It's night, time for sleep, and that's specific enough. Returning inside, you find your brother already settled on his mat, lying on his back with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. You exchange minimal words, a brief acknowledgement that you're both present and settling for the night. No elaborate conversation needed. You've been together all day and will be together again tomorrow. You lie down on your mat, feeling your muscles begin to release the tension they've held all day. Your back settles against the relatively hard surface, and you shift slightly to find the most comfortable position. The blanket pulls up easily, its familiar weight settling over you like an old friend. The small pillow supports your head at the angle you prefer, neither too high nor too flat. The lamp in your room has already been extinguished, leaving only darkness broken by faint light filtering from the main room where your mother hasn't yet put out all the lamps. You can hear small sounds from throughout the house, your father's distinctive cough, your sister turning over on her mat, and your mother moving quietly as she finishes her final checks before her own sleep. Your mind drifts without particular direction, touching on the day's events without dwelling on anything. You remember the market this morning, the quality of fish available, and the conversation you overheard about shipping routes. You think briefly about tomorrow's planned work, mentally reviewing what needs doing without any anxiety about it. These thoughts float past like clouds, present but not demanding. Your breathing begins to slow and deepen naturally. Your body knows this transition well. Having made it thousands of times, muscles continue to relax, starting from your feet and moving upward, each part of you finding its resting state. Your jaw loosens, your shoulders drop, your hands uncurl from whatever unconscious tension they'd held. The last lamp in the main room goes out, and complete darkness settles over the household. The darkness feels comfortable rather than threatening, a natural state that allows rest. Your eyes close, though whether they closed before the lamp went out or after, you couldn't say with certainty. Sound fades to the background. Your brother's breathing already settling into the slower rhythm of sleep, distant night birds calling, and the faint creaking that every house makes as it cools, and its materials shift minutely. These sounds don't disturb you, but rather confirm that the world continues its familiar patterns. Sleep arrives not as a sudden loss of consciousness, but as a gradual transition from waking thought to the different consciousness of dreams. You're aware of the transition while it's happening, noticing how your thoughts become less linear, how impossible connections start to seem reasonable, and how the boundary between self and experience becomes permeable. Your last clear thought might be about tomorrow, or about nothing in particular. or might not be clear enough to identify as a thought at all. Then consciousness shifts fully into sleep, and the hours pass without your awareness, your body and mind taking the rest they require to meet another day. The harbour sits in a natural curve of coastline where ships can shelter from the worst weather, while remaining accessible for loading and unloading. You stand on the stone quay, watching activities that represent the foundation of your city's prosperity. The quay itself represents generations of labour, stone blocks fitted together so precisely that water barely seeps between them, creating a solid platform that extends into water deep enough for laden merchant vessels. 3 ships rest at the quay this morning, and another 2 are anchored slightly offshore, waiting their turn to dock and unload. The nearest ship, a sturdy merchantman with a broad beam designed for cargo capacity rather than speed, rocks gently in the slight swell. Its mast stands bare now, the sail having been furled as soon as the ship entered the harbour. Crew members move across the deck, organising cargo for removal, their movements practised and efficient. The ship's owner stands near the gangplank, speaking with the harbour master about docking fees and cargo inspection. You can't hear their specific words from where you stand, but their body language suggests negotiation rather than dispute. The owner gestures toward his ship, perhaps explaining the nature of his cargo or arguing that certain items should be exempt from particular fees. The harbour master listens patiently, occasionally consulting the wax tablet where he records transactions and agreements. Stevedores gather near the gangplank waiting for permission to begin unloading. These men do physical labour that requires both strength and skill. Moving heavy or fragile cargo from ship to shore without damage takes experience and coordination. They work in teams, with established hierarchies determining who handles which tasks. The oldest stevedores supervise rather than lift, their expertise valued for preventing the kind of mistakes that could destroy valuable goods or injure workers. The first items off the ship are amphoras filled with wine. The stevedores work in pairs, each amphora requiring 2 men to lift and carry safely. The vessels are heavy, even empty, and filled with wine. They weigh enough that dropping one would not only waste the wine, but likely shatter the amphora and possibly injure whoever failed to maintain their grip. You watch one pair navigate the gangplank, their steps synchronized, each man aware of his partner's position and balance. The amphoras get stacked carefully in the warehouse area adjacent to the quay. A merchant's representative checks each one as it arrives, looking for the seal that confirms origin and contents. He makes marks on his own tablet, recording each amphora's arrival. Later, these records will allow accurate accounting and distribution to buyers who've contracted for portions of this shipment. Behind the wine come bundles of raw wool, compressed and wrapped in protective coverings. The wool comes from inland regions where sheep flourish in climates less suited to grain cultivation. Its quality varies based on source, with some regions producing particularly fine wool that commands premium prices. The merchant representative examines samples from several bundles, pulling out small tufts and testing them between his fingers, checking for fineness, strength, and cleanliness. You notice a woman approaching the merchant representative, clearly someone of means based on her clothing and the silver pins holding her shawl. She's accompanied by a servant carrying her purchases from earlier market activities. The woman asks about the wool quality, and the representative offers her a sample to examine personally. She tests it as he did, running it between her fingers, holding it up to the light to judge its colour and consistency. They discuss price, with the woman eventually purchasing enough wool to keep her household's weavers busy for several months. The unloading continues through the morning. Copper ingots emerge from the ship's hold, each one marked with symbols indicating its source mine. These ingots will go to metal workers who'll combine the copper with tin to create bronze, the material that dominates tool and weapon production. The copper itself travelled long distances to reach this ship, passing through multiple trading networks before ending up in this harbour. You find yourself pondering the web of relationships required to bring these goods here. Somewhere, miners extracted copper ore from the earth, processing it to produce these ingots. Merchants purchased the ingots, arranging transport to coastal ports. Ship owners contracted to carry the copper across water, accepting risk of loss in exchange for transportation fees. Local merchants here have already arranged to purchase the copper, having received word weeks ago that this shipment was coming. Each of these transactions involves trust, contracts, payment, and the coordination of timing and logistics across significant distances. The second ship at the quay carries grain from the fertile plains 2 days' sail to the south. Those plains produce a consistent surplus, more than their local population requires, making grain export profitable for their farmers and essential for cities like yours that occupy less agriculturally generous territory. The grain arrives in large sacks, each containing enough to feed a family for weeks. Stevedores stack them in a different warehouse section, separate from other goods to prevent contamination and allow easier access for the city's grain distributors. A representative from the king's household observes the grain unloading, recording quantities for tax purposes. A portion of all grain entering the city goes to the palace, supporting the royal household and the various people who serve it. The tax isn't popular exactly, but it's accepted as necessary for maintaining the administrative and military functions that the palace provides. The representative makes careful notes, and guards stand nearby to ensure that no grain disappears unofficially during the counting process. Beyond the active quay, you can see shipbuilders at work in their yard. A new vessel slowly takes shape, its wooden ribs rising from the keel like the skeleton of some great sea creature. The master builder moves around the structure, examining joints and measuring timbers, ensuring that everything aligns according to his design. Apprentices work under his direction, shaping wood with adzes and augers, learning through practice how to create vessels that will survive years of rough use in challenging conditions. Building a ship represents an enormous investment. The timber alone costs significantly, with particular types of wood required for different parts of the vessel. The specialised labour of skilled shipwrights doesn't come cheap. The time required to complete a ship means tying up resources for months before seeing any return. Only families or partnerships with substantial existing wealth can afford to commission new ships, which partly explains why maritime trade concentrates among a relatively small number of merchant families. You walk along the quay toward the fish market, where the morning's catch has already been laid out for sale. The fishermen departed before dawn, working their nets in darkness and returning as the sun climbed above the eastern horizon. Their catch glitters on wide wooden boards, several kinds of fish ranging from small silver ones suitable for preserving to larger specimens that will be sold fresh for immediate consumption. The fishermen themselves are already home, sleeping after their night's work. Their wives and older children manage the selling, with prices set according to catch size and current demand. You watch a cook from a wealthy household negotiate for an especially fine fish, its scales still showing the iridescent sheen that indicates absolute freshness. The negotiation is brief. The fish's quality makes its value obvious, and the cook has authority to pay what such quality requires. Smaller fish get purchased in bulk by families who'll preserve them through salting or drying. A woman fills a large basket with fish that will feed her household for a week once properly preserved. She pays with small copper pieces, carefully counted out, and the fisherman's wife accepts the payment, while simultaneously calling out to other potential customers, advertising the quality and price of her remaining stock. The fish market's smell dominates this section of the harbour. Salt, seaweed, the distinctive scent of fresh fish, and underlying all of it the constant presence of the sea itself, is a smell you barely notice anymore, having grown up with it, but you observe visitors from inland regions reacting to its intensity, their faces showing that they find it overwhelming. Beyond the fish market, you notice a ship being loaded for departure. This vessel will carry olive oil, produced in the groves that surround your city, to ports where olives grow less successfully or not at all. The oil travels in sealed amphoras specially designed for this purpose, their shapes standardised so they stack efficiently in a ship's hold. Each amphora gets sealed with wax and marked with symbols indicating its producer and quality grade. Loading oil requires care because any spillage represents a direct loss of valuable product. Workers handle each amphora gently, using rope cradles to lower them into the hold, where other workers position them securely. The loading process moves slowly, with the captain personally supervising to ensure nothing gets damaged or improperly stowed. A ship that sets sail with poorly secured cargo risks the cargo shifting during rough seas, which can make the vessel unstable or even cause it to capsize. You overhear two merchants discussing shipping schedules and route conditions. One mentions that winds have been favourable lately, suggesting it might be a good time to send goods toward the Eastern Islands. The other expresses concern about reports of pirate activity near a particular island chain, wondering whether rerouting would be wiser despite the additional travel time involved. Their conversation demonstrates how much knowledge successful trading requires. Understanding weather patterns, tracking reports about security conditions, knowing which ports offer the best prices for particular goods, and maintaining relationships with reliable ship captains and foreign merchants. The economic complexity of this harbour scene strikes you when you pause to really observe it. Every transaction represents multiple layers of relationship and calculation. The fisherman's wife selling small fish has calculated what price allows her to sell her entire catch before it spoils while making enough profit to justify her husband's labour and risk. The merchant buying wool has estimated demand and supply months in advance, committed capital to purchase before knowing the final selling price, and accepted the risk that market conditions might shift unfavourably. The ship owner has invested enormous resources in his vessel, and now must keep it employed profitably while managing constant risks of storm, piracy, and commercial failure. Wealth in this economy accumulates through skillful navigation of these relationships and risks. Families that consistently make good trading decisions, maintain reliable reputations, and weather occasional losses gradually build prosperity that translates into political influence and social standing. Conversely, families that make poor decisions or suffer unlucky circumstances can lose generations of accumulated wealth frighteningly quickly. You observe a young man, probably in his early 20s, watching the harbour activities with intense focus. He's likely apprenticed to one of the merchant families, learning trade through observation and gradually increasing responsibility. He'll spend years mastering all the knowledge required for success: how to judge commodity quality, how to calculate fair prices, how to assess ship and cargo insurance values, and how to navigate relationships with foreign merchants who speak different languages and follow different customs. The sun has climbed higher now, and the harbour's pace has settled into steady activity rather than the morning's initial rush. Ships continue loading and unloading, merchants continue negotiating and recording transactions, stevedores continue their heavy labour. The whole system functions with the smoothness that comes from long practice and well-established routines. Watching it, you see both the complexity of interconnected economic relationships and the reliable patterns that make prosperity possible. The sun drops toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that reflect off the water in the harbour below. You sit on a low wall near your home, positioned where you can see both the street life of your neighbourhood and the distant harbour where ships rest at anchor. The day's heat is fading, replaced by the pleasant coolness that evening brings during this season. Your neighbour Alexios passes by, returning from his workshop. He carries his leatherworking tools in a cloth bag, his hands showing the stains from the tannins he works with daily. He nods in greeting, and you exchange a few words about the day. He mentions that orders have been slower lately, not dramatically so, but enough to notice. Some of his regular customers have delayed purchases, perhaps waiting to see how certain situations develop before committing resources to new goods. He shrugs when he says this, not particularly worried but acknowledging the shift in patterns. You notice similar small changes in the rhythm of neighbourhood life. The evening marketplace, where people gather after the main day's work to socialise and conduct minor transactions, seems slightly less crowded than usual. Not empty, certainly, but missing some of the casual abundance that characterise busier times. Merchants still display their remaining goods, but they seem more intent on selling what they have, rather than simply waiting for buyers to approach at their leisure. A group of older men sit on benches near the fountain, engaged in the kind of conversation that fills evening hours. You're too far away to hear their specific words, but their tone and gesture suggest they're discussing matters of broader concern than pure gossip. One man makes a sweeping gesture that might indicate distance or scope. Another shakes his head slowly, disagreeing with something that's been proposed. A third listens with his chin resting on his hand, his expression suggesting he's considering multiple perspectives before forming his own opinion. Children play in the street, but their games seem somehow more contained than usual. Parents call them inside earlier, perhaps, or the children themselves sense that adults' attention is partly focused elsewhere. A group of boys runs past, chasing each other with the wooden swords that boys everywhere seem to favour. Their shouts and laughter sound normal enough, yet you notice that a mother watching from her doorway calls them back before they've ranged quite as far as they might normally wander. The evening bread delivery arrives at the neighbourhood mill, where many families send their grain to be ground and their dough to be baked in the communal ovens. The miller's apprentice pushes a cart loaded with finished loaves, calling out family names as he distributes bread according to his records of who brought what dough. This daily ritual continues without change, a reassuring constant amid subtler shifts in atmosphere. You watch your sister return from the well, carrying a water jar balanced on her shoulder, with the unconscious skill of someone who's performed this task thousands of times. She stops to speak with another young woman, and their conversation includes laughter, suggesting that whatever concerns might occupy their parents' thoughts, the younger generation maintains its focus on more immediate social matters. They're discussing someone, probably a mutual acquaintance, and finding whatever they're saying about this person quite amusing. The household shrine receives attention from your mother as evening settles. You see her through the doorway, placing fresh herbs and a small portion of bread on the shrine, her lips moving in the brief prayer that accompanies such offerings. She's making these offerings more frequently lately, you've noticed, though she hasn't explicitly discussed why. The increased attention to religious observance could mean many things, but it suggests she feels the value of maintaining good standing with divine forces. Cooking smells drift from various houses as families prepare evening meals. You identify the scent of onions being fried, the distinctive aroma of fish stewing with herbs, and the yeasty smell of bread being broken and shared. These familiar scents provide comfort, evidence that daily life continues in its essential patterns regardless of whatever complexities might occupy the realms of kings and merchants. A merchant you recognise walks past, heading toward the better section of town where wealthier families maintain their homes. He carries a roll of papyrus sealed and tied, likely a message or contract requiring personal delivery. His expression seems neutral, giving nothing away about the document's contents or his thoughts about it. Merchants learn to keep their faces unrevealing, preventing observers from reading their concerns or calculating their positions. You notice that the city's evening patrol has already begun their rounds, earlier than usual by a small but noticeable margin. The guards move through the streets in their standard pairs, their presence meant to discourage petty crime and provide visible security. They nod to people they recognise, stop occasionally to exchange words with merchants closing their shops, and generally maintain the relaxed alertness that characterises routine patrol rather than heightened security. The wine shop at the corner has several customers, men stopping for a cup before heading home. Their conversation flows easily, punctuated by laughter and the sound of cups being refilled. Whatever tensions might exist at higher levels of politics and commerce, ordinary social life continues largely undisturbed. People still want their evening wine, still enjoy companionship, and still need the relaxation that comes from setting aside work and concerns for a brief period. A wedding procession passes along the main street, visible from where you sit. The bride wears traditional garments, her face covered by a veil, as she walks between her family's home and her new husband's household. Musicians play flutes and drums, and people from both families sing traditional songs. Neighbours stop to watch and offer good wishes. Children run alongside the procession for a while before losing interest, and the whole event unfolds according to patterns so ancient that no one knows their origin. Weddings continue regardless of political circumstances, because life continues, and young people form new households regardless of what uncertainties might cloud their elders' thoughts. You see your father approaching along the street, returning from the olive grove where he's been working. His gait shows the fatigue of a full day's physical labour, but he walks steadily, his tools over his shoulder. He stops to greet several neighbours along the way, these brief exchanges of news and pleasantries that maintain social bonds. When he reaches home, he pauses beside where you sit, settling onto the wall with a sigh of relief at being off his feet. Together you watch the sun complete its descent, the sky's colours shifting from bright orange to deeper red, then to purple as true dusk arrives. Neither of you speaks much, content to share the moment without needing conversation. The street gradually empties as people retreat to their homes for evening meals. Lamps begin to glow in windows, creating spots of warm light against the darkening evening. A cat patrols the street with the confident walk of an animal familiar with its territory. It pauses to investigate something near the drainage channel, then continues on its way, uninterested in human activities. A dog barks from somewhere nearby, though whether it is alerting to something or simply expressing general dog opinions remains unclear. Your father eventually rises, indicating it's time to go inside. You follow him through the doorway into your home, where your mother has already laid out the evening meal. The household gathers in its customary way, and the evening proceeds according to familiar patterns. Yet beneath the normality, you sense a quality of attention, a slight increase in how carefully people listen to news, how thoroughly they consider implications, and how they make quiet preparations against possible future need. The evening ends as evenings do, with gradual preparation for sleep. But tonight, as you settle onto your sleeping mat, you find your mind less quick to release the day's observations. You think about the small changes you've noticed, the subtle adjustments in how people behave and what they prioritise. These changes don't indicate crisis exactly, but they suggest awareness that established patterns might shift, that relationships between powers might be evolving in ways that could eventually affect even ordinary households like yours. Sleep eventually arrives, but the day's observations linger at the edge of your consciousness, informing your rest with a quality of watchfulness that wasn't present before. The guard tower stands where it has stood for generations, its stone walls thick enough to shrug off weather and time with minimal degradation. You climb the narrow stairs to relieve the previous watch, your footsteps echoing slightly in the enclosed space. The stairs show wear in their centres, polished smooth by countless feet, making this same climb over decades. Your hand trails along the wall for balance, feeling the cool stone that still holds some of the day's accumulated warmth. You emerge onto the tower's platform as the previous guard, Klytos, gathers his things to descend. He's an older man, steady and experienced, someone you've known your entire life. He gives you a brief report. Nothing unusual observed during his watch. Normal harbour activity visible earlier that ceased with darkness, and light showing in expected places throughout the city below. His tone conveys routine rather than concern, and his relaxed posture confirms that the evening has been uneventful. The platform provides a view across substantial portions of the city and harbour. The darkness isn't complete. Stars provide enough light to distinguish major features, and various fires and lamps throughout the city create points of reference. The harbour waters reflect starlight in gentle movements, the anchored ships showing as darker shapes against the slightly lighter water. You can make out the main streets below by the occasional lamps that people have hung outside their doors, or by the glow from windows that haven't yet been shuttered for the night. The night air feels pleasant against your skin, cool but not cold. A light breeze moves across the platform carrying scents from the city, wood smoke from cooking fires and hearths, the ever-present salt smell from the harbour, and occasionally a drift of something more specific like baking bread from a household where someone is preparing for an early morning departure or festival. These scents create an olfactory map of the city's nocturnal activities. You settle into position, finding the spot where you prefer to stand for the long hours ahead. The platform has several such positions, each offering slightly different perspectives. You choose one that allows you to watch both the harbour approach and a good portion of the city's northern quarter. Your eyes adjust gradually to the darkness, your night vision strengthening as minutes pass and your pupils dilate fully. The stars overhead show their familiar patterns. You identify constellations that your father taught you when you were young, the same patterns his father taught him. Knowing these stellar arrangements serves practical purposes. They mark time's passage through the night, they indicate seasonal changes, and they provide navigation references for ships. But they also connect you to countless previous generations who watched these same stars and found meaning in their configurations. Sound carries differently at night. Without the day's usual noise, quieter sounds become audible. You hear a dog barking in the distance, the sound reaching you clearly across the intervening space. Somewhere closer, a baby cries briefly before being soothed back to sleep. The harbour water makes small lapping sounds against the quay, a gentle rhythm that provides background to other sounds. Occasionally a night bird calls. Their sounds unfamiliar to you because you spend most nights sleeping rather than listening to their activities. Your watch proceeds in that particular state of relaxed alertness that experienced guards develop. You're not tense or anxious, but neither are you inattentive. Your eyes scan methodically across your area of responsibility, not searching frantically for problems, but maintaining awareness of what exists in your field of vision. This state can be maintained for extended periods without causing exhaustion, a skill learned through practice. Time passes in segments marked by the stars' movement. You judge that perhaps an hour has elapsed since you took position, though you couldn't specify exactly without checking the stars' positions against your mental reference points. The city below has grown quieter, with fewer lit windows visible as families extinguish their lamps and settle into sleep. The darkness deepens in quality, taking on that particular density that comes in the hours well after sunset but before any hint of dawn. Another guard appears on a nearby tower, his silhouette briefly visible against the stars as he takes his own position. You exchange a low whistle, the signal indicating that all is well. He returns the whistle, confirming the same from his sector. This communication happens routinely throughout the night, with guards confirming to each other that the watch continues normally. You think about the city sleeping below you. Thousands of people rest in their homes, trusting that guards like you maintain awareness on their behalf. Children sleep without any understanding that such protection exists, their consciousness entirely focused on their immediate experiences. Adults sleep with varying degrees of awareness that the city maintains defensive systems, though most don't think about it explicitly unless something disrupts the normal pattern. The weight of this responsibility feels neither heavy nor light, but simply present. You're doing what you've been trained to do, what your position requires, and what the city needs. The task doesn't demand heroism or exceptional effort, just consistency and attention. This ordinariness makes it sustainable across long hours and repeated nights. Your mind drifts occasionally to other thoughts while maintaining its watch function. You think about the work waiting tomorrow, about a conversation you had earlier, and about nothing in particular. These thoughts don't interfere with your ability to notice if something unusual occurs. The human mind seems capable of maintaining multiple streams of awareness simultaneously, at least when well practiced in a task. Movement catches your eye in the harbour area. You focus attention there, watching until you identify the movement as a ship adjusting its position slightly on its anchor line. The wind has shifted marginally, and the vessel is swinging to align with the new wind direction. This happens regularly and requires no action from you. You continue watching until you're satisfied that nothing else is occurring, then return to your broader scanning pattern. The moon rises late tonight, appearing above the eastern hills as a waning crescent. Its light, though much reduced from full moon brightness, still provides additional visibility. Features that were barely distinguishable before become clearer in the combined starlight and moonlight. You can now see farther along the coast, make out details in the harbour that were previously obscured, and generally have better vision across your watch area. A cat moves through the street below, its path taking it from one shadow to another as it pursues whatever business cats conduct at night. You watch its progress with idle interest, noting how confidently it moves through territory it obviously knows well. The cat pauses to investigate something near a wall, then continues on its way, indifferent to your observation. The city's night sounds create a gentle background that you're so accustomed to that you'd probably notice more if they stopped than you noticed their continuation. Somewhere a shutter creaks in the breeze. A door closes softly, probably someone making a late trip to their courtyard facilities. The harbour water maintains its quiet rhythm. These sounds form the normal acoustic landscape of night, sounds that indicate routine rather than disturbance. Your watch will continue for several more hours before the next guard arrives to relieve you. The time doesn't weigh on you particularly. You've stood many such watches, and this one proceeds like most others, uneventfully, quietly, a period of sustained attention that serves its purpose by remaining unremarkable. The absence of drama is precisely what successful guard duty looks like. If nothing requires your intervention, your watch has succeeded. You notice the stars have shifted position, marking the passage of perhaps another hour. The night deepens further, that period when most people are in their deepest sleep, when the city reaches its quietest point before beginning the gradual transition toward dawn. Your own alertness remains steady, supported by practice, and the slight edge that comes from being the only waking awareness in your immediate area. The story of Troy's fall exists now in layers of poetry and legend, events transformed by repeated telling until they carry meanings far beyond what happened. But beneath the epic narrative lies something more ordinary and perhaps more instructive. The way complex human systems sometimes fail despite everyone involved making decisions that seem reasonable given their circumstances and understanding. You can trace the accumulated pressures that led to that failure. Economic competition between cities controlling valuable trade routes, honour obligations that required responses, which themselves created new obligations, political alliances that bound parties into positions they might not have chosen freely, religious beliefs that framed decisions as having divine significance, personal relationships that intersected with political calculations in ways that made purely rational choice impossible. Each of these factors operated according to its own logic. The economic pressure to maintain control of profitable routes made sense for cities depending on trade revenues. The honour system that required responding to insults maintained social order most of the time by establishing clear expectations. Alliance obligations created stability by making aggression predictably costly. Religious frameworks provided meaning and community cohesion. Personal bonds between elite individuals could diffuse tensions that might otherwise escalate. But these systems, which usually stabilized relationships and prevented conflict, could under particular circumstances work differently. Economic pressure could make yielding control unthinkable. Honour requirements could generate escalating cycles of response. Alliance obligations could pull reluctant parties into disputes not of their making. Religious certainty could prevent compromise. Personal relationships could introduce emotional elements that complicated calculated decision-making. Troy existed within this web of relationships and systems, neither unique nor exempt from the patterns that shaped all cities in the region. Its prosperity came from the same sources as its eventual vulnerability. The valuable trade position that made it economically important also made it a focus of competition. The honour and reputation its ruling families had built made backing down from challenges politically costly. The alliances it had cultivated brought support but also obligations. The actual events that led to Troy's fall unfolded gradually rather than dramatically. Small decisions accumulated into larger commitments. Positions hardened as investments of resources and reputation made retreat increasingly difficult. What might have been resolved through negotiation or compromise early became impossible to resolve peacefully later, not because anyone necessarily wanted that outcome, but because the logic of the systems involved pushed toward it. You might consider how this pattern appears throughout human history. Conflicts that later seem inevitable often weren't perceived that way by people living through them until quite late in the process. Each step along the way seems manageable. Each decision seems reasonable, given available information and cultural frameworks. Only in retrospect does the progression toward disaster become visible. The people living in Troy before its fall experienced daily life much like yours. They woke and performed morning routines. They worked at their trades and crafts. They raised children and maintained households. They participated in markets and religious festivals. They gossiped with neighbours and worried about ordinary concerns. The grand historical narrative that would eventually define their city held less immediate presence than the practical matters of daily existence. This ordinariness matters when trying to understand what happened. The Trojan War wasn't a clash between heroes and villains, though later stories frame it that way. It was a collision between competing interests and incompatible obligations, played out by ordinary people who found themselves caught in circumstances larger than any individual could control or resolve. The siege itself, if it occurred as traditionally described, represented an enormous logistical challenge for the attacking forces. Maintaining an army away from home for extended periods required solving supply problems, managing internal conflicts among allies with varying interests, and sustaining motivation when quick victory didn't materialize. These practical challenges matter as much as strategic or tactical considerations in determining outcomes. For those inside the city, the experience would have involved gradual adaptation to reduced circumstances. Trade was disrupted by the blockade. Stored supplies are slowly depleting. Normal activities continue in modified form. Social tensions emerged as extended pressure-tested relationships and resources. None of this is necessarily dramatic on any given day, but it accumulates toward a crisis across months or years. The fall, when it came, marked transition rather than ending. People survived and scattered to other places. Some aspects of Troy's culture persisted through these survivors. Trade routes adjusted to the city's diminished status, or eventually bypassed it entirely. Other cities rose to fill whatever role Troy had played. Life continued, as it always does, adapting to new realities. The memory of Troy persisted and grew because the story resonated with recurring human experiences. The tension between honour and practical interest. The challenge of maintaining peace among competing powers. The way personal relationships intersect with political calculations. The difficulty of knowing when to hold firm and when to compromise. These themes remain relevant because they reflect persistent aspects of social existence. Tonight, as you rest, you might find value in considering Troy as an example of human complexity rather than as a moral tale with clear lessons. The people involved weren't particularly evil or good, wise or foolish. They were people navigating difficult circumstances using the frameworks their culture provided, making choices that seemed reasonable given their understanding and obligations. The same systems that usually maintain order and prosperity can, under particular conditions, generate conflict and destruction. Economic competition usually drives beneficial trade but can create unsustainable rivalry. Honor systems usually maintain social expectations but can generate escalating demands for response. Religious frameworks usually provide meaning but can make compromise feel like betrayal of divine will. Recognizing this complexity doesn't provide simple answers, but it does suggest humility about our ability to prevent similar patterns in our own time. We operate within systems we don't fully control, making decisions based on incomplete information, influenced by cultural frameworks that seem natural but are actually constructed, pursuing goals that sometimes prove incompatible. The archaeological remains of Troy show layers of habitation, each representing periods of building, living, and sometimes destruction. The city existed successfully for many more years than it struggled. Those generations of ordinary prosperity deserve recognition equal to the famous conflict. Building systems that provide security and enable cooperation across decades represents an achievement as significant as any military campaign. The people who lived in Troy before its fall created their city through accumulated daily effort. They built houses and ships. They cultivated fields and tended animals. They wove cloth and shaped bronze. They raised children and taught them skills. They maintained relationships and honoured obligations. This ordinary work sustained the city far more than any dramatic events. When you think about Troy now, you might see it less as a distant myth, and more as an example of human societies everywhere. We build complex systems through cooperation and sustained effort. We navigate relationships that create both support and obligation. We operate within cultural frameworks that shape our understanding of honour, duty, and appropriate behaviour. We make decisions with imperfect information and hope for favourable outcomes. The story's endurance suggests something important about human nature and society. We're drawn to narratives that help us understand our own experiences. Troy's story resonates because it reflects challenges we still face. Managing competition for resources, maintaining peace among different interests, balancing personal relationships with broader obligations, and navigating the tension between principle and pragmatism. Rest now with the understanding that human communities have always faced such challenges. The specifics change, but the underlying patterns persist. Troy's people did their best with the understanding available to them. We do the same, hoping our systems prove adequate to our challenges, but knowing that success is never guaranteed. The night that falls over the Aegean now is the same night that fell when Troy stood vital and busy with trade. The stars maintain their ancient patterns, indifferent to human cities rising and falling below. Within that vast continuity, human efforts represent meaningful episodes of order, cooperation, and shared purpose, even when those efforts eventually fail. Let this perspective bring rest rather than anxiety. You're part of an ongoing human story, connected backward to people in Troy and forward to people who'll live long after you. Each generation faces its challenges, builds what it can, and passes whatever knowledge it's gained to those who follow. Sleep arrives more easily when you recognise that you're not alone in facing uncertainty. Every generation before you navigated similar challenges. Every generation ahead will do the same. The work continues, building, maintaining, adapting, hoping. That continuity matters more than any individual outcome. The lessons from Troy aren't dramatic warnings, but quiet recognitions. Systems require maintenance. Relationships need attention. Challenges emerge gradually before becoming critical. Cooperation achieves more than any individual effort. Ordinariness deserves appreciation. These simple truths persist across all the years since Troy stood and all the years since it fell. Rest beside these ancient patterns tonight, finding comfort in their familiarity and their persistence. The challenges of building and maintaining human communities remain, but so does the capacity to meet those challenges through sustained cooperation and thoughtful navigation of competing interests. That's what the people of Troy attempted, and that's what we attempt still. The story continues in cities everywhere, in markets and harbours, in households and workshops, and in the daily work of ordinary people building the systems that sustain life and create possibility. This ongoing effort represents the real human story, more important than any single city's rise or fall. Close your eyes and settle into sleep, knowing that you're part of this larger story, contributing your effort to systems that will outlast you, connected to people across vast spans of time through the shared challenge of building lives worth living and communities worth maintaining. You wake before dawn in a barn that isn't yours, your breath forming small clouds in the November air. The straw beneath you holds the musty sweetness of last summer's harvest, and somewhere above in the loft, a barn cat shifts position, causing dried stalks to whisper and settle. This is the 5th barn this week and the 20th this month. You've become skilled at judging which farmers will tolerate a traveller sleeping among their animals and which will set dogs loose at the first sign of trespassing. The medieval road called to different people for different reasons. Some walked because debt or crime had made staying dangerous. Others wandered because a lord had died and his successor had no use for extra servants. A few chose the road deliberately, though most people in the 1300s would have found this choice as incomprehensible as someone today deciding to be permanently homeless. The road wasn't romantic. It was hard, uncertain, and frequently hungry. But there you are, pulling on boots that have been repaired so many times the original leather is more memory than material. Your feet know these boots intimately. Every worn spot, every place where the stitching pulls against your skin after 10 miles of walking. You've learned to wrap your feet in strips of wool before putting on the boots, a trick an old soldier taught you outside of Bruges 2 winters ago. The farmer's wife appears at the barn door just as pink light begins filtering through gaps in the wooden walls. She doesn't smile. Most people don't smile at vagabonds, but she hands you a heel of yesterday's bread and a piece of hard cheese wrapped in a cloth. You accept both with a small bow and a murmured blessing, which is the expected exchange. She gets the satisfaction of Christian charity. You get breakfast. Neither of you harbours illusions about affection or gratitude beyond this simple transaction. Walking away from the farm, you join a road that's been walked by countless others. Medieval roads weren't paved highways, but rather suggestions of direction, paths beaten into the earth by generations of feet, hooves, and wagon wheels. After rain, they become rivers of mud that suck at your boots with each step. In summer, the dust rises in choking clouds that coat your throat and turn your spit brown. Today, in late autumn, the ground holds that peculiar firmness that comes just before the first freeze, when the earth feels solid but not yet hostile. The wandering life operates on rhythms that settled people never learn. You measure distance not in miles but in landmarks. It's 2 church towers to the next village, 3 market crosses to the monastery, and a half-day's walk to the river ford. Time itself becomes fluid when you have no work bell to answer, no master's schedule to follow. Sunrise means walking, sunset means finding shelter. The in-between belongs entirely to you. Other travellers appear on the road as morning progresses. An elderly tinker pushing a cart loaded with pots and mending tools nods as he passes, heading in the opposite direction. 2 young men carrying bundles of wool hurry past with a purposeful stride of those who have somewhere specific to be. A woman leading a donkey loaded with firewood watches you carefully as you approach, her hand resting on a knife at her belt until you've passed and she can relax again. You understand her caution. The road attracts both the desperate and the predatory, and distinguishing between them isn't always easy until it's too late. You've learned to read other travellers the way farmers read weather, assessing danger from posture, pace, and the set of someone's shoulders. That skill has kept you alive through situations where younger, more trusting travellers disappeared into unmarked graves beside forest paths. By mid-morning, your stomach reminds you that a heel of bread isn't enough fuel for a day's walking. Hunger becomes a constant companion on the road, not the sharp emergency hunger of missing one meal, but the steady grinding hunger of never quite eating enough. Your body has adapted over the months, learning to extract every possible calorie from whatever food you can beg, find, or occasionally steal. You've lost weight you couldn't afford to lose, and your face in still pond water shows hollows that weren't there when you started wandering. The landscape rolling past holds a beauty that settled people rarely notice. You've learned to appreciate the particular green of new wheat shoots, the way evening light turns ordinary fields into something that looks painted, and the architectural grace of a well-made bridge arching over a stream. These observations cost nothing and provide a kind of wealth that empty pockets can't diminish. But you also see what prosperous merchants travelling these same roads never notice. The abandoned cottage slowly collapsing back into the earth, the field lying fallow because no one survived the last fever to plant it, and the wayside shrine with offerings so old they've rotted into unrecognisable lumps. The medieval world is beautiful and brutal in equal measure, and the road shows you both faces without pretense. As afternoon shadows lengthen, your thoughts turn to the evening's pressing question: where will you sleep? The calculation involves multiple factors. Is there a monastery ahead where the almoner might provide space in the guest house? Does the next village have a churchyard with a covered porch? Failing those options, is there a shepherd's hut, an abandoned barn, or at least a dense copse of trees that might provide some shelter from wind? This constant uncertainty about shelter is perhaps the hardest part of wandering life. Settled people take for granted the knowledge that nightfall means returning to a familiar space with walls and a roof. You've learned to be grateful for any structure that keeps off rain and cuts the wind, any pile of straw dry enough to provide insulation from frozen ground. Comfort is a memory. Survival is the daily victory. The first snow arrives on a Tuesday in late November, though you've stopped tracking days of the week with any precision. You're crossing high ground between two river valleys when fat white flakes begin drifting down from a sky the colour of old pewter. Within an hour, the road ahead disappears under a blanket of white that obscures familiar landmarks and makes every direction look equally unwelcoming. Snow transforms the medieval road from difficult to potentially deadly. The packed earth that provided firm walking becomes treacherous with hidden ice. The ruts and holes that you could see and avoid in clear weather become invisible traps waiting to turn an ankle or break a leg. Your boots, adequate for dry autumn travel, prove woefully insufficient against the cold seeping up from the frozen ground. You're not alone in this sudden storm. 100 yards ahead you spot another traveller moving slowly through the thickening snow. An older man whose bent posture speaks of too many years carrying too many burdens. You increase your pace to catch up because travelling together in snow is safer than travelling alone. He turns at the sound of your approach, his face showing the same calculation you're making. Is this person help or a threat? Something in your expression or bearing must satisfy him, because he nods and adjusts his pace to match yours. No names are exchanged. Wanderers often keep their names private, but you fall into step together. Two figures trudging through weather that cares nothing for human struggles. The snow brings a peculiar silence to the landscape, muffling the usual road sounds until all you hear is your own breathing and the crunch of snow under your boots. The world shrinks to just a few yards of visibility in any direction, creating the unsettling sensation that you and your companion are the only people left in existence, walking through an empty white void. After an hour of this, your companion makes a gesture toward a darker shadow, barely visible through the snow. It resolves into a small stone building, possibly a wayside chapel, more likely a shepherd's shelter. You both hurry toward it with the desperation of those who've just been offered life instead of death. The shelter is barely 10 feet square, with stone walls, a partially collapsed roof, and no door to speak of, but it's infinitely better than the exposed road. The floor inside is covered with old straw and what might be sheep droppings, but it's dry and out of the wind. You and the old man settle into opposite corners, maintaining a respectful distance. He produces a small bag from his cloak and extracts a piece of dried fish, which he breaks roughly in half and offers to you. You accept it gratefully, understanding that this generosity might represent a significant portion of his food supply. In return, you share a turnip you picked from a field yesterday, raw and dirty but edible. This exchange of food is more than practical. It's a ritual of trust, an acknowledgement that you're temporary allies against the cold. The snow continues through the afternoon and into the evening. You and your companion take turns going outside to gather armfuls of dry grass from beneath the snow, piling it in the centre of your shelter for insulation. Neither of you has the means to make fire. Flint and steel are luxuries, and dry tinder is impossible to find in these conditions, so you prepare for a long, cold night by building nests of grass and straw to sleep in. As darkness falls and the temperature drops further, you burrow into your nest of straw with your cloak wrapped tight and your arms hugged against your chest. The cold seeps through anyway, settling into your bones with an ache that no amount of repositioning can ease. You've learned that the coldest part of the night comes just before dawn, so you prepare yourself mentally for hours of shivering discomfort. This is when the wandering life reveals its harshest truth. You're utterly dependent on your own body's ability to survive. There's no fire to warm you, no extra blankets to pile on, and no hot meal to kindle internal warmth. Your survival depends on your body producing enough heat to keep your core temperature above dangerous levels, and there's nothing you can do to help that process except wait for morning. The old man in the opposite corner makes a sound, not quite a groan, more like a sigh that carries decades of similar nights. You recognise it as a sound you've made yourself, the audible acknowledgement that this is hard, that you're tired, that you're not sure you can do this again and again. But you will, because the alternative is stopping, and stopping on the road means dying on the road. Around midnight the wind picks up, whistling through gaps in the stone walls and sending small drifts of snow across the floor. You pull your cloak over your head, creating a small tent of fabric around your face, and breathe into the enclosed space to warm it slightly. This creates condensation that makes the fabric damp, but dampness is better than the cutting wind. You drift in and out of sleep. Not the restful sleep of a proper bed, but the fitful half-consciousness of someone too cold to fully relax. Your dreams, when they come, are confused fragments. A fire that won't provide heat, a door that won't open, and a road that goes nowhere. You wake from these dreams to the reality that's not much different, then drift away again. Around 3 a.m, you wake to realise the wind has stopped. The sudden silence is profound and slightly eerie. You shift position in your straw nest and feel how stiff your joints have become, how your body has contracted against the cold into a tight ball of muscle and determination. The old man is awake too. You can tell from his breathing pattern. Neither of you speaks, but there's comfort in knowing you're not alone in this vigil, waiting for dawn to arrive and release you from this frozen tableau. Dawn finally comes, gradual and grey, revealing a world transformed by snow. When you emerge from the shelter, your muscles protesting every movement, the landscape looks nothing like it did yesterday. Familiar landmarks have been softened and disguised by white blankets that make everything look simultaneously beautiful and dangerous. Your companion points to a thread of smoke rising in the distance. A village or farmstead, perhaps a mile away. You both understand without discussion that this smoke represents survival, warmth, possible food, and shelter from the elements that would gladly kill you both if given the chance. The walk to the village takes twice as long as it should because the snow hides the road's contours. You break through crusts of ice into hidden puddles, stumble over buried rocks, and sink unexpectedly into drifts that reach your knees. By the time you arrive at the village edge, your boots are soaked through and your feet have gone numb, a dangerous condition that requires immediate attention. The village is just 7 or 8 buildings clustered around a small church, the kind of place that doesn't appear on any map because it barely exists in the consciousness of anyone who doesn't live there. But right now, it looks like paradise because several houses have smoke rising from their roofs, visible proof of fire and warmth. Your companion touches his forehead in farewell and heads toward one house while you approach another, understanding that 2 vagabonds together are more threatening than one alone. You knock on the door of a house that looks slightly more prosperous than its neighbours, not because you expect better treatment there, but because wealthier households are more likely to spare resources for charity. The door opens to reveal a woman in her middle years, her face showing the kind of suspicion that all sensible medieval people direct towards strangers. You don't ask to come inside, that would be presumptuous, but instead gesture to your feet and make the universal signs for cold and desperate. Your teeth chatter helpfully, adding authenticity to your petition. She considers for a long moment, then steps back and gestures toward the barn. It's not an invitation into her home. Few medieval people would be foolish enough to invite a stranger inside, but permission to warm yourself in the barn, which likely has animals whose body heat provides some ambient warmth. The barn is dark and pungent with the smell of cows and old hay, but it's infinitely warmer than outside. You find a corner near the animals and sit down to examine your feet. They're white and waxy looking, the early stages of frostbite that will become serious if not addressed. You pull off your boots and wet stockings, then bury your feet in a pile of loose hay, massaging them gently to encourage blood flow. The barn door opens again, and the woman appears carrying a small pot of something steaming. She sets it down within your reach without coming too close, then disappears back to her house. You pull the pot closer and discover it contains hot water with some oatmeal stirred in. Not quite soup, not quite porridge, but hot and nourishing. You cradle the pot in both hands, letting the warmth seep into your fingers before drinking the liquid slowly, making it last as long as possible. This simple act of hospitality, providing hot food to a stranger, represents one of the surviving threads of human decency in a world that was often brutal and short on compassion. The woman who brought you this food has no reason to help you beyond her Christian duty to feed the hungry and warm the cold. She gains nothing from your survival, except the satisfaction of having done right according to her faith. As your feet slowly regain feeling, a process that involves considerable pain, you think about the crucial importance of cloaks in the wandering life. Your cloak is your most valuable possession, more important than your boots or your knife or any other item you carry. A good cloak provides warmth, serves as a blanket at night, can be used as ground cover or an improvised bag, and marks you as someone who isn't completely destitute. Your particular cloak started life as something better. You can tell from the quality of the weaving, but it's been patched so many times with different materials that it now resembles a quilted map of your travels. The patch on the left shoulder came from a piece of blanket you found in Canterbury. The reinforcement around the hood came from a merchant's cast-off tunic in Rouen. The entire bottom hem is reinforced with strips of leather you bartered for with a cobbler who appreciated a well-told story. The cloak is made of wool, which is crucial because wool remains warm even when wet. A property that has saved your life at least twice when you've been caught in freezing rain with no shelter. You've learned to care for this cloak like a medieval knight cared for his armour, checking for tears before they become holes, cleaning off mud before it sets, and carefully drying it when wet rather than letting it rot. Medieval vagabonds developed an entire technology around staying warm without reliable access to fire. You've learned to identify places where the ground retains residual warmth, near compost heaps, in fresh manure piles, and in spots where livestock have been lying. You've discovered that churches with their thick stone walls hold daytime warmth well into the evening. You've mastered the art of sleeping in positions that minimise heat loss and maximise the insulation value of your cloak. But nothing replaces actual fire. After several hours in the barn, when your feet have returned to something approaching normal colour and sensation, you venture back outside to find that several villagers have built a communal fire in the space between buildings. This is common in winter. Private fires in individual homes are supplemented by larger fires where people gather to work, socialise and share warmth. You approach the fire with proper deference, not pushing close but staying at the periphery where vagabonds belong. The villagers eye you warily but don't drive you away. One old man, his hands busy with some kind of rope work, nods slightly in your direction, an acknowledgement of your shared humanity, if not exactly friendship. The fire is made with wood that someone spent hours cutting, gathering and carrying. In the medieval world, fuel for fire was a precious resource that represented significant labour. The fact that you're allowed to share this warmth is another form of charity, one that cost the villagers real money in terms of the extra wood needed to maintain the flames. You stand at the fire's edge and slowly rotate, warming first your front, then your sides, then your back, the way a piece of meat rotates on a spit. The heat penetrates your cloak and your multiple layers of clothing gradually, driving out the deep cold that had settled into your bones. Your fingers and toes tingle painfully as circulation returns fully, a sensation that's almost worse than being numb but signals that you'll keep all your digits for now. As the sun sets, painting the snowy landscape in shades of pink and orange, you prepare mentally for another cold night. But this time you'll sleep in the barn with some residual warmth in your body, dry clothes, and a full stomach. Luxuries that make the difference between merely uncomfortable and genuinely dangerous. 2 weeks later, the snow has melted into a landscape of mud and ice, and you're walking south toward regions where winter might be marginally less harsh. The road has been relatively empty for days, and you've fallen into the rhythm of solitary travel. Walk until tired, rest briefly, and walk again until darkness forces you to seek shelter. You come upon a monastery just as evening prayers are ending, their voices drifting across the fields in plain song that sounds like something not quite of this earth. Medieval monasteries served multiple functions in society. Religious centres certainly, but also hospitals, schools, hostels and refugees. The almoner of any monastery had a sacred duty to provide food and shelter to travellers and beggars, though the quality and quantity of such charity varied wildly depending on the monastery's wealth and the almoner's temperament. This particular monastery is neither rich nor poor, a mid-sized establishment of perhaps 20 monks who work their own fields and maintain modest buildings of local stone. You approach the gate and ring the small bell that signals someone seeking the almoner's charity. The monk who appears is younger than you expected, perhaps 30, with the kind of face that suggests he smiles easily. He looks you over with eyes that see more than your ragged appearance, that seem to calculate your story and your needs with practiced efficiency. He gestures for you to follow him to a long, low building adjacent to the monastery's main church. Inside, you find a dozen other travellers in various states of disrepair, other vagabonds, a family displaced by some unnamed disaster, and an elderly woman who might be a pilgrim or might just be homeless. The almoner provides each person with a bowl of thick pottage, a piece of bread, and a cup of weak ale. The meal is simple but generous, and the room where you eat is warmed by a fire that crackles in a central hearth. After months of uncertain food and frequent colds, this feels like extravagant luxury. You eat slowly, making each spoonful last, while around you others do the same. There's little conversation. Hunger and exhaustion leave little room for socialising, but there's a sense of shared relief, of having reached temporary safety. After the meal, the almoner shows you to a sleeping room lined with simple pallets stuffed with straw. It's not private, you'll be sharing space with other travellers, but it has a roof that doesn't leak, walls that block the wind, and enough blankets that you might actually be warm tonight. The almoner offers a quiet blessing over the room's occupants before leaving. His last words are a reminder that the chapel will be open before dawn if anyone wishes to attend prayers. You claim a pallet in the corner and settle in with the cautious relief of someone who's learned not to get too comfortable. Tomorrow you'll need to leave, return to the road, and resume the constant search for food and shelter. But tonight, you have both, and that's enough. Lying on your pallet, surrounded by the breathing of other travellers and the occasional crackle from dying embers in the hearth, you think about the various forms of kindness you've encountered in your months on the road. Some kindness comes from religious duty, like this monastery's hospitality. Other kindness arrives unexpectedly, like the farmer who not only let you sleep in his barn, but also invited you to help with harvest, in exchange for meals and a week of shelter. You remember the miller's wife who noticed your boots were falling apart and gave you a pair that had belonged to her deceased husband. You recall the tavern keeper who let you sleep by his fire in exchange for sweeping the floor and hauling water. You think of the old woman who shared her fire and her bread while telling you about the son she'd lost to plague, seeming to need the company more than you needed the food. These moments of unexpected humanity stand out against the background of indifference and occasional hostility that characterises most interactions with settled people. Medieval society was not uniformly cruel, but it was practical in ways that left a little room for sentiment about strangers. Every piece of bread given to a vagabond was bread that couldn't feed a family member. Every space offered to a traveller was space that couldn't be used for something else. Yet kindness persisted, motivated by various combinations of Christian duty, human compassion, and perhaps the superstitious belief that any stranger might be an angel in disguise. These acts of charity created a network of survival that made the wandering life possible, barely, precariously, but possible. You've also learned to offer your own forms of kindness in return. You help carry water, chop wood, mend fences, or perform whatever tasks your temporary hosts need. You tell news from the road, share information about conditions in other regions, and serve as a mobile newspaper in a world without printed media. You offer blessings and prayers, real or fabricated, because people like to believe that divine favour follows charitable acts. Sometimes the kindness you encounter takes unexpected forms. There was the monk who could offer no food because the monastery's stores were depleted, but who gave you a small wooden cross and assured you that God would provide. The cross had no monetary value, but wearing it around your neck changed how some people saw you, transformed you from a possible threat into a pilgrim deserving of protection. There was the knight who found you sleeping in his hunting lodge, and, instead of punishing you for trespassing, asked about your travels and listened with genuine interest to your descriptions of roads and towns. He sent you away with coins in your pocket and directions to his brother's manor, where you were treated as a guest for 3 days before continuing your journey. There was the prostitute in Toulouse who shared her fire and her food while explaining that she understood what it meant to live on society's margins, to be someone that respectable people looked through rather than at. Her kindness came without judgment or piety, just one marginal person helping another because that's what people should do. These memories are your true wealth, more valuable than money because they sustain hope. They prove that even in a world structured around hierarchy, obligation and self-interest, individuals still sometimes choose compassion over indifference, generosity over calculation, and connection over isolation. Spring arrives gradually, not as a single event, but as a series of small changes you notice while walking. The mud of early March gives way to firmer ground. The bare trees begin showing small green suggestions of buds. Birds return from wherever birds spend the winter, filling mornings with song that sounds excessive after months of silence. You've survived your first winter on the road, which means you've learned enough to survive future winters. This knowledge sits in your body as much as your mind. Your hands know how to build a shelter from branches, your feet know how to walk on ice, and your stomach knows how to function on minimal food. You're thinner, harder, and more resilient than when you started wandering. With warmer weather comes an increase in travellers on the roads. Merchants emerge to trade goods that winter had locked away. Pilgrims begin journeys to distant shrines, their walking staffs and shell badges identifying their purpose. Entertainers move between towns and fairs, carrying their trade in carts or on their backs. The road becomes almost crowded, at least compared to winter's emptiness. Among these spring travellers, you notice a group that moves with particular energy. 3 young men and a woman carrying instruments wrapped in protective cloth. They're minstrels or jongleurs, professional entertainers who make their living from music, acrobatics and storytelling. You've encountered such groups before, usually giving them wide berth because entertainers guard their territories and resent amateur competition. But this group seems less territorial than most. When you stop at a crossroad shrine for a brief rest, they're already there, sharing a meal and discussing their next destination. One of them, a young man with a face that suggests he smiles often, notices you and gestures toward their food in casual invitation. You join them cautiously, accepting a piece of cheese and some bread while they debate the merits of various routes south. Their conversation reveals that they're heading toward a series of spring fairs where lords and merchants gather to trade, socialise and watch entertainment. It's the profitable season for travelling performers, when noble households will pay well for skilled musicians and the crowds have money to throw to street performers. The woman in the group, she introduces herself as Agnes, asks about your travels with genuine curiosity rather than the polite indifference most people show vagabonds. You tell her about the roads you've walked, the towns you've passed through, and the conditions in various regions. She listens with the attention of someone gathering useful information, occasionally asking specific questions about particular places. In return, Agnes tells you about the performer's life, which is both similar to and different from a vagabond's existence. Like you, they're constantly moving, always uncertain about tomorrow's food and shelter. Unlike you, they have a trade that people value and skills that can be exchanged for money and hospitality. They're marginal people too. Society views travelling performers with suspicion, considering them only slightly more respectable than beggars. But their marginality includes a kind of glamour that pure vagrancy lacks. As you talk, one of the young men unwraps a small wooden flute and begins playing, apparently just for the pleasure of it. The music is simple but skillfully played, a melody that sounds like it might be a dance tune or perhaps a popular song. You've heard music occasionally during your travels, church bells, work songs from fields, drunken singing from taverns, but this is different. This is music made by someone who has spent hundreds of hours learning to coax beauty from a piece of carved wood. The music does something unexpected to you. Emotions you've kept carefully controlled for months suddenly press against your composure. The melody sounds like longing, like memory, like everything you've lost in choosing or being forced into the wandering life. Your eyes sting with tears you refuse to let fall, and you look away toward the horizon until the moment passes. Agnes notices. Of course she notices, but says nothing, just pats your arm briefly in wordless understanding. When the song ends, she begins another, this one with words, something about a knight and a lady and a rose garden. Her voice is clear and practiced, the voice of someone who has sung this song dozens of times in halls and marketplaces. The group invites you to travel with them for a few days, and you accept gratefully. Walking with company is both easier and more complicated than walking alone. Easier because shared labour makes some tasks simpler. More complicated because you must negotiate constantly about pace, direction, and the 100 small decisions that solitary travel allows you to make without consultation. Over the next week you learn that music and faith serve similar purposes for people on the road. Both provide structure and meaning to days that might otherwise feel purposeless. Both connect you to something larger than immediate survival. Both remind you that human existence includes beauty and transcendence, not just hunger and cold. The performers carry their faith lightly, neither particularly devout nor openly sceptical, just accepting that churches exist and prayers are sometimes useful. They stop at roadside shrines to offer brief supplications, attend Sunday Mass when it's convenient, and carry small tokens, a saint's medal, a scrap of holy text that might provide protection or at least comfort. You've noticed that vagabonds tend toward either intense religiosity or complete skepticism, with little middle ground. Some wanderers become convinced that their suffering is divinely ordained, a test of faith that will earn salvation. Others decide that any god who would permit such hardship is either non-existent or not worth worshipping. Your own faith has evolved during your months on the road. You still pray, but your prayers have become more practical. Requests for dry weather, safe passage, and kind strangers, rather than abstract petitions for grace or salvation. You've developed a working relationship with the divine. You'll maintain belief if God maintains some minimal level of support. It's not the faith of saints or mystics, but it's honest, and it helps you face each day. The performers teach you songs during these shared days, partly as entertainment and partly because songs are currency in their world. The more songs you know, the more valuable you are at gatherings where music is expected. You learn a ballad about Roland and Oliver, a bawdy song about a miller's wife, and a hymn to the Virgin that might provide access to churches or monasteries. Your voice is untrained and rough from months of shouting into wind and cold, but Agnes coaches you patiently, showing you how to breathe properly and project sound. She treats this teaching with the same seriousness she might give to training a formal apprentice, perhaps because she understands that you might someday need these skills to survive. One evening, the group performs at a small village celebration, something to do with the spring planting or a local saint's day. You watch from the edges as they transform from ordinary road travellers into something magical. Agnes dances while singing, her movements graceful and practiced. The men juggle and perform acrobatics that seem to defy gravity. The music and performance create a temporary space where the audience forgets their daily struggles and simply enjoys being entertained. You understand then that what these performers offer isn't just skill or music, it's temporary transcendence, a brief escape from the grinding reality of medieval life. For the price of a few coins, villagers can watch something beautiful, laugh at clever jokes, and feel emotions that daily survival usually suppresses. It's a service as real as anything a blacksmith or baker provides, and watching the villagers' faces you see how desperately people need this service. After the performance, villagers provide the group with food, drink and space in a barn to sleep. You're included in this hospitality as part of the troupe, and for one night you experience what it might be like to have a trade, to be valued for skills rather than merely tolerated as a Christian obligation. You part ways with the performers at a crossroads in early April, each group heading toward different destinations. Agnes gives you a small wooden whistle as a parting gift, showing you how to play 3 simple songs before she leaves. The whistle fits in your pocket, weighs almost nothing, and represents a kind of magic, the ability to create music and to potentially earn coins or food through performance rather than begging. But Spring's promise proves deceptive. A week after you separate from the performers, the weather turns viciously cold again. One of those late-season freezes that kills early buds and reminds everyone that winter doesn't release its grip easily. You're caught between towns when the cold arrives, walking a road that passes through a forest where the trees provide some wind protection, but no actual shelter. This is different from the deep winter cold you experienced months ago. Then you were resigned to discomfort, psychologically prepared for suffering. This cold arrives when you've started hoping for warmth, when you've let yourself believe that survival might become easier. The psychological impact of disappointed hope is worse than the cold itself. You walk through afternoon and into evening, looking for any structure that might serve as shelter. The forest seems endless, and the cold intensifies as the sun sets. Your breath forms clouds that freeze into tiny ice crystals on your beard. Your fingers inside your gloves go numb despite constant flexing. Just as full darkness arrives, you spot a dark shape through the trees, a charcoal burner's hut probably abandoned for the season but potentially offering shelter. You approach carefully because sometimes such structures are occupied by people who value solitude enough to fight for it. The hut is empty but shows signs of recent use. The hearth contains cold ashes, and someone has left a small pile of firewood stacked against the wall. This presents both a gift and a moral dilemma. The wood clearly belongs to whoever built this shelter, and is probably stored here for their next visit. Taking it would be theft, a violation of the unspoken rules that govern survival in the wilderness. But the alternative is risking death from cold in the night ahead. You have flint and steel, acquired through careful trade, but no tinder or kindling. The wood in the hut is your only option for fire. After long consideration, you decide to take just enough wood to survive the night, resolving to leave something of value in return. You arrange your few possessions and realise you have almost nothing worth leaving. A bone needle, a leather strap, and the wooden whistle Agnes gave you. The whistle is your most valuable possession, but it's also the only thing you have worth the wood you need. You place the whistle carefully on the woodpile where the owner will find it, saying a brief prayer that they'll understand the exchange. Then you set about building a fire, using precious time and the last of your energy to coax flame from cold materials. The fire eventually catches, small at first but gradually growing as you carefully add wood. The warmth feels like being welcomed back into the world of the living. You hold your hands near the flames, watching the colour return to your fingers, feeling the deep ache as circulation resumes. With fire established, you begin preparing for the night ahead. You seal gaps in the hut's walls with handfuls of leaves and dirt, creating a slightly better barrier against the wind. You arrange stones around the fire to hold heat that will continue radiating after the flames die down. You prepare your sleeping area close enough to the fire for warmth, but not so close that a spark might catch your cloak. The night that follows is a study in careful fire management. You've learned that keeping a fire going through a cold night requires more skill than simply piling on wood. Feed it too much and you waste precious fuel. Feed it too little, and you risk waking to cold ashes and potential hypothermia. You've developed an internal clock that wakes you every few hours to check the fire and add wood as needed. Between these fire-tending intervals you sleep fitfully, your dreams filled with fragments of memory. You dream of a life before the road. Whether a real memory or a fantasy, you're no longer certain. The details have blurred over months of exposure to cold and hunger and the constant demands of survival. You dream of warmth, of abundance, of a place where tomorrow's shelter isn't a constant question. Just before dawn, you wake to find that the fire has burned down to glowing coals and the interior of the hut has grown cold again. You add the last of the wood, watching the flames rise and knowing that when this burns down, you'll need to continue walking regardless of temperature or conditions. The charcoal burner's generosity, even unintentional generosity, has bought you one night of survival, but nothing more. As grey light filters through gaps in the hut's walls, you emerge to find a landscape transformed by frost. Every surface glitters with ice crystals that catch the early light and scatter it in tiny rainbows. Trees that looked dead yesterday now seem encased in glass, each branch outlined in frozen perfection. It's breathtakingly beautiful and brutally cold in equal measure. Your breath forms clouds that hang in the still air as you stretch muscles stiffened by cold and uncomfortable sleep. You check your body for damage, testing fingers and toes for frostbite, examining hands for cracks in the skin that might become infected, and assessing your overall condition with the dispassionate attention of someone who knows their survival depends on maintaining this physical machine. Everything appears functional. You're cold, hungry and tired, but none of these conditions are life-threatening yet. You've learned to distinguish between discomfort and danger, between suffering that can be endured and damage that requires immediate attention. Before leaving the hut, you bank the coals carefully, hoping that the person who returns will find some residual warmth and understand that you respected their property as much as circumstances allowed. The missing whistle should tell them that another traveller passed through, took what they needed to survive, and left something in return. It's a small gesture toward maintaining the network of informal cooperation that makes the wandering life possible. The road that day is harder than usual. The cold has sapped your energy, and the lack of food is beginning to matter more than it has in weeks. Your stomach no longer growls. It's moved beyond hunger into a kind of empty numbness that suggests your body is consuming its own resources for fuel. You've lost more weight, and your clothes hang loose on a frame that was never particularly substantial to begin with. Around midday, you meet another traveller heading in the opposite direction, a monk travelling alone, which suggests either courage or foolishness depending on conditions and local banditry. He stops when he sees you, perhaps recognising in your appearance something that requires Christian intervention. The monk reaches into his bag and produces a small round of cheese and a piece of bread, which he offers without comment or expectation of thanks. You accept with a small bow, too weary for elaborate displays of gratitude. He makes the sign of blessing over you and continues on his way, having performed his charitable duty without fuss or ceremony. You eat half the food immediately, then carefully wrap the remainder in a piece of cloth for later. This discipline, saving food when you're desperately hungry, is one of the hardest lessons of the wandering life. The temptation to consume everything immediately is overwhelming, but experience has taught that having food tomorrow matters more than being slightly less hungry today. The road climbs into hills as afternoon progresses, and the extra effort required by the elevation makes your weakness more apparent. You find yourself stopping to rest more frequently, sitting on roadside rocks while your legs tremble from exertion that shouldn't be difficult for someone in good condition. This is when the wandering life becomes truly dangerous, when accumulated deprivation reaches the point where your body begins failing at basic tasks. You recognise the warning signs, the trembling legs, the dizziness when standing too quickly, and the way your thoughts occasionally scatter and refuse to focus. You're approaching the edge where survival stops being reasonably likely and becomes merely possible. As evening approaches, you spot a village ahead and make the calculation that every vagabond must make regularly. Will approaching this settlement result in charity or hostility? Some villages welcome travellers, seeing them as sources of news and opportunities for Christian virtue. Others view strangers as threats, potential thieves, or disease carriers who should be driven away before they cause problems. This village appears prosperous but not wealthy. The houses are maintained but modest. The church is stone but small, and the fields show signs of careful cultivation without excessive abundance. You approach slowly, making yourself as visible and unthreatening as possible, your hands empty and visible, your posture suggesting exhaustion rather than aggression. A group of men working in a field near the road look up as you pass. One of them, older, probably the village headman or someone of similar authority, walks over to intercept you. His expression isn't hostile exactly, but it's not welcoming either. It's the look of someone assessing a potential problem and deciding how to handle it. You stop and wait, understanding that running or even walking away would mark you as suspicious. The headman looks you over with experienced eyes, seeing the ragged clothes, the obvious exhaustion, and the hollow cheeks that speak of extended hunger. His calculation is visible on his face. Threat or unfortunate, obligation or discretionary charity. He asks where you're travelling from and where you're heading. You answer honestly because lies are usually detected and always make situations worse. You tell him you're heading south, looking for work or any situation that might offer more stability than the road provides. This is true enough, though you've learned that such situations rarely materialise for people in your condition. The headman nods slowly, then gestures toward the village. He doesn't offer specific hospitality, but he doesn't forbid your presence either. It's a middle ground that means you may pass through, perhaps find some charity, but don't cause problems or expect too much. You thank him and continue into the village, heading directly toward the church because that's the customary first stop for travellers seeking charity. The priest, when you find him in the small garden behind the church, is younger than you expected and has the kind of face that suggests he takes his Christian obligations seriously. He listens to your brief explanation, traveller, hungry, seeking shelter for the night, with attention that feels genuine rather than perfunctory. Then he nods and leads you to a small building adjacent to the church, clearly used for storage but with space enough for a person to sleep. The priest provides you with bread, ale, and a piece of salted fish, along with permission to sleep in the storage building. He doesn't linger to talk or preach. Some priests treat charity as an opportunity for captive evangelism, but this one seems to understand that exhausted travellers need food and rest more than spiritual instruction. Alone in the storage building, you eat slowly, making each bite last, rehydrating your body with the ale and feeling your strength begin returning as your stomach receives actual nourishment. The fish is salty enough to hurt your dried lips, but it's protein and fat, both of which your body desperately needs. As darkness falls, you arrange your cloak on the floor and lie down, feeling safer and warmer than you have in days. The storage building smells of grain and wood, comfortable smells that speak of human activity and abundance. Through the walls, you can hear village life continuing, voices calling to each other, a dog barking, and children playing some evening game before being called to bed. You're separate from this life, observing it from outside like someone looking through a window at a scene you can't quite enter. The wandering life creates this separation. You move through communities without belonging to them, benefit from their charity without earning their investment, and exist on their margins without penetrating their centres. True spring finally arrives in late April, unmistakable and insistent. The trees explode into green almost overnight. Flowers appear in meadows and along roadsides, splashing colour across a landscape that has been brown and grey for months. The air itself changes, carrying warmth and the smell of growing things, of earth waking up after winter's dormancy. With spring comes renewed energy and possibility. The road dries out, making walking easier. Wild foods appear, early greens that can be eaten raw, mushrooms in the forest, and berries beginning to form on bushes. You're still hungry most of the time, but the edge of desperation dulls slightly as the world provides small supplements to your diet. You notice changes in your own body as the weather improves. The constant cold that seemed to have settled permanently into your bones gradually dissipates. Your joints stop aching quite so intensely. Your skin, which had become grey and papery during winter, shows signs of returning health. You're still thin, still worn down by months of deprivation, but you're surviving. The roads become crowded with spring activity. Farmers move between fields, merchants transport goods to markets, and pilgrims resume journeys that winter had interrupted. You're no longer unusual, just one more person on a road full of people. Your poverty and wandering status less conspicuous among the general movement of spring. You fall into travelling company with a group heading toward a large town that hosts a spring fair. The group includes 2 merchants, their servants, and several other travellers who have attached themselves for safety in numbers. No one objects to your presence because you're clearly harmless. and groups generally welcome additional bodies to help watch for bandits. The merchants treat you with polite indifference. You're neither customer nor threat, just a background presence. Their servants are friendlier, perhaps recognising in you someone closer to their own social status than their masters. You help with small tasks around the evening camp, gathering firewood, hauling water, keeping the fire going, in return for being allowed to share their food and fire. One evening, as the group camps beside a stream, one of the servants asks about your travels. He's curious about the wandering life in the way that settled people sometimes are, interested in a lifestyle they simultaneously fear and romanticize. You tell him some of your experiences, editing out the worst parts because people don't really want to hear about frostbite and starvation. He listens with fascination, then admits that he sometimes thinks about leaving his position, taking to the road, and experiencing the freedom of having no master. You don't tell him that freedom and destitution often look identical from the inside. You don't mention the constant fear, the grinding hunger, or the cold that seems to hollow out your bones. Instead, you describe sunrises seen from hilltops, the satisfaction of walking all day under open sky, and the strange communities that form among travellers. Your description is honest without being complete, true without being whole. The wandering life does offer certain freedoms. Freedom from obligations, from schedules, and from the expectations that come with settled life. But these freedoms come at an enormous cost, and you're not certain the trade is worthwhile. Still, you don't say this to the servant because everyone needs their dreams of escape, their fantasies of alternative lives. The group reaches the town just as the spring fair is beginning. The fair transforms the town from a normal medieval settlement into a temporary city of commerce and entertainment. Merchants from distant regions set up elaborate stalls displaying goods from across Europe and beyond. Entertainers perform in the streets. Food vendors sell items that smell like paradise after months of bread and thin soup. You separate from the travelling group and wander through the fair, overwhelmed by the abundance and activity. There's more food visible in this single market than you've seen in the past 3 months combined. The colours, sounds and smells create a sensory experience so intense it's almost painful after the muted palette of winter roads. You have no money to purchase anything, but watching is free, and you station yourself near food vendors, where occasionally they'll offer samples to attract customers. A baker gives you a piece of fresh bread, still warm, with butter that melts into the crumb. You eat it slowly, savouring each bite, understanding that this might be the best food you taste for weeks. As afternoon progresses, you drift toward an area where entertainers are performing. You recognise some of the acts, a juggler you saw last month, a pair of acrobats who might have been in that group you travelled with briefly. You don't approach them because entertainers' relationships with vagabonds are complicated. You occupy similar social territory, but they have marketable skills, while you have only your ability to survive. Then you spot Agnes from the troupe you travelled with, now performing with different partners. She's singing a ballad about a merchant's daughter and a sailor, her voice clear and trained, capturing an audience's attention with the confidence of someone who does this professionally. When she finishes, the crowd tosses coins that her partners collect in a hat. She sees you standing at the edge of the crowd and waves, gesturing for you to approach. You do so hesitantly, aware that you look even more ragged than when you travelled together, that you probably smell like old sweat and wood smoke, and that you represent the poverty most people prefer to ignore. But Agnes doesn't seem bothered by your appearance. She asks about your travels since you parted, listens to your brief summary, then reaches into her purse and produces a few small coins. You start to refuse. Pride is often the last thing poverty leaves intact, but she insists with a practicality that makes refusal seem churlish. She also asks about the whistle she gave you. When you explain about the charcoal burner's hut, the cold night, and the trade you made for survival, she nods with understanding rather than disappointment. She reaches into her bag and produces another whistle, this one slightly smaller but similar in construction. Agnes spends a few minutes refreshing your memory on the simple song she taught you before, then shows you a new one, a tune that's apparently popular at spring fairs. The melody is simple enough that you can approximate it after a few tries, though your playing is rough compared to her practice skill. Before she returns to her troupe, Agnes offers some advice that comes from her experience as someone who lives on the margins of settled society. She tells you that at fairs like this, there's often work for temporary labourers, loading and unloading merchant goods, helping construct and dismantle stalls, and performing simple tasks that regular workers don't have time for. The pay is minimal, but it's pay, and it might provide a few days of regular meals. You thank her, and she disappears back into the fair crowd, returning to her troupe and their next performance. Her kindness feels different from the charity you usually receive. It's practical rather than spiritual, offered from one marginal person to another without judgment or pity. Following her advice, you begin approaching merchants, asking if they need temporary help. Most refuse. They have their own servants and don't trust strangers. But eventually you find a spice merchant who agrees to pay you a few coins to help guard his stall overnight when theft becomes a significant risk. The work is simple. Sit near the merchant's goods, stay awake, and call for help if anyone tries to steal anything. You've spent months staying awake through uncomfortable nights, so this is easy by comparison. The merchant provides you with a meal before the night watch begins, meat pie and ale, the kind of substantial food you've been dreaming about. As you sit through the night watching the fair settle into sleeping quiet, you think about how strange it is to be paid for something you would gladly do for free just for the privilege of having food and a legitimate reason to be present. The coins the merchant will give you tomorrow represent more than their monetary value. They represent the difference between begging and earning, between being an object of charity and being a participant, however minor, in economic life. The fair continues for 3 more days, and you manage to find similar work each day. Simple labour that exhausted merchants need done, but their regular servants are too busy to handle. The pay is minimal, barely enough to buy food for the day, but you feel more human performing this work than you have in months of wandering. On the fair's final day, you use your accumulated coins to purchase practical supplies, a new pair of stockings to replace the ones falling apart on your feet, a small amount of dried meat that you can carry for when food becomes scarce again, and a piece of hard soap that will let you wash yourself and your clothes at the next stream you encounter. These purchases represent calculation and hope. The stockings will make walking easier and reduce the likelihood of blisters that might become infected. The dried meat could mean the difference between manageable hunger and dangerous starvation during a lean period. The soap acknowledges that maintaining hygiene matters even when you're homeless, that caring for yourself is an act of resistance against the degradation that poverty encourages. As the fair breaks up and merchants pack their goods for travel, you stand at a crossroads, both literal and metaphorical. The road continues in multiple directions, each leading to unknown destinations and uncertain outcomes. You've survived winter, learned skills that increase your chances of future survival, and created a small network of people who might remember you if your paths cross again. Late spring slides into early summer, and you find yourself covering territory you walked months ago during your first weeks on the road. The landscape looks different now, partly because the season has changed, partly because you've changed. The person who first walked these roads was unprepared for what the wandering life required. You're no longer that person. You've learned to read weather with accuracy that would impress farmers. You can tell from the morning sky whether rain will arrive by afternoon. You can feel in your joints when cold weather is approaching, even when the current day feels mild. You've learned which clouds promise gentle rain, and which threaten storms that require immediate shelter. You've developed an encyclopedic knowledge of edible plants that grow beside roads and in fields. You know that dandelion greens are best before the flowers appear, that wild garlic can be found in damp areas near streams, and that certain mushrooms are safe while similar-looking varieties are deadly. This knowledge has supplemented your diet during the worst periods of hunger, providing nutrition that kept you functioning when bread alone would have failed. You've mastered the art of fire-making under nearly any conditions. You can coax flame from damp wood using techniques learned from charcoal burners and other travellers. You know where to find dry tinder even after rain, how to protect a small flame from wind, and how to build a fire that provides maximum warmth with minimum fuel. Fire has become something you understand intimately rather than a mysterious phenomenon you either have or don't have. Your navigation skills have improved to the point where you rarely get lost anymore. You've learned to read the subtle signs that mark paths, the way grass grows differently where feet regularly pass, the worn patches on stones where travellers have stepped, and the arrangement of trees that suggests human traffic has influenced the landscape. You can estimate distances accurately and judge how long a journey will take based on terrain and conditions. More importantly, you've learned to read people, to distinguish between those likely to offer help and those best avoided. You can tell from body language whether someone will respond positively to a request for food, or whether approaching them will result in anger or violence. You've learned which social performances are expected: the grateful beggar, the humble petitioner, the entertaining storyteller, and the helpful labourer. You can shift between these roles as situations require, using performance as a survival tool. The wandering life has taught you about the structures that undergird medieval society. Systems that settled, people take for granted but which become visible when you exist outside them. You've learned that charity is organised through networks of religious obligation that connect monasteries, churches and pious individuals into a safety net that barely functions but does function. Without this network, vagabonds would simply die in large numbers during winter. You've observed how fear governs many interactions between travellers and settled people. Villagers fear strangers because strangers might be thieves, might carry disease, or might disturb the delicate balance that allows their communities to function. This fear is rational. You've encountered travellers who are indeed dangerous, who survive through theft and violence rather than begging and labour. The challenge is that settled people can't easily distinguish between harmless vagabonds and genuine threats, so they treat all strangers with suspicion. You've come to understand that the wandering life exists in a strange space outside normal medieval social categories. You're not a serf bound to land, not a craftsman tied to a guild, not a merchant with capital and credit, and not a noble with inherited status. You're essentially outside the feudal system, which makes you simultaneously free and vulnerable. No lord protects you, but no lord can command you. No community supports you, but no community can demand your labour. This freedom has its attractions. You wake each day with no obligations beyond survival, no master to serve, and no schedule to follow. You can walk in any direction, stop when you choose, and make decisions based entirely on your own assessment of conditions. For someone who values autonomy, this represents a kind of liberty that bound peasants never experience. But the freedom is purchased at enormous cost. You have no safety net if you become injured or sick. No community feels obligated to support you during hard times. Your survival depends entirely on your own physical capacity and mental resilience. When either of these fails, as eventually they must, you will likely die somewhere beside a road, your body disposed of by strangers who don't know your name. These thoughts occupy you as you walk through a landscape transformed by summer abundance. The fields are heavy with growing grain that will be harvested in a few months. Orchards show fruit beginning to form, promising autumn plenty. The world looks generous and fertile, nature's wealth displayed in every direction. Yet you remain hungry, unable to access this abundance because it belongs to people and institutions that don't include you. The grain in fields has owners who will prosecute theft. The fruit on trees belongs to lords and monasteries that guard their property. Even the fish in streams are claimed by someone with greater right than yours. You walk through abundance while experiencing scarcity, surrounded by food you cannot eat without stealing. This contradiction reveals something fundamental about medieval society. Poverty exists not because resources are insufficient, but because access to resources is controlled. There's enough food to feed everyone, enough shelter to house everyone, and enough clothing to keep everyone warm. But these resources are distributed through systems of ownership and obligation that exclude people like you. You've learned to navigate these systems carefully, taking small amounts that might be overlooked rather than large thefts that would provoke pursuit. You pick fruit from trees on the edges of orchards rather than the interior. You glean grain from fields after harvest, collecting what the official gleaners missed. You fish from streams using techniques that leave no evidence of your presence. This stealing without stealing represents a survival strategy developed over months of necessity. The ethical complexity of this situation occasionally troubles you. You've taken food that belonged to others, justifying the theft through your own hunger. You've slept in barns and shelters without permission, arguing that empty space costs the owner nothing. You've used resources, firewood, water, sometimes tools, that weren't yours to use. These actions violate the property rights that medieval society considers fundamental, yet refusing to take these resources would mean death, and you're not ready to accept that outcome. So you continue to exist in this ethical grey area, taking what you need while trying to minimise harm and occasionally leaving small compensations when possible. You tell yourself that survival justifies these compromises, though you're never entirely convinced. As summer progresses, you find yourself gravitating toward a region you've passed through several times now. It's not home, you have no home, but it's becoming familiar territory, where you know which villages are generous and which monasteries provide reliable charity. You recognise landmarks and can anticipate conditions ahead. The landscape has stopped being threatening wilderness and become something more like a very large, uncomfortable room you know how to navigate. You encounter other regular wanderers, people who seem to travel similar circuits at similar times. You don't become friends exactly. The wandering life doesn't encourage deep connections. But you develop a nodding acquaintance based on repeated encounters. You share information about road conditions, warn each other about hostile villages or generous monasteries, and occasionally travel together for a few days before separating again. One of these semi-familiar faces is an older woman who walks with a pronounced limp, carrying all her possessions in a bag made from a piece of old sailcloth. You've encountered her 4 or 5 times now over the months, always moving in roughly the same circuit through a region that spans about 50 miles. She's more talkative than most vagabonds, willing to share stories from her decades on the road. She tells you that she started wandering after her husband died, and his lord reclaimed their cottage for a new tenant. That was 20 years ago, when she was still strong enough to work as a harvest labourer or dairymaid. Now she's too old and injured for sustained physical labour, so she survives almost entirely on charity and small thefts. Her life represents what your future might look like if you continue wandering. Decades of degradation, accumulating injuries, slowly diminishing capacity until some illness or winter night finally ends the struggle. It's not an encouraging vision, but she seems neither bitter nor defeated, just matter-of-fact about a life that has turned out differently than she expected. She offers you advice based on her experience. Never stay in one place long enough to become a burden that local authorities feel obligated to remove. Cultivate relationships with charitable individuals, but don't overstay their generosity. Learn multiple skills so you can offer labour in exchange for food rather than relying purely on begging. Maintain your teeth as long as possible because eating becomes difficult without them. This last piece of advice seems oddly specific until she demonstrates by pulling back her lip to show missing teeth that make eating anything except soft foods nearly impossible. She's matter-of-fact about this too, explaining that she mostly lives on bread soaked in ale now, supplemented by whatever can be mashed into edible pulp. It's another glimpse of what the wandering life does to bodies over time. You part ways at a crossroads, and you continue walking into the long summer evening, thinking about futures and choices. The wandering life was never supposed to be permanent. It was supposed to be a temporary necessity until conditions improved enough to rejoin settled society. But months have passed, and you're no closer to that rejoining than when you started. The road has become less a temporary refuge and more a trap that's difficult to escape. Late summer brings its own challenges as roads bake hard under a sun that seems relentless. The dust that rises with each step coats your throat and turns your spit into mud. Water becomes a constant concern. Streams run lower, and you must sometimes walk miles out of your way to find drinking water that hasn't been reduced to a trickle or stagnant pool. You've learned to carry water when you find it, using a leather bottle acquired through trade with a cobbler who appreciated the news you brought from distant regions. The bottle holds perhaps 2 days' worth of water if you're careful, providing a buffer against desperate searches during the hottest parts of summer. The heat affects everyone on the road. Merchants move more slowly, travellers seek shade during the afternoon hours, and even animals seem less energetic. You adjust your walking schedule to match the weather, rising before dawn to walk, during the cool morning hours, resting through the brutal afternoon heat, then walking again in the evening as temperatures moderate. This schedule means you often find yourself walking in near darkness, which creates its own risks. Night walking requires constant attention to avoid twisting an ankle or missing the road entirely. You've learned to read landscapes by starlight, to judge distances in darkness, and to distinguish between shadows that represent actual obstacles and those created by tired eyes. But night walking also has unexpected benefits. The roads are quieter, allowing you to hear approaching travellers long before you meet them. The cooler temperatures make long-distance walking less exhausting. Sometimes you encounter nocturnal animals, owls hunting from fence posts, foxes crossing roads on their own mysterious errands, and bats wheeling through the air in pursuit of insects. These encounters with wildlife provide strange comfort. You share the night with other creatures who exist outside human social structures, who survive through their own resourcefulness rather than community support. There's kinship in this marginal existence, a sense that the wandering life connects you to something older than medieval society's elaborate hierarchies. As summer peaks and begins its slow decline toward autumn, you notice subtle changes in the landscape. The grain in fields shifts from green to gold. Apples on trees begin showing colour. Birds start gathering in larger flocks, preparing for migration. These signs remind you that another winter is coming, that the survival cycle is beginning again, and that you need to prepare for months of cold and scarcity. This realization brings a familiar dread. You survived one winter, but it nearly killed you. The thought of enduring another winter on the road feels overwhelming. You find yourself thinking more seriously about alternatives, finding some kind of regular work, joining a monastery as a lay brother, or somehow rejoining settled society, even if it means accepting conditions you previously found intolerable. But these alternatives all require resources you don't have. Regular work requires that employers trust you enough to hire you despite your appearance and lack of references. Monasteries rarely accept wanderers as brothers without some kind of connection or dowry. Rejoining settled society requires money, connections, or skills that translate into stable employment, none of which you possess in sufficient quantity. You're caught in what feels like an inescapable cycle. You can't rejoin settled society because you lack resources, but you can't accumulate resources while wandering. The road that seemed like a temporary refuge has become something more like a prison with very wide walls. These dark thoughts occupy you as you walk toward a town that's hosting a late summer festival, something related to harvest predictions or a local saint's day. Festivals often provide opportunities for temporary work or unusual charity, so vagabonds gravitate toward them despite the crowds and occasional hostility from townspeople who resent sharing limited resources with outsiders. The town is larger than most you've visited, perhaps 1,000 residents with stone walls and multiple churches. It's prosperous in the way that successful medieval towns are prosperous. Well-maintained buildings, busy markets, and the sound of craftsmen working at their trades. You can hear the festival before you see it. Music, voices, and the general roar of crowd activity. You enter the town through gates that aren't being guarded because the festival has made authorities more relaxed about who enters. The streets are crowded with people from surrounding villages and regions, creating the kind of temporary anonymity that benefits vagabonds. In this mass of unfamiliar faces, you're just another traveller, not obviously different from hundreds of others. The festival includes the usual elements: food vendors, entertainers, merchants displaying goods, religious processions, and substantial drinking. You drift through crowds, observing but not participating, because participation requires money you don't have. Still, watching provides its own satisfaction. The colour and movement and energy feel nourishing after months of lonely roads and quiet fields. You spot someone who looks vaguely familiar. A man, perhaps your age, dressed well but not ostentatiously, watching the festival with the slightly detached expression of someone who's present physically but absent mentally. It takes you several minutes to place him, and when you do, recognition arrives with shock. He's from your old life, before the road. You knew him slightly, not friends exactly, but acquaintances who occasionally crossed paths in whatever capacity you functioned before becoming a vagabond. Seeing him here, solid and prosperous and settled, creates a strange collision between your past and present. He hasn't noticed you yet, and you have time to decide whether to approach him or disappear into the crowd. Approaching risks exposes how far you've fallen, and requires admitting that the life you once lived has been reduced to wandering and begging. But avoiding him means accepting that your old identity is completely lost, that you've been erased by the wandering life. After long consideration, you decide to approach. You make yourself as presentable as possible, brushing dust from your cloak, running fingers through your hair, straightening your posture from the habitual stoop of someone trying to appear smaller and less threatening. Then you move through the crowd toward him, watching as recognition slowly dawns on his face. His expression cycles through surprise, confusion, and something like embarrassment as he processes your appearance and obvious poverty. You greet him by name, keeping your tone casual, acting as though your meeting is ordinary rather than loaded with implications about success and failure. He recovers his composure and greets you politely, asking about your circumstances in the careful way that people ask questions they're not certain they want answered. You provide a brief, heavily edited version of how you came to be on the road, leaving out the worst parts and framing your wandering as more choice than necessity. He listens with the expression of someone performing a social obligation rather than showing genuine interest, and you understand that you're making him uncomfortable. Your presence reminds him that the security he takes for granted is fragile, that disaster can transform anyone from settled citizen to homeless wanderer. You're a walking cautionary tale, an embodiment of fears he'd prefer to ignore. The conversation is brief and ends with him offering you a few coins, not enough to fundamentally change your circumstances, but enough to buy several meals. You accept with thanks that are genuine despite your complicated feelings about the exchange. He disappears back into the festival crowd, probably relieved to escape your presence. You stand holding the coins, thinking about what just happened. Those few minutes of conversation have forced you to see yourself through someone else's eyes, to recognise how completely the wandering life has transformed you. You're no longer recognisable as whatever you used to be. You've become something else entirely, a vagabond, a wanderer, someone who exists outside the social categories that define identity in medieval society. This realisation is both liberating and devastating. Liberating because it means you're finally accepting what you've become, rather than clinging to a past that no longer exists. Devastating because it confirms that returning to your old life is probably impossible. You've travelled too far, changed too much, and become too alien to the world you once inhabited. You use the coins to buy food, not festival treats, but practical items like bread and cheese that will last for days. While eating, you watch the festival continue around you. All this celebration and abundance that you can observe but not fully join. You're present but separate, included but marginal, seeing everything while belonging nowhere. As evening arrives and the festival reaches its peak of drinking and celebrating, you slip away to find sleeping space in a stable on the town's edge. The stable keeper charges a small coin for space in the loft, and you pay it gladly, because sleeping indoors feels like luxury after months of exposed nights. Lying in the hay with festival sounds drifting in from the distance, you think about balance and survival. The wandering life requires constant adjustment, not too hopeful, which leads to devastating disappointment, but not too despairing, which leads to giving up entirely. You must find some middle ground where you accept your circumstances without being destroyed by them. You've survived this far through a combination of skill, luck, and stubborn refusal to quit. Perhaps that's enough. Perhaps the goal isn't to escape the wandering life or to thrive within it, but simply to continue, to wake each morning, to walk each day, to find shelter each night, to string together enough small victories that they add up to something we call life. Imagine yourself on a cool evening in 400 BCE, strolling through the winding, narrow streets of ancient Athens. The sky is painted in rose and gold hues that would make any Instagram filter envious, as the sun has just slipped behind the hills. You're going to learn that Greek homes were much more advanced than you may think. They weren't simple huts where people huddled like Antarctic penguins to stay warm. Although their method differed greatly from our contemporary solutions, Greek homes were built with sleep comfort as their top priority. Greek architects used a healthy dose of centuries' worth of practical knowledge to create homes that were essentially climate-controlled systems made of stone, wood, and clay tiles rather than fighting the climate. Built around a central courtyard known as an atrium, the typical Greek home functioned as a clever climate control system and the centre of family life. Imagine a tiny outdoor space that is encircled by living areas and covered walkways, forming a microclimate that retains warmth in the winter and stays cooler in the summer. This was environmental engineering masquerading as architecture, not merely a matter of taste. These houses had thick walls made of sun-dried mud bricks, which were remarkably insulating. Consider them to be ancient thermal mass that releases heat gradually during the cool nights and absorbs it slowly during the warm days. These walls, which in some locations could be as thick as 2 feet, served as a barrier between the sleeping quarters inside and the occasionally severe Mediterranean weather outside. The importance of orientation for comfort is something that many contemporary architects have forgotten, but Greek builders understood. In order to benefit from winter sun and offer protection from summer heat, houses were thoughtfully placed. In order to avoid the harsh afternoon sun that could turn a bedroom into an oven, the main sleeping areas were usually positioned on the side of the house that would receive the morning light. There were windows, but they weren't for picturesque views. They were strategically placed and small. These were thoughtfully designed apertures that permitted ventilation while reducing heat loss, rather than the expansive picture windows we are accustomed to. Wooden shutters, oiled cloth, or even thin sheets of translucent stone that let in light but keep out drafts could be used to cover these windows on chilly evenings. The floors in sleeping quarters were frequently composed of packed earth and smooth plaster, which may seem archaic until you consider that earth floors offer superior thermal mass and maintain a constant temperature. Thick rugs and animal hides could be used to cover these floors in the winter, providing surprisingly good insulation against the chilly floor. Another astute consideration was room height. Greek bedrooms naturally encouraged relaxation because of their comparatively low ceilings, which meant less air volume to heat and a cozier, more intimate atmosphere. When your heating system is primarily based on body heat and oil lamps, high ceilings may look impressive, but they do a terrible job of keeping you warm. The art of the alcove, which are tiny enclosed sleeping areas that resemble bedrooms inside bedrooms, was also perfected by the Greeks. These alcoves were frequently incorporated into the thickest section of the house's walls, resulting in 3 sides of natural insulation. Sleeping in an alcove was similar to sleeping in a comfortable cave that was created by someone who genuinely cared about your well-being. Many homes had what we might refer to as a winter room and a summer room, which allowed families to move around the house according to the time of year. The summer room would be bigger, better ventilated, and made to remain cool even on the hottest days, while the winter room would be smaller, better protected, and oriented to receive the most sunlight. For the warmest summer nights, Greek homes also had covered outdoor sleeping spaces. These areas offered shelter from dew and the sporadic summer rains, along with the cooling benefits of nighttime breezes. It was similar to having a permanent camping setup without having to fumble with tent poles at night. Sleep was also taken into consideration when designing Greek homes' entrances. The quiet sleeping quarters farther inside the house were separated from the dusty, noisy street by a sequence of rooms and courtyards. This meant that local dogs, early morning traders and late-night partygoers were far less likely to disrupt your restful sleep. Most significantly, Greek home design understood that psychological comfort was just as important for restful sleep as physical comfort. The design fostered a feeling of seclusion and safety that promoted mental and physical relaxation. Usually located away from public spaces and intended to feel like havens, sleeping quarters were the most secure section of the house. Let's move on to discussing what the Greeks actually slept on after discussing the architectural shell that shielded them. Greek bedding was surprisingly sophisticated, combining natural materials in ways that contemporary sleep scientists would likely approve of. This contrasts with the idea of ancient people tossing and turning on rough straw pallets. The Klein, a bed frame that served as both furniture and art, was the cornerstone of Greek sleeping comfort. These were well-made pieces that frequently had curved headrests, ornamental legs, and built-in storage spaces rather than the straightforward rectangular platforms we might have expected. A well-made Klein was made to last for many generations and was frequently handed down from parents to children as a family heirloom. Greek bed frames were usually higher off the ground than contemporary beds and constructed of wood, usually olive, oak, or imported cedar for the wealthy. In addition to offering storage space underneath and shielding sleepers from drafts hugging the floor, this elevation also produced a psychologically significant and cosy feeling. In a literal sense, climbing into bed meant ascending to a place of safety and rest. The actual sleeping surface was made up of a foundation made of leather straps or woven rope, which was more flexible than a contemporary box spring. After that, this foundation was covered with several layers of carefully selected materials, each of which had a distinct function in the pursuit of comfort at night. Usually, the first layer consisted of a thick mattress made of wool filled with materials that were chosen according to local availability and family wealth. The mattresses of wealthy Greeks may be filled with imported silk fibres, goose feathers, or even soft sheep's wool. Wool was mixed with dried seaweed or cleaned straw in middle-class households. Reeds, dried grasses, or the wool from the family's own sheep could be used to make cosy sleeping surfaces in even the smallest of homes. It was surprising how well these old mattresses controlled the temperature. In addition to wicking moisture away from the body, wool in particular has the amazing ability to keep you cool in the summer and warm in the winter. These characteristics were intuitively understood by Greek bedmakers, who used them to design sleeping surfaces that adjusted to the body temperature of the sleeper, as well as the room temperature. Depending on the season and individual preference, layers of woolen blankets and linen sheets were placed over the mattress. The quality of Greek textiles was well known throughout antiquity, and sleeping linens were valued enough to demand hefty expenditures. Often included in a bride's dowry, a set of luxurious bed linens was meant to be used for many years. The ability to design layered bedding systems that could be modified for various conditions was a specialty of the Greeks. A sleeper may only use a thin woolen cover and a light linen sheet on warm summer nights. Additional layers could be added as the temperature dropped, such as quilted covers filled with wool or down, fur throws, or heavier woolen blankets. Pillows were smaller, firmer supports intended to maintain the head and neck in the proper alignment while sleeping, rather than the fluffy, oversized cushions we're accustomed to today. These were thought to be necessary for a comfortable night's sleep, and were frequently filled with soft materials like wool, feathers, or dried herbs. In order to combine comfort and aromatherapy, some Greek pillows were even filled with lavender or rose petals. Rich people may own several sets of bedding for various times of year and events. More blankets that could turn a bed into a comfortable cocoon, thicker mattresses and heavier wools were all features of winter bedding. Breathability and cooling were the main features of summer bedding, which featured lighter materials and fewer layers that were simple to modify on hot nights. Additionally, Greek bedding included useful elements that are frequently absent from contemporary bedding. In order to keep them from falling off while you were sleeping, many blankets featured loops or ties that allowed them to be fastened to the bed frame. Foot warmers, which are special pockets or compartments where heated stones or metal objects can be placed to warm cold feet, were built into some sleeping systems. Greek bedding was influenced by colour and design for psychological as well as aesthetic reasons. Lovely bedding contributed to the setting that encouraged rest and restful sleep. In order to provide a feeling of comfort and individuality, wealthy Greeks may have had their bedding embroidered with geometric designs, mythological scenes, or family symbols. The Greeks were also aware of the significance of maintaining bedding for both health and comfort. To keep freshness and keep insects away, sleeping areas were fumigated with herbs, blankets were cleaned and recarded, and mattresses were frequently aired and refilled. Clean, well-maintained bedding just slept better and lasted longer, so this attention to cleanliness was about more than just hygiene. Another Greek invention that enhanced comfort while safeguarding priceless textiles was the seasonal storage of bedding. In order to prevent insect damage, heavy winter bedding was meticulously cleaned and stored during the summer, frequently with fragrant herbs. This meant that families could bring out clean, fresh bedding that was ready to provide the most warmth and comfort when the cold weather returned. Because bedding could be made at home and purchased locally, even small Greek homes frequently had surprisingly cosy sleeping arrangements. A family could make cosy beds with locally sourced wool, homegrown herbs, and textiles woven on domestic looms, even if they could not afford imported silk or fine furs. Without electric blankets or central heating, you may be wondering how the Greeks stayed warm during those frigid Mediterranean winters. The solution combines clever heating techniques, architectural gimmicks, and a thorough comprehension of the flow of heat through structures. Knowledge that would be very helpful to many contemporary homeowners. The brazier, a transportable metal container made to safely store burning wood or charcoal indoors, served as the main heating source in the majority of Greek homes. These were carefully designed heating devices that provided warmth while lowering the risk of fires or carbon monoxide poisoning, not rudimentary fire pots that filled rooms with smoke. Consider them the ancestors of space heaters, but with centuries of refinement. From tiny personal warmers that could warm a single sleeping alcove to massive family models that could warm an entire room, Greek braziers came in a variety of shapes and sizes. The best braziers were constructed of iron or bronze and had perforations on the sides that safely contained the burning fuel while allowing heat to radiate effectively. Some even featured movable vents that let users regulate the airflow and heat output. These heating systems' fuel was carefully selected for its safety and heat output. Because it burned hotter, produced less smoke, and was easier to manage, charcoal was favoured over wood. In addition to providing warmth, burning aromatic woods like cedar or sandalwood allowed wealthy families to fill the air with pleasant scents that encouraged rest and sleep. Greek homes frequently had extremely advanced built-in heating systems for their era. Hypocausts, or underfloor heating systems, were found in some homes. These systems heated rooms from below by circulating hot air from a furnace through spaces beneath the floor. Cities in northern Greece, where winters were harsher, were especially fond of this system. The Greeks devised a number of clever heating techniques that concentrated heat where it was most needed, particularly for sleeping quarters. After being warmed by the fire, heated stones or metal objects were put in bed warmers, which are specialised containers designed to safely hold hot objects without scorching the bedding. For added aromatherapy benefits, these antiquated hot water bottles were frequently scented with herbs and could keep a bed warm for hours. The art of heating clothing for sleeping was also perfected by the Greeks. Sleeping clothes were made to regulate body temperature in addition to being modest. Sleeping tunics and wool nightgowns created a personal microclimate that remained comfortable all night long by retaining body heat while letting moisture out. To help stop heat loss from the head, some sleeping garments even had hoods or caps. By placing braziers strategically and using bed curtains or canopies to create smaller, easier-to-heat spaces surrounding the sleeping area, room heating was frequently concentrated in sleeping areas. Even if the rest of the room was fairly cool, thick curtains around a bed could retain warm air and provide a comfortable sleeping environment. Thermal mass, or the capacity of dense materials to store and release heat gradually, was another advantage of Greek heating systems. When braziers or sunlight warmed stone or clay walls during the day, the heat would continue to radiate through the night, providing a steady, gentle warmth that didn't require constant fuel feeding. Community heating was typical for low-income families. During the coldest months, extended families may sleep together, using body heat and little fuel heating to stay warm. It was more than just economics. Group sleeping actually resulted in more comfortable and controlled temperatures than individual heating systems. The Greeks created advanced fuel management systems that reduced expenses and effort while optimizing heat. In order to guarantee a supply of clean-burning fuel for winter heating, charcoal was frequently prepared ahead of time during warm weather. Wood that burns well and emits little smoke indoors was carefully chosen and seasoned. Heat recovery systems were installed in some Greek homes to recover and repurpose lost warm air. Cooking fires, which were in any case required for food preparation, were placed and vented so that their heat could warm sleeping quarters before being expelled outdoors. Every piece of fuel burned had its heating value maximised by this dual-purpose strategy. The intricate task of keeping the entire house at a comfortable temperature was handled by dedicated heating servants for the wealthy. These experts knew how to arrange braziers for optimal effectiveness, bank fires for consistent overnight heating, and coordinate various heating sources to ensure cosy sleeping conditions. When it came to old heating systems, safety was always the top priority. Greek homes frequently had sleeping quarters with stone or tile floors surrounding heating appliances to prevent fires. Heating devices were carefully placed away from bedding and easily flammable textiles, and water containers were kept close by for emergency fire suppression. The significance of air quality in heated sleeping areas was also recognized by the Greeks. Ventilation systems prevented hazardous gas accumulation from burning fuel while allowing fresh air to enter heated rooms. Some homes had advanced chimney systems that kept heat inside while safely drawing combustion gases and smoke outside. Greek families were able to control fuel expenses and maintain year-round comfort through the use of seasonal heating techniques. Heating may only be used to warm bed linens before bed in mild weather. Several heating systems would be used to provide layers of warmth throughout the house during cold snaps. Because of this adaptable strategy, heating could be changed to accommodate family budgets and weather conditions. Imagine living in a world where sleep was a sacred journey into the world of the gods rather than merely a biological necessity as you get ready for your own journey into sleep tonight. The ancient Greeks understood that the transition from waking to sleeping required both physical and spiritual preparation, so they approached bedtime with the same respect and ritual that we might save for significant life events. Greek bedtime customs predate the act of actually getting into bed. Because the evening was viewed as a period of transition during which the lines separating the divine and mortal realms grew increasingly blurred, preparation was crucial for both spiritual protection and sound sleep. These were well-planned routines that encouraged both physical comfort and mental tranquility, rather than superstitious beliefs. Perhaps the most significant aspect of Greek bedtime preparation was the lighting ritual. The harsh light of the day was gradually replaced by the soft glow of oil lamps filled with olive oil and scented with herbs like chamomile or lavender as night fell. Lighting evening lamps served as more than just a means of illumination. It was a form of meditation that assisted the mind's shift from the active energy of the day to the quiet, receptive state of the night. Greek oil lamps were themselves works of art, frequently embellished with pictures of serene gods, symbols of protection, or serene landscapes. In contrast to the harsh, constant illumination of contemporary electric lights, the light they produced was warm and flickering. In ways that contemporary science has only just begun to comprehend, this soft, erratic light naturally promoted sleepiness and assisted in regulating the body's circadian rhythms. Before going to bed, personal hygiene and spiritual purification were thought to be crucial. Greeks used water that had frequently been scented with flower oils or herbs to wash their faces, hands, and feet. This was about cleaning away the spiritual debris that could build up from day-to-day activities and potentially disrupt restful sleep, not just the dirt of the day. The sleeping mind was a sacred space that needed to be prepared for and protected, because the Greeks thought that dreams were messages from the gods. Many Greeks would offer small sacrifices to the gods of sleep, Hypnos, and dreams, Morpheus, before bed in order to obtain restful sleep and enlightening visions. These sacrifices could be as easy as leaving a small piece of bread on a home shrine, or a few drops of wine on the ground. Greek bedtime rituals included prayer and meditation, but these weren't the somber, formal prayers we might anticipate. Rather, they were prayers for protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep, thanksgiving for the day's blessings, and soft dialogues with guardian gods. Deep, peaceful sleep was encouraged by these spiritual exercises, which also helped to calm racing thoughts and foster a sense of divine protection. Greek sleeping areas frequently featured small household shrines, sacred symbols, or protective amulets that were thought to ward off evil spirits and nightmares. These were psychological aids that contributed to a feeling of security and tranquility in the sleeping environment rather than manifestations of archaic superstition. Your mind can fall asleep more fully when your bedroom feels safe and sacred. For various kinds of sleep difficulties, the Greeks had particular rituals. People who experienced nightmares might burn certain herbs, such as juniper berries or bay leaves, whose smoke was thought to purify the sleeping area and encourage restful sleep. Gentle prayers were offered to Nyx, the goddess of night, for the gift of deep sleep and natural drowsiness in order to treat insomnia. Seasonal sleep rituals recognized that the agricultural calendar and weather had an impact on sleeping needs. Warmth, safety, and the prospect of springtime were the main themes of bedtime rituals during the long winter nights. Cooling, cleansing, and a connection to nature, which was alive and vibrant during the warm months, were the main focuses of summer sleep rituals. Everyone in the home was able to sleep soundly thanks to family sleep customs. Before going to bed, parents would bless their kids, frequently by giving them a gentle pat on the forehead and muttering prayers for restful sleep and a safe night. In addition to strengthening family ties, these private moments offered psychological solace that improved everyone's quality of sleep. The actual sleeping area was also prepared according to Greek customs. Sleeping areas were fumigated with aromatic herbs that both freshened the air and created a sacred atmosphere. Bedding was arranged in specific patterns thought to promote comfort and peace, and beds were frequently sprinkled with blessed or scented water. Greek bedtime customs included activities that are now known to be very helpful for maintaining proper sleep hygiene. Modern sleep experts advise the following practices for better sleep: creating a calm sleeping environment, focusing on relaxation and thankfulness, gradually lowering the lights, and scheduling bedtime activities regularly. Though they were frequently customized to each person's requirements and preferences, personal bedtime rituals usually included aspects of introspection, thankfulness, and dream world preparation. In order to let go of any resentment or anxiety that might keep them from sleeping, some Greeks would reflect on the day's events in an attitude of forgiveness and learning. Others would engage in periods of silent reflection, letting the mind naturally transition into the receptive state that facilitates both sleep and deep dreams. It was believed that the daily shift from waking to sleeping offered a chance for spiritual rejuvenation and a closer relationship with God. Sleep was a journey into a world where extraordinary experiences were possible, and normal rules didn't apply, in addition to being a time for the body to rest. Preparing for bed became a practice of both practical wisdom and spiritual devotion as a result of this realization. Greek sleep customs also involved communal aspects, particularly during holidays or stressful periods. Families may pray together in the evening, communities may engage in customs meant to encourage restful sleep for all, and neighborhoods may perform protective rituals during trying times. These customs strengthened social ties and improved the well-being of the individual and the group. Consider yourself an athlete, philosopher, or merchant from ancient Greece who must travel far from the convenience of your well-planned sleeping quarters at home. How did you get a good night's sleep when visiting new places that might not meet your specific comfort standards? Greek solutions to the problem of sleep during travel were both clever and useful, resulting in systems that may seem surprisingly familiar to travelers today. The Greeks established a vast system of hospitality that allowed people to sleep comfortably even in far-flung places. According to the idea of xenia, or sacred hospitality, giving travelers decent places to sleep was not only smart business, but also a religious duty that Zeus himself oversaw. Even modest households took pride in providing the best sleeping arrangements they could because of this divine mandate for hospitality. Pandakaion, or professional inns, developed into sophisticated establishments that focused on giving tourists a comfortable place to stay. These weren't the gritty taverns you might see in historical dramas. Rather, they were well-run establishments that recognized that guests who slept well were likely to return and refer others to the inn. The top Greek inns had thoughtfully designed sleeping quarters, high-quality linens, heating systems, and even simple conveniences that catered to the needs of their guests. Greek inns generally provided varying degrees of lodging according to the social standing and financial constraints of their guests, but even the most basic rooms were made with the comfort of their sleep in mind. Individual sleeping alcoves or divided spaces that offered privacy and lessened noise from other visitors were a feature of common sleeping areas. These common areas frequently featured heating braziers and restrooms, enabling visitors to keep up their personal hygiene practices. The art of portable comfort for travellers who might not always find adequate lodging was perfected by the Greeks. Rich tourists brought their own bedding, such as foldable bed frames that could be used to make any reasonably level surface into a cosy sleeping area, lightweight blankets and portable pillows. These portable sleeping systems were made to be both efficient and portable, offering comfortable familiarity in strange places. For colder climates or seasons, portable heating solutions were frequently incorporated into Greek travel sleeping arrangements. Small metal containers that could be used as personal braziers, warming stones that could be heated over cooking fires and used to warm bedding, or specially made clothing that could be used for both sleeping and travelling are some examples of the items that travellers might bring. Even in difficult circumstances, seasoned Greek tourists could remain warm and cosy thanks to these portable comfort systems. In order to help travellers make well-informed decisions about where to sleep, the Greeks created complex systems for assessing the quality of lodging. Along trade routes, recommendations were passed down, and some inns gained a reputation for having very comfortable beds that attracted tourists from all over the Mediterranean. These quality requirements covered things like noise levels, security, room temperature control, and clean bedding, all of which are important for restful sleep. Travellers, particularly those on religious pilgrimages, frequently found excellent accommodations in temple complexes. These hallowed sleeping areas were kept in the best possible condition and frequently offered conveniences that were on par with the finest private lodgings. In addition to being physically comfortable, temple accommodations offered a sense of spiritual tranquility that many visitors found to be conducive to incredibly sound sleep. Greek cities created laws pertaining to lodging that included particular requirements for sleeping arrangements. Clean bedding, sufficient heating in cold weather, and reasonably quiet and secure sleeping quarters were all requirements for innkeepers. When staying in reputable lodging establishments, travellers could rely on at least minimal comfort thanks to these early hospitality standards. Travellers frequently stayed in private homes, particularly those who had business contacts or letters of introduction. Greek hospitality traditions meant that hosts took great pride in giving their guests comfortable sleeping arrangements, frequently using the finest bedding and sleeping areas from their own families. In terms of comfort and individual attention, these private accommodations frequently outperformed commercial lodging. The Greeks developed sleeping solutions for travellers that addressed particular issues that various kinds of travellers might encounter. In order to safeguard their valuable cargo while they slept, merchants needed safe sleeping arrangements. Scholars and philosophers required peaceful areas where they could study and reflect. Accommodations that promoted physical recuperation and optimal performance were necessary for athletes. Practical advice on adjusting to various climates and elevations that could impact sleep quality was part of the Greek travel sleeping culture. Travellers with experience knew how to modify their sleeping arrangements for the heat of the desert, the cold of the mountains, or the humidity of the coast. Because of this environmental consciousness, travelling didn't have to mean compromising the quality of one's sleep. Before reaching their destination, travellers were able to find appropriate lodging thanks to the communication systems that the Greeks developed. Information about inequality, seasonal availability, and any special accommodations that might be required was disseminated through trade networks. The uncertainty and discomfort of looking for lodging when exhausted from travel were eliminated thanks to this advanced planning, which allowed travellers to frequently set up cosy sleeping arrangements before they arrived. Greek travel accommodations frequently included features that allowed them to continue their own sleep schedules while they were away from home. Inns may offer quiet areas for meditation before bed, oil lamps for evening rituals, or access to laundry facilities so that guests can continue their traditional hygiene habits. Travellers' sleep-promoting routines, which they had established at home, were protected from disruption by this attention to ritual continuity. Greek lodging systems were designed with seasonal travel in mind, offering distinct lodging options for summer and winter travel. While winter accommodations prioritised warmth and weather protection, summer accommodations may prioritise cooling and ventilation. In order to maximise comfort throughout the year, some inns provided distinct rooms for each season. In order to accommodate everything from small merchant parties to large military expeditions, the Greeks also created sleeping arrangements for group travel. These systems included logistical strategies that made sure everyone could sleep comfortably, even when travelling with a large group of people, portable sleeping equipment, and organisational techniques for managing group sleeping spaces. Think about how the ancient Greeks viewed sleep as you get more comfortable in your contemporary bed with memory foam and temperature control. For them, sleep was more than just a daily annoyance that interfered with more vital tasks or a biological requirement. Rather, it was believed that sleep was a profound part of human life that provided insights into life, death, consciousness, and our relationship to the divine. Greek philosophers pondered the nature of sleep and its significance for human well-being for a long time. According to Aristotle, sleep is crucial for mental clarity and emotional equilibrium, in addition to physical well-being. He noted that those who didn't get enough sleep became agitated, distracted, and incapable of making wise decisions, observations that contemporary sleep research has amply supported. The Greeks realized that the quality of sleep had an impact on all facets of daily life, including mental clarity, emotional stability, and physical health. Because of this knowledge, they began to view the environment and preparation for sleep as important issues deserving of considerable care and funding. A Greek who got enough sleep was seen as more moral, more sane, and more able to make contributions to society. The various forms of sleep and their differing advantages for human health were acknowledged in Greek culture. Deep, dreamless sleep was prized for its healing properties and capacity to revitalize the body and mind. Sleeping with dreams was valued because it could yield answers to difficult problems, creative inspiration, and divine messages. Even quick naps were acknowledged as useful strategies for preserving mental acuity during demanding days. The Greeks came up with complex theories regarding the connection between sleep environment, sleep position, and the quality of sleep and dreams. They thought that certain sounds and smells could affect the quality of sleep. that sleeping in particular positions could encourage different kinds of dreams, and that the bed's orientation in relation to celestial bodies could have an impact on the spiritual state of the sleeper. Greek perceptions of time and daily routines were closely linked to their views on sleep. They created their daily schedules to accommodate these rhythms rather than work against them, because they understood that human energy and alertness naturally varied throughout the day. This meant that sleep was not limited to the evening, but also included deliberate rest intervals to sustain optimal performance. Sleep was seen by the Greeks as a kind of everyday death and rebirth that offered chances for personal growth and spiritual rejuvenation. It was believed that every night's sleep was a voyage into the underworld that might offer spiritual insight, wisdom, and healing. This realization elevated sleep to a sacred activity and made getting ready for sleep a spiritual practice. The ability to sleep well was praised in Greek culture as a sign of discernment, self-control, and good living. Individuals with sound sleep habits were valued for their intelligence and self-control, while those with sleep issues were frequently perceived as also in need of direction in other facets of life. Getting enough sleep was seen as a social obligation, as well as a personal accomplishment. The Greeks understood that people's sleep requirements differed from person to person and evolved over the course of a lifetime. Adults required quality sleep for optimal performance, children required more sleep for healthy growth and development, and elderly people required distinct sleep schedules to account for the normal aging process. For its time, this personalized knowledge of sleep requirements was highly sophisticated. Sleep disorders were viewed in Greek medicine as grave medical conditions that needed to be treated thoroughly and by a professional. Doctors realized that chronic sleep issues might be a sign of underlying emotional or physical imbalances that needed to be treated for general health. A well-established specialty, sleep medicine integrated psychological and spiritual interventions with physical treatments. The various sleep states and their implications for health and well-being were thoroughly categorized by the Greeks. It was acknowledged that different intermediate states such as dream sleep, deep sleep, and light sleep each had distinct purposes and needed different kinds of assistance. Modern sleep science was thousands of years behind this sophisticated understanding of sleep stages. Greek perspectives on dreams were especially advanced, acknowledging that they could be used for anything from divine communication to psychological processing. People who had particularly vivid or significant dreams might seek the advice of experts to understand their meaning, as dream interpretation was a respected skill that required training and wisdom. The Greeks held that moral and ethical behavior during the day had an impact on the quality of sleep. It was believed that people who led moral lives slept better and had more fulfilling dreams, whereas people who acted badly might have trouble sleeping and have nightmares. People were encouraged to live in ways that supported both social harmony and individual rest, because of the link between ethics and sleep quality. Greek culture understood that sleep was a delicate state that needed to be respected and guarded. Creating environments that encouraged everyone to get a good night's sleep was viewed as a community duty, and disturbing someone's sleep unnecessarily was regarded as a serious social transgression. People were able to rely on getting the rest they required thanks to this group's dedication to improving the quality of their sleep. In order to recognize how shifting daylight, weather, and social activities impacted sleep patterns throughout the year, the Greeks created seasonal approaches to sleep. People knew that winter and summer sleep were different, and instead of fighting against these natural variations, they modified their sleeping schedules, rituals, and arrangements to accommodate them. In order to promote general health and character development, Greek educational systems taught students how to get enough sleep. Young people discovered that getting enough sleep was essential to growing up to be responsible adults who could make valuable contributions to society. Good sleep habits were ensured to be passed down through the generations thanks to this educational emphasis on sleep wisdom. The Greeks recognized that sleep was fundamentally social and intensely personal, impacting not only one's own well-being, but also the harmony of one's family and the prosperity of the community. Communities with well-rested residents were more tranquil, effective, and enjoyable places to live, and families with healthy sleep patterns performed better as social units. Imagine exploring a house from ancient Greece that was built with the intention of encouraging the kind of deep, rejuvenating sleep that is necessary for the body and soul to thrive. The sacred journey from waking consciousness into the world of dreams and divine communication was supported by every architectural detail in these homes, which were more than just places to lie down. Greek sleeping arrangements were based on the realization that physical settings that facilitated this significant daily shift were necessary for the passage from day to night and from consciousness to sleep. With several walls and courtyards separating sleeping areas from the sounds of everyday life or street activity, bedrooms were arranged throughout the house to provide the most quiet possible. What we might refer to as sleep suites were integrated areas found in the most affluent Greek homes. These included not only the actual sleeping area, but also areas for preparing for evening rituals, storing seasonal bedding, and even tiny private courtyards where sleepers could enjoy the fresh air while still staying in their most private domestic settings. These suites understood that having a bed in a room wasn't enough for restful sleep. Greek architects understood the importance of sound control for restful sleep, so they gave careful consideration to acoustic design. Sleeping places were frequently constructed with thick walls, placed away from workshops and animal quarters, and featured architectural elements that either reflected or absorbed sound. Early examples of sound masking were even found in some affluent residences, which used wind chimes or flowing water features to produce calming background noises that drowned out more annoying sounds. The Greeks invented architectural methods of scent control that improved the quality of sleep by using aromatherapy. Built-in niches for burning aromatic herbs, ventilation systems that drew air through herb gardens before entering bedrooms, or storage systems that kept bedding scented with rose petals or lavender are some examples of sleeping areas. These fragrant systems served as useful instruments for encouraging calm and sound sleep, not just enjoyable extravagances. Beyond merely concealing sleeping quarters from view, Greek sleeping architecture featured sophisticated approaches to privacy. Spaces that felt isolated, safe, and shielded from the outside world were created by these designs. Psychological privacy. The kind of profound relaxation necessary for genuinely healing sleep and fulfilling dreams depended on this feeling of sanctuary. The Greeks designed bedrooms that could comfortably accommodate both single people and couples because they recognized that sleeping areas needed to support both individual and shared rest. Multiple sleeping alcoves in one room, movable partitions that could create private areas in larger spaces, or adaptable furniture arrangements that could be changed to suit shifting needs are a few examples of this. Greek architects created cutting-edge methods of climate control that allowed sleeping spaces to remain cozy all year round, without constantly using fuel. These could be passive ventilation systems that moved air without causing drafts, thermal mass walls that gradually stored and released heat, or movable architectural elements that could be adjusted seasonally to maximize comfort. Certain Greek houses had distinct sleeping areas for various family members and uses. The sleeping spaces for kids were made to offer suitable privacy and easy supervision. Security and hospitality were combined in the guest sleeping areas. Elderly family members may have sleeping arrangements that preserve their comfort and dignity while meeting their evolving physical needs. The Greeks developed architectural sleep-related storage solutions that kept clothes, bedding, and other personal belongings accessible and organized without overcrowding sleeping areas. In order to maintain peaceful, clutter-free sleeping spaces that encourage mental calm, built-in niches, underbed storage spaces, and specialty furniture blended practicality with visual appeal, Greek sleeping architecture frequently included features that shielded occupants from the harsher aspects of nature, while fostering a sense of connection with it. This could include windows that are framed by views of the sky or gardens, but are made to keep out intruding light, insects, and weather. The Greek belief that sleep was a natural part of life's rhythm was reinforced by these associations with nature. The Greeks created architectural strategies for artificial lighting that promoted restful sleep. Niches for oil lamps were placed to provide soft, movable lighting that could be progressively turned down as bedtime drew near. Certain sleeping spaces had various lighting settings that permitted various pre-bedtime activities, such as reading, talking, or peaceful reflection. Greek sleeping quarters frequently featured architectural elements that encouraged personal hygiene and pre-sleep rituals. These could include restrooms, places to keep and exhibit private religious objects, or areas intended for peaceful prayer or meditation. Maintaining the regular evening routines that encourage sound sleep was made simpler by these integrated facilities. Beyond basic heating systems, the Greeks developed architectural solutions for temperature control. Sleeping spaces could have adjustable wall openings that could be adjusted to regulate airflow according to seasonal requirements, thermal chimneys that drew hot air away during the summer, or cold air wells that offered natural cooling. Greek architects created sleeping areas that could progressively change from bright daylight to soft evening illumination to total darkness because they recognized that the daily cycle of light and darkness had an impact on the quality of sleep. This could include a variety of window sizes, movable shutters, or architectural elements that support natural circadian rhythms by directing and filtering light. The sleeping areas in the most opulent Greek homes could be fully altered to suit changing needs and personal preferences. Modular bedding systems could be combined in different ways to create customized comfort zones. Movable partitions allowed rooms to be rearranged, and adjustable furniture could accommodate different sleeping positions. Water features that offered both functional advantages and psychological comfort were frequently included in Greek sleeping architecture. Small fountains or water channels could offer psychological comfort from being in close proximity to nature. White noise to drown out distracting noises, and cooling during hot weather. Instead of interfering with sleep, these water features were intended to improve it. The Greeks created architectural security strategies that made sleepers feel totally secure without feeling confined. Multiple exits from sleeping areas, discreet yet secure locks, or design elements that offer unobstructed views of possible approach routes are a few examples of this. The type of profound relaxation that encouraged genuinely restorative sleep required physical security. Greek sleeping quarters frequently had architectural features that reinforced the idea that dreams were messages from God that needed to be properly received. Certain orientations with respect to temples or natural features, built-in spaces for dream recording materials, or architectural features that were thought to draw positive spiritual influences while you slept, are examples of this. Consider how the ancient Greeks modified their sleeping arrangements to complement, rather than conflict with, the natural cycles of the Mediterranean year as the seasons shift outside your contemporary climate-controlled bedroom. They took a sensible yet sophisticated approach to seasonal sleep adaptation, understanding that different tactics were needed at different times of the year to achieve comfortable sleep. Greek winter sleeping arrangements turned houses into comfortable havens that preserved the air quality required for restful sleep while optimizing warmth. Families would frequently combine their sleeping arrangements during the coldest months, switching from summer bedrooms to smaller, easier-to-heat winter sleeping areas that improved temperature control and used less fuel. Adaptable to changing temperatures throughout the night, winter bedding systems were masterworks of layered warmth. The Greeks would make their beds with heavy linen sheets that could be added or removed as needed, fur throws, and several wool blankets. Because they could be swiftly pulled up in the event that the temperature dropped during the night, the heaviest blankets were frequently stored at the foot of the bed. In order to prepare for winter sleep, the Greeks would heat their bedding before using it, use warming pans or heated stones, or even briefly expose blankets and mattresses to brazier heat. In addition to providing physical comfort, this pre-warming ritual was a warm evening custom that facilitated family members' transition from a busy day to a peaceful night. The purpose of winter sleeping clothes was to keep people warm without limiting their mobility or making them overheat. Many families had special winter nightwear that was both warmer and more comfortable than their summer sleeping clothes, and Greeks wore layered sleeping garments made of soft wool that could be adjusted during the night. In order to cope with the psychological effects of long dark nights and cold weather, the Greeks created sleep customs tailored to the winter season. During the months when people spent more time indoors, these could include long evening talks by the fire before bed, special winter foods that encouraged coziness and relaxation, or family bonding activities that took place in groups. The Greek understanding that the body's needs changed as daylight hours increased and temperatures became more moderate was reflected in the springtime sleeping arrangements. It was thought that spring was the best season to clean and reorganize sleeping areas, to air out bedding that had been stored during the winter, and to gradually switch from bulky winter sleeping arrangements to lighter spring comfort systems. In order to welcome the rebirth of nature, Greek spring sleep customs involved the ceremonial cleaning and blessing of sleeping areas. In celebration of the return of growth and life to the natural world, bedrooms were meticulously cleaned, bedding was cleaned and allowed to air out, and sleeping areas were frequently adorned with fresh flowers or herbs. Spring sleep schedules adapted bedtimes and morning routines to accommodate, rather than conflict with, people's innately higher levels of energy as daylight hours increased. The Greeks realized that modifying daily routines to align with seasonal energy patterns was more effective than fighting natural sleep rhythms. Ancient Greek summer sleeping necessitated completely different techniques aimed at staying cool while preserving security and comfort. Greek homes often had outdoor or semi-outdoor sleeping areas that benefited from cool night breezes, as well as specialised summer sleeping areas that maximised airflow while minimising heat retention. Greek summer bedding was simple but thoughtfully selected for its ability to keep cool. Even on the hottest nights, comfortable sleeping conditions were made possible by light linen sheets, easily removable thin wool blankets, and bedding that had been stored with cooling herbs like eucalyptus or mint. The timing of summer sleep was changed to accommodate Mediterranean climate's inherent cooling cycles. Greeks may sleep later to enjoy cooler evening temperatures, take afternoon naps during the hottest part of the day, and rise earlier to enjoy the cool morning hours before the heat of the day becomes unbearable. Despite the hot weather, cooling rituals that reduced body temperature and encouraged relaxation were part of the Greek summer sleep preparation. The use of fans and other cooling equipment to create comfortable sleeping conditions, light evening meals that didn't increase internal heat, or cool baths before bed could all be part of this. The Greeks understood that autumn was a time to prepare for winter, while still taking advantage of the pleasant weather and bountiful harvests of late summer, and this was reflected in their sleeping arrangements. The best time to make winter bedding, stock up on heating fuel and gradually change sleeping arrangements from summer to winter was in the fall. Gratitude rituals that honoured the year's harvest and primed the mind for the contemplative winter months were common in Greek autumn sleep customs. These exercises facilitated the mental shift from summer's active, externally focused energy to winter's need for inward-focused, restful energy. The Greeks created intricate systems for keeping sleeping gear and seasonal bedding in good shape, while making the most of the storage space that was available. Winter bedding was aired and stored in the summer to avoid heat and humidity damage, while summer bedding was meticulously cleaned and preserved with fragrant herbs in the winter. Understanding how shifting daylight patterns impacted not only sleep timing, but also sleep quality and dream content was part of the Greek seasonal sleep wisdom. They changed their expectations and sleeping arrangements in response to the fact that people naturally slept differently on long summer nights than on long winter nights. The Greeks were also aware that seasonal variations in sleep had an impact on family and community dynamics, in addition to individual rest. Seasonal sleeping arrangements created yearly cycles that supported both intimacy and independence by bringing families closer together in the winter and allowing for more individual privacy in the summer. Another advanced component of Greek sleep wisdom was seasonal nutrition, which suggested different foods to support restful sleep at different seasons of the year. While summer sleep foods emphasized cool, easily digestible options that didn't interfere with rest during warm weather, winter sleep foods might emphasize warming spices and hearty ingredients. Imagine living in a society where social obligations and community relationships played a bigger role in your sleep than just being a personal, private experience. Ancient Greek society established institutions and practices that promoted restful sleep for individuals while fortifying the social ties that bound communities together, because they recognized that getting enough sleep was both a personal need and a shared obligation. Greek architecture and social arrangements were based on the knowledge that family sleep patterns had an impact on everyone's health, which encouraged everyone in the family to get enough sleep. The sleeping arrangements for parents, kids, servants, and other family members were planned to minimize disruptions and maximize comfort and security. The Greek idea of philoxenia, or love of strangers, included particular duties to give visitors, travelers, and guests a comfortable place to sleep. These were considered to be sacred obligations that the gods themselves upheld, not merely polite social behavior. Reputations were frequently based on the caliber of sleep that visitors received in specific homes, and families took pride in their ability to provide exceptional sleeping hospitality. Greek communities established unofficial but efficient procedures for controlling activities and noise that could interfere with sleep. There were unspoken norms in neighbourhoods regarding what kinds of nighttime activities were appropriate, how late social gatherings could go on, and when noisy activities should stop. Everyone was able to rely on the silence required for restful sleep, thanks to these community norms. Because the Greeks understood that sleep issues could impact entire communities, they developed collective approaches to sleep health that address social and environmental factors that affect the quality of sleep. Communities could cooperate to manage lighting that disrupted natural sleep cycles, control sources of noise pollution, or address security issues that prevented residents from getting a good night's sleep. Greek social customs included particular procedures for resolving disputes and issues pertaining to sleep. There were established social mechanisms in place to handle situations where someone's actions were interfering with others' sleep in a way that would preserve peace in the community. These systems understood that if sleep disputes were not managed carefully, they could develop into major social issues. The Greeks created parallel systems that gave everyone, from affluent citizens to working slaves, suitable rest opportunities because they recognized that different social classes had different sleep requirements and limitations. The idea that everyone should have enough sleep for their health and productivity was widely acknowledged, even though the specific arrangements varied greatly. Greek civic and religious celebrations included measures to deal with the sleep disturbance that big crowds invariably caused. Systems that offered sleeping accommodations, controlled noise levels at night, and assisted people in sticking to sleep schedules despite the excitement of special occasions were developed as a result of festival organisers' recognition that attendees needed to rest in order to fully participate in multi-day events. The Greeks created complex methods for communal sleeping that could be used for family get-togethers, religious pilgrimages, and military operations. These systems included social norms that preserved comfort and privacy even in crowded situations, equipment that was portable and easy to set up, and systematic approaches to managing shared sleeping areas. Greek marriage traditions included special consideration for sleeping arrangements that promoted intimacy within the marriage, as well as individual rest. There were established traditions for designing sleeping areas that encouraged individual comfort and harmony within the marriage, and newlyweds were given bedding and bedroom furnishings as wedding presents. Understanding that children's sleep needs differed from those of adults, the Greeks created family structures that encouraged young people to get a good night's sleep while teaching them the social skills needed to live in a community. Early on, kids were taught that their sleeping patterns had an impact on other people, and that it was their duty to improve the quality of sleep in the home. Greek social customs regarding illness and sleep acknowledged that caring for ill family members necessitated modifying household sleep schedules, and that sick people required different sleeping arrangements. Families frequently received support from their communities in overcoming these obstacles, enabling everyone to get enough sleep during trying times. The Greeks created seasonal social customs that complemented rather than contradicted these natural changes in daylight and weather, because they recognized that these changes had an impact on community social rhythms as well as individual sleep patterns. While summer customs accommodated the lighter sleep patterns that came with longer days, winter social activities were made to work with longer sleep needs. Professional experts who were knowledgeable about sleep medicine and could offer guidance and treatment to those who were having trouble sleeping were frequently found in Greek communities. These professionals provided holistic approaches to sleep health that met the needs of the individual as well as the community by fusing their knowledge of medicine with an awareness of the social and environmental elements that influence sleep. Understanding that children, adults, and elders all had unique needs that needed to be met, the Greeks created systems for addressing the sleep needs of various age groups within communities. Regardless of each resident's unique situation, community areas and activities were created to promote healthy sleep habits. Recognizing that community survival frequently depended on ensuring that important individuals could get enough sleep even during trying times, Greek social customs included particular approaches to managing sleep during emergencies or crises. During conflicts, natural disasters, or other disruptions, these crisis sleep systems supported community functioning. It's worth considering how much of the ancient Greeks' knowledge about sleep is still applicable and useful in our day and age as you get ready to go to sleep tonight, surrounded by contemporary conveniences that they could never have imagined. Some aspects of human well-being are genuinely timeless, as evidenced by the Greeks' methods of rest and sleep, which have been largely confirmed by modern science. Many of the results of modern sleep research were predicted by the Greeks' understanding of the relationship between sleep environment and sleep quality. Their focus on air quality, noise reduction, lighting, and temperature regulation demonstrated an innate awareness of the environmental elements that either support or obstruct sound sleep. Many of the environmental changes that Greeks made to their homes and bedtime rituals are still advised by contemporary sleep experts. Current research demonstrates that regular evening routines help regulate circadian rhythms and promote better sleep quality, confirming the Greek emphasis on bedtime rituals and sleep preparation. Their gradual change from bright daylight to soft evening lighting to darkness is in line with current advice on how to control light exposure to promote healthy sleep cycles. Modern knowledge of sleep medicine and chronobiology was foreshadowed by the Greeks' understanding that sleep needs differ from person to person and evolve over the course of a person's life. Their adaptable ideas about the environment, timing, and length of sleep demonstrated a deep comprehension of human sleep patterns that contemporary science has only lately come to fully understand. Modern research on the relationships between sleep quality, mental health, and overall life satisfaction was foreshadowed by the Greeks' integration of sleep with spiritual and psychological well-being. Modern sleep studies have fully validated their understanding that sleep has an impact on social relationships, intellectual performance, emotional stability, and physical health. For anyone who wants to work with natural rhythms rather than against them, Greek approaches to seasonal sleep adaptation are still applicable. They serve as models for how contemporary people might modify their sleep patterns to promote well-being all year round by modifying their bedding, sleep schedule, and sleeping environment according to the seasons. For modern societies dealing with pervasive sleep issues, the Greek emphasis on sleep as a communal issue rather than merely an individual one provides insightful information. Their realization that peaceful social settings and community collaboration are necessary for restful sleep points to methods of improving sleep health that go beyond changing personal habits. Many aspects of contemporary sleep systems were foreshadowed by Greek innovations in bedding and sleep furniture. Their use of layered bedding, adjustable sleeping surfaces, and materials that control moisture and temperature demonstrated a knowledge of sleep comfort that contemporary manufacturers invest millions of dollars in studying and creating. Current studies on sleep's role in memory consolidation, emotional processing, and creative problem-solving have confirmed the Greek understanding that dreams and sleep states serve significant psychological and spiritual purposes. Their thoughtful consideration of dreams and sleep experiences demonstrated a profound appreciation for the significance of sleep that goes well beyond mere physical relaxation. Modern travelers who struggle with jet lag, strange surroundings, and disturbed sleep patterns can learn from the Greeks' approaches to travel, sleeping, and sleeping away from home. Their portable comfort systems, flexibility tactics, and focus on preserving accustomed sleep patterns offer helpful advice for today's travel sleep issues. Modern integrative approaches to sleep disorders were foreshadowed by the Greek understanding that sleep medicine necessitates comprehensive approaches addressing physical, psychological, environmental, and social factors. Their understanding that sleep issues frequently mirror larger imbalances in life provides insightful viewpoints for modern sleep medicine. Modern home design and bedroom layout are influenced by Greek architectural approaches to sleeping areas. Their focus on privacy, climate control, acoustic design, and the psychological aspects of sleeping areas provides advice for designing modern bedrooms that genuinely promote sound sleep. Modern families can learn the value of healthy sleep habits from the Greeks, who incorporated sleep wisdom into education and child rearing. They provide hope for resolving today's childhood sleep issues by acknowledging that sleep skills are acquired and can be enhanced with practice and focus. Greek seasonal sleeping customs provide alternatives to the artificially regulated settings that define a large portion of contemporary life. For those who are interested in more natural methods of regulating sleep and the circadian rhythm, their methods for dealing with seasonal energy patterns, temperature fluctuations, and natural light cycles offer guidance. The Greek understanding that a good night's sleep is both a personal need and a social obligation provides insights that may be useful in addressing modern sleep issues brought on by environmental and social variables that are out of an individual's control. Their community-focused approaches to sleep health offer policy recommendations that could enhance the quality of sleep for whole populations. Most significantly, the Greek conception of sleep as a sacred restorative process that merits reverence, care, and attention provides a counterpoint to modern views of sleep as a waste of time or a loss of productivity. Their reverent view of sleep as a daily chance for rest and rejuvenation offers a useful counterpoint to contemporary sleep deprivation and anxiety. Try some Greek-inspired sleep techniques as you get into bed tonight, establishing slow changes from bright to dim lighting, sticking to regular bedtime routines, monitoring the temperature and noise levels of your sleeping space, or just approaching sleep with the same reverence and expectation that the Greeks brought to their nightly foray into the world of dreams. The ancient Greeks recognized something that our contemporary society occasionally overlooks. Sleep patterns have an impact on not only how we feel the following day, but also how we conduct our entire lives. Their knowledge of relaxation, comfort, and the sacredness of sleep provides timeless advice for anyone looking to improve their life, not just their quality of sleep. Rest well knowing that you're engaging in one of the oldest and most fundamental human customs, one that links you to thousands of generations of people who have found solace, wisdom, and rejuvenation in the soft embrace of sound sleep, in addition to your own deepest needs for rest and recuperation. Imagine yourself in a muddy marketplace in what would become France in 1347. Horse manure, roasting meat, unwashed bodies, and what you hope is just spoiled cabbage are all in the air. Around you, pilgrims grip their possessions anxiously, traders bargain in 3 different languages, and a lute player plays with more passion than skill. Imagine now that you're a spy and not just a tourist in this medieval scene. But set aside your preconceived notions about espionage based on television and film. This is not a place for tuxedos, martinis, slick technology, or dramatic car chases. Rather, your boots leak, you're most likely wearing the same rough woolen tunic you've owned for 3 years, and your idea of cutting-edge technology is a quill pen that doesn't split when you write. Medieval espionage was more akin to being a travelling salesman with trust issues and less James Bond. In actuality, the majority of medieval spies were regular people carrying out risky tasks for meagre pay, in a time when both were far more delicate than they are now. A patchwork of kingdoms, duchies, city-states, and ecclesiastical territories, the medieval world was viewed with the same suspicion you might have for a neighbour who constantly plays music too loudly. Although information was powerful, it spread quickly, and obtaining it frequently required someone to travel hundreds of miles through areas where being caught asking the wrong questions could land one anywhere from incarceration to being stretched on a rack. Medieval rulers had to rely on human intelligence networks that functioned with the efficiency of a medieval postal service, meaning that letters arrived when they arrived, assuming they arrived at all, and often contained information that was already outdated by the time they reached their destination. This was in contrast to our modern world of instant communication and satellite surveillance. The individuals who became medieval spies were not chosen for their advanced degrees in international relations or recruited from prestigious academies. They were traders who could track troop movements, priests who could learn about noble families from confessions, servants who worked in high-profile homes and could listen in on conversations, and travellers of all stripes who could move between areas without drawing too much notice. In the world in which these early intelligence officers worked, the distinction between espionage and lawful business was as hazy as that between magic and medicine. Military fortifications may also be noted by a merchant collecting information about trade routes. A pilgrim visiting places of worship might notice political unrest in other areas. Correspondence containing diplomatic secrets could be discovered by a scholar copying manuscripts in different monasteries. The work required a certain kind of courage, not the heroic heroism of combat glory, but the quiet bravery of someone who was prepared to lie convincingly, keep up a false identity for months at a time, and accept that being discovered could mean not just death, but a particularly unpleasant death that was preceded by intense interrogation about exactly what you knew and who you'd told. The majority of medieval spies were always aware that they were balancing on a tightrope over a very deep abyss. Their life and career could end in an instant if they say something inappropriate, act suspiciously, or are recognised by someone from a past assignment. It was a job that required psychological fortitude in addition to courage, which most people just lacked. There was very little truth to the romanticised portrayal of the enigmatic medieval spy, slinking through shadows and luring information from unwary nobles. The majority of espionage work involved living conditions that would make modern backpackers complain, pay scales that hardly covered basic survival needs, and long stretches of boredom interspersed with genuine terror. Yet these ordinary individuals built the networks of intelligence that influenced the outcome of wars, moulded medieval politics, and sometimes altered the path of history. Their work was dangerous, necessary, and nearly unacknowledged by the societies they served. Their tales should be told because they were the unsung heroes of medieval statecraft. Imagine managing a medieval intelligence agency, which is essentially the same as attempting to set up a neighbourhood watch programme in multiple nations, where the majority of people are illiterate and everyone speaks a different language. For this unachievable position, who would you hire? Almost anyone who could travel without drawing suspicion, had a good reason to ask questions, and had the emotional strength to keep up a false identity, while constantly running the risk of being caught was the answer, it turned out. Medieval spy masters needed people who could complete the task, regardless of their background or social standing, so they weren't very picky. It makes sense that medieval intelligence networks were anchored by merchants. They had good reason to inquire about everything from local prices to political stability, travelled widely, and frequently crossed political boundaries. While conducting perfectly normal business operations, a wool merchant travelling from England to Flanders could observe military preparations, record changes in fortifications, and learn about diplomatic relationships. These merchant spies worked in a society where politics and business were closely linked. The trader who purchased your grain may be tallying the number of soldiers in your garrison, and the same person who sold you silk may also be assessing the defences of your city. In a time when most people understood business better than they understood international politics, it was espionage masquerading as capitalism, and it worked remarkably well. For various reasons, religious leaders were good spies. Throughout Europe, monks, priests and friars could move between monasteries and churches, frequently bringing with them official letters that made for ideal cover for intelligence operations. Due to their religious responsibilities, they were able to enter noble homes and were typically literate, which was uncommon in medieval society. While travelling between monasteries, a Franciscan friar could pretend to be on strictly religious business, while carrying messages between intelligence networks. Confessions could reveal political secrets about a family to a priest. Letters exposing diplomatic schemes may be found by a monk copying manuscripts in a noble's library. Intelligence services made full use of the freedom with which religious leaders moved through medieval society. Although historians have frequently ignored their contributions, women played important roles in medieval espionage. While women from lower social classes could work as servants in important households, where they could listen in on conversations and watch activities that provided important information, noble women had access to court circles and family networks that were closed to men. A duchess's lady-in-waiting may gain knowledge of marriage talks that could forge new political connections. In a bishop's home, a kitchen maid may overhear conversations about church politics. In order to provide information about military movements, a tavern keeper's wife might overhear conversations between travelling nobles. Because of their alleged lack of visibility in medieval politics, women were actually very good spies. In the multilingual political environment of medieval Europe, the ability to read and write in multiple languages made scholars and clerks valuable recruits for intelligence work. While a clerk who handled correspondence for a noble household might copy confidential documents or add false information to communications, a scholar who could read Latin, French and German could also act as a translator and analyst. Most unexpectedly, a large number of medieval spies were what we might refer to as freelancers, people who obtained information and sold it to anyone who would pay for it. These included artisans who worked on military fortifications, itinerant entertainers who entertained in aristocratic courts, and even beggars, who were so prevalent in medieval society that they were practically invisible. A minstrel could convey messages between various factions and observe political relationships while performing in different courts. Detailed information about defensive capabilities could be obtained from a mason working on castle fortifications. It's possible for a beggar outside a noble's home to overhear conversations that contain crucial information. Their capacity to integrate into medieval society while retaining the psychological fortitude required for espionage work was what bound these disparate recruits together. They needed to be at ease with lying, able to retain complicated information without writing it down, and prepared to live with the ongoing possibility that their actions would be caught. The actual hiring procedure was typically opportunistic and informal. An agent seeking a messenger may approach a merchant who demonstrated intelligence and discretion. During his travels, a priest who showed loyalty to a certain political faction might be asked to collect information. A servant who demonstrated exceptional insight could be developed as a source of information about their employer's operations. The majority of medieval spies were regular people who took up espionage as a side job, rather than professional intelligence officers. While working covertly for intelligence networks, they carried on with their regular lives and careers, which gave them the ideal cover for their operations, but also meant that they were rarely given the support and training that professional spies might anticipate. Medieval espionage's amateur status had benefits and drawbacks. Intelligence networks could, on the one hand, easily integrate into medieval society. However, it meant that the majority of spies acquired their skills through trial and error, frequently with deadly results for those who made mistakes. Shut your eyes and visualize organizing a business trip during the Middle Ages. No hotel reservations, no GPS to direct you, no AAA to call in case of an emergency, and no airline website to check. Instead, you may have to travel for weeks or months through areas where the local government may find you suspicious, the roads may be under bandit control, and your lodging will make a low-cost motel seem like a 5-star hotel. Travelling in the Middle Ages was a test of endurance masquerading as transportation. When roads did exist, they were frequently little more than dirt tracks that, in wet weather, became muddy quagmires and, in dry weather, dusty nightmares. After centuries of neglect, the well-known Roman roads that had once connected Europe were in disrepair, and the majority of medieval governments were more concerned with constructing castles than with keeping up with highway maintenance. Travelling was not only uncomfortable for a medieval spy, but it was also a continual risk management exercise. You might run into local officials who might insist on seeing documents you didn't have, fellow travellers who might recognise you from past assignments, or bandits who viewed travellers as mobile treasure chests every mile you travelled. Just getting from point A to point B could reveal your cover and put an end to your mission before it even started. Medieval spies had few options for transportation, and each had its own set of difficulties. It was inexpensive but slow to walk, and you were exposed to the weather, bandits, and the inquisitive questions of everyone you met. An individual travelling alone on foot was either extremely impoverished, extremely desperate, or extremely suspicious, all of which are not suitable cover identities for intelligence operations. Although they offered speed and a certain level of social respectability, horses also came with high maintenance, feeding, and cost. Since a good horse was an expensive investment, losing one to disease, accident, or thieves could leave a spy stranded far from home and unable to finish their mission. Additionally, horses required food, water, and rest, which meant making frequent stops at locations where inquisitive innkeepers might awkwardly inquire about your destination and line of work. Carrying supplies and keeping a merchant's cover identity were two benefits of travelling by cart or wagon, but it was slow and required good roads, which were frequently non-existent. Carts broke down on rough ground, got stuck in mud, and caught the attention of bandits who, rightly, thought that anyone with enough goods to fill a wagon might be worth robbing. Travellers in the Middle Ages could find accommodations that were anything from hardly suitable to downright hazardous. When inns did exist, they were usually little more than spacious rooms with straw mattresses in which travellers shared space with strangers who could range from professional thieves to honest merchants. The food was whatever the innkeeper happened to be serving that day. There was no privacy, and sanitation was rudimentary. Medieval inns were a constant source of difficulty for a spy attempting to keep up a cover identity. Other visitors may inquire in depth about your background, your destination, or your business. By collecting information about tourists to sell to local authorities or anybody else who would pay, innkeepers frequently served as unofficial intelligence agents themselves. Your entire mission could be jeopardized by a thoughtless remark made during dinner or a suspicious object spotted in your luggage. Even worse was the alternative to inns. Travellers could take refuge in monasteries, which provided rudimentary lodging but also put them under the roof of religious leaders who might feel compelled to alert local authorities to questionable activities. Although country priests had strong ties to local nobility and could provide information about odd travellers, rural churches occasionally offered sanctuary. Although camping outside had its own risks, it avoided the social complications of formal lodging. Travellers who were alone and vulnerable were the targets of bandit attacks, and sleeping outside exposed one to weather that could be anything from mildly uncomfortable to actually fatal. If a spy becomes ill or hurts themselves while camping by themselves, they might just vanish, leaving their mission uncompleted and their fate uncertain. For travellers in the Middle Ages, the weather was a continual enemy. Extreme heat or cold could kill unprepared travellers, snow made navigation impossible, and rain turned roads into impassable swamps. There were no emergency services to call, no weather forecast to refer to, and no assurance that assistance would be accessible in the event that conditions deteriorated. Travel conditions and political requirements had to be balanced, and medieval spies had to schedule their trips around seasonal weather patterns. In certain cases, the best travel times occurred during times when heightened security made espionage work more hazardous, and in other cases, urgent intelligence had to be delivered in spite of hazardous weather. Medieval travel was as difficult on the mind as it was on the body. In addition to continuously assuming false identities and remaining on the lookout for potential threats, spies spent weeks or months away from their homes, families, and any emotional support systems. Even seasoned agents could become emotionally weary and prone to making potentially fatal mistakes due to the isolation and stress of medieval travel. Another ongoing worry on medieval travels was food. Long trips necessitated resupplying along the way, which meant relying on local markets that might not exist, local cuisine that might not be edible, and local prices that might be exorbitant for foreigners. Travellers brought what provisions they could. A spy's ability to finish their mission could be severely jeopardized if they became ill from eating poorly or were unable to find enough food. During the Middle Ages, even the basic task of navigation was difficult. When maps were available, They were frequently erroneous and depicted political boundaries that may have changed since they were created. The majority of tourists depended on locals for directions, who may have been helpful, deceptive, or entirely incorrect about routes they had never taken themselves. Medieval spies somehow managed to keep up intelligence networks that crossed continents, transmitted information across political boundaries, and updated their employers on political developments in far-off places in spite of all these obstacles. Their accomplishments demonstrated human tenacity, resourcefulness, and flexibility in the face of adversity that would have tested even the most advanced modern travellers. Imagine attempting to send a text message with just a quill pen, parchment, and the hope that it will reach its recipient within the next few months. Then, settle back in your cosy chair. Now picture yourself stretched on a rack, or hanging from a gibbet if someone reads that message and intercepts it. Greetings from the world of secret communication in the Middle Ages, when ingenuity literally meant the difference between life and death. Because they had no other option, medieval spies had to become experts at the delicate art of concealing information from the public. Intelligence officers created increasingly complex techniques to hide their actual communications within seemingly innocent correspondence because every message carried the potential for execution if it were discovered. The simplest method was invisible ink, which may sound fancy but was typically created using commonplace ingredients like milk, urine, or lemon juice. These materials would become brown when heated, exposing hidden text between the lines of a regular letter. While the true message about troop movements was written in milk between the lines, invisible until the recipient heated the parchment near a fire, a medieval spy might write a perfectly normal business letter about wool prices. The problem with invisible ink was that the recipient had to be aware of the existence of a hidden message and know how to make it visible. In order to identify when letters contained classified information, medieval intelligence networks created complex signaling systems. Certain words in the visible text, a unique signature, or a certain wax seal could all be signs that the letter contained secret information. Book codes were more advanced, with references to particular words or letters in books that both the sender and the recipient owned indicating the true message. When a letter refers to the wisdom found in the third word of the seventh line on page 42 of the Chronicle, it may be referencing a particular book and providing detailed instructions on how to decode the message. This approach necessitated extensive preparation and cooperation amongst intelligence agents, because books were scarce and costly during the Middle Ages. Null ciphers were especially ingenious methods in which the actual message was concealed using preset patterns inside the text that was visible. The first letter of each sentence may spell out the secret information, or every third word may contain the actual intelligence. A business letter might hide military intelligence in the final word of each paragraph, or a love letter might have a secret message in the first letter of each line. Using religious texts as a cover for intelligence messages was one of the most inventive ways to hide information. A spy might copy out a prayer or a passage from the Bible, but with extra markings or slightly changed letters that would reveal the true meaning to someone who knew where to look. This method provided excellent cover, because religious texts were often carried by travellers, and religious copying was common. Steganography, the technique of concealing messages within other objects, was also employed by medieval spies. A wax tablet's wooden backing could have text written on it that would not be visible until the wax was removed. Messages could be inscribed on the inside of leather goods, stitched into garments, or even inked on a messenger's scalp and concealed by hair growth. Finding concealment techniques that would withstand the rough treatment of medieval travel was crucial. Medieval intelligence networks gave rise to coded languages, in which common words had hidden meanings that only network participants knew. While a letter from a merchant discussing the purchase of fine wool might be reporting on military fortifications, a discussion of grain prices might be revealing information about political alliances. To prevent detection, these codes needed to be carefully used and thoroughly memorized. In ways that are nearly impossible for modern minds to comprehend, physical objects were used as messaging systems. For someone who understood how to read these signals, the placement of a candle in a window, the way a cloak was hung, or the arrangement of objects on a table could all provide information. In order to transmit messages without leaving any written records that could be found and used as proof, medieval intelligence agents created complex non-verbal communication systems. The more educated members of medieval intelligence networks used mathematical codes. Basic security for written communications was offered by simple substitution ciphers, in which a different letter or symbol was used for each letter. More advanced agents employed polyalphabetic ciphers, which made it much harder for unauthorized readers to decipher the codes by altering the substitution pattern in accordance with preset rules. Medieval cryptography faced the difficulty of striking a balance between security and usefulness. Better protection was offered by complex codes, but they also took longer to encode and decode, increased the possibility of mistakes that could make messages incomprehensible, and placed more strain on the user's memory and education. It was worse than useless to have a code that was impossible to crack but impossible to use properly. The issue of key distribution, or making sure that senders and recipients had the data required to encode and decode messages, was another challenge faced by medieval intelligence networks. Sharing the secrets required for secret communication created a paradox that took a great deal of ingenuity to resolve in an era without secure communication. Medieval secret communication was further complicated by timing codes. It's possible for messages to be sent in segments, with each segment arriving at a different time, and only making sense when put together correctly. Alternatively, the coded information may include the delivery time and date, which recipients must account for when decoding the message. Working with secret messages put a lot of psychological strain on employees. A single encoding error could give the intended recipient no meaning at all. An entire intelligence network could be exposed by a mistaken concealment. Important intelligence could end up in the hands of the enemy if the wrong messenger is chosen. Under circumstances that made perfection all but impossible, medieval spies had to be flawless cryptographers. Medieval secret communication systems were remarkably successful in spite of these obstacles. Intelligence networks were able to coordinate intricate operations, sustain communications over long distances, and protect their most sensitive data from hostile interception. Ingenuity, meticulous planning, and the kind of attention to detail that could mean the difference between personal destruction and mission success were the foundations of their success. Pour yourself another cup of tea and think about how you would budget for an intelligence network if you were a medieval king attempting to manage one. There are no accounting departments to monitor operating costs, no standardized pay scales, and no corporate expense accounts. Instead, you're dealing with a shadow economy where your most critical employees are unable to provide receipts, and where, in order to protect all parties, payment must frequently be disguised as something completely different. The financial theories used in medieval espionage would make modern accountants shudder. Generally speaking, spies received erratic compensation that varied greatly based on the value of the information they provided, the risk of their missions, and the financial standing of their employers. It was the pinnacle of freelancing, with no job security and retirement planning, limited to wishing you lived long enough to retire. Medieval spies were typically paid a combination of bonuses for certain pieces of valuable intelligence and regular stipends for continuing agents. To keep him loyal, a merchant who frequently covered political events in the cities he visited might get a small annual payment. For more significant information, he might get larger sums. Maintaining credible justifications for these financial transactions was a challenge for both the spy and the spy master. As alluring as that image may be for Hollywood, money couldn't just be handed over in dim alleyways. Payments had to be made under false pretenses that would pass muster if they were caught. A spy may be compensated by inflated prices for goods they purportedly sold to their handler, loans that were never meant to be paid back, or winnings from gambling that were actually intelligence payments. The practical realities of medieval life complicated the cost structure of medieval espionage. In order to maintain their cover identities and obtain information, spies had to pay for their own travel, lodging, and the various bribes and gifts they would need. In order to keep their credibility, a spy masquerading as a merchant might have to genuinely buy and sell goods, which would require them to invest money in inventory, in the hopes that their trading operations would generate enough revenue to fund their intelligence operations. Medieval spies faced especially high travel costs. A spy's earnings from intelligence work could easily be outweighed by the costs of horses, food, lodging, and the numerous fees and tolls associated with medieval travel. It's likely that many medieval spies lost money on their operations, either accepting a lesser standard of living than they could have obtained through legal employment, or funding their espionage efforts with other sources of income. For medieval spies, financial planning was practically impossible due to the erratic nature of intelligence work. After months of collecting information for free, a spy may be paid handsomely for a particularly useful piece of intelligence. The ability to maintain a cover identity even in times of financial hardship and significant personal financial management skills were necessary in this feast or famine economy. Currency exchange issues that did not exist for contemporary international operations were another issue that medieval intelligence networks had to handle. Exchange rates varied according to political ties and the availability of precious metals, and different regions used different coins with varying weight and purity requirements. A spy who worked in several different areas had to be able to handle the intricate financial aspects of medieval trade while also working as an intelligence officer and a currency trader. Medieval spies who were able to combine their intelligence work with legal business ventures that offered both cover and extra cash were frequently the most successful. Carefully selecting trade routes allowed a merchant spy to conduct lucrative business that financed their intelligence operations while simultaneously obtaining useful intelligence. A scholar spy could obtain information about political connections and get paid for writing services by copying manuscripts for aristocrats. Because they had fewer economic options than men, women who worked in medieval intelligence faced unique financial difficulties. In a noble home, a female spy might serve as a servant, earning a meagre salary while obtaining intelligence, but medieval social norms limited her options for career progression or other employment. Because they frequently had to depend more on their handlers for financial support, female spies were more susceptible to abuse. For many agents, regular banking relationships were impossible due to the security requirements of medieval espionage. Operating under a false identity prevented a spy from keeping accounts under their real name, and from having financial records that could be used to expose their intelligence operations. Precious metals or gems were likely carried by many medieval spies, making them easy targets for theft while on the road. Medieval spies hardly ever planned for retirement. There were no social security programs or pension funds, and there was no assurance that an intelligence organization would keep paying agents who were no longer actively contributing. If they lived long enough to reach old age, successful medieval spies had to amass enough wealth during their active careers to sustain themselves in their later years. Medieval spies' families had to deal with financial instability that went beyond the agents themselves. There was no life insurance, no survivor benefits, and frequently no recognition that a spy had been working for their employer if they were killed or vanished during a mission. Medieval spies' wives and kids could find themselves unexpectedly poor, with no way to support themselves and no reason for their loss. Medieval intelligence networks were able to recruit and retain agents who offered their employers valuable services in spite of these financial difficulties. People who found that espionage offered better opportunities than traditional employment in their social class, or who were prepared to accept financial uncertainty in exchange for the thrill of intelligence work, were drawn to the work. With its own payment systems, financial difficulties, and strategies for handling the interplay between money and secrecy, the shadow economy that ran concurrently with the legal medieval economy is revealed by the economics of medieval espionage. It was capitalism with a conspiracy twist, where information was the most valuable resource and the cost of discovery was frequently the highest. Turn down the lights a little bit and imagine what it would be like to get out of bed each morning and put on not just your clothes, but a completely different persona. Imagine posing as someone else for months or years at a time, never being able to let your guard down, and never knowing if those around you are buying into your carefully crafted lies. In a world where authenticity was a luxury they couldn't afford, medieval spies had to learn not only the methods of obtaining intelligence, but also the far more challenging art of psychological survival. Maintaining false identities for extended periods of time while residing close to people who might discover the deception was the main obstacle of medieval espionage. Compared to contemporary communities, medieval society was more intimate, smaller, and suspicious. Individuals inquired about strangers, knew their neighbours, and looked for clues that might indicate someone's true motivations or background. A medieval spy masquerading as a merchant needed to be familiar with the finer points that would persuade seasoned traders, in addition to the fundamentals of business life. They had to comprehend seasonal market swings, trade route challenges, regional price disparities, and the interpersonal ties between merchants in various cities. One discussion with an actual merchant could reveal knowledge gaps that could take years to fill on their own. There was no way to alleviate the psychological stress brought on by the ongoing attention to detail needed to maintain cover identities. While medieval spies frequently went months without speaking to their actual employers or co-workers, modern undercover agents can at least communicate with their handlers or take breaks from their duties. They maintained personalities that weren't their own, lived in total seclusion, and were surrounded by untrustworthy people. For medieval spies, memory became both a psychological burden and an essential survival skill. They had to recall the intricate fictional histories they had written for their cover identities in addition to the intelligence they had gathered. If the spy was unable to reliably recall the specifics of their fake background, a casual inquiry about early life or familial ties could turn into a risky situation. Medieval society placed a great value on social connections and community ties, making the social isolation of medieval espionage especially challenging. Suspicion was immediately raised against those who appeared to have no family ties, roots, or long-standing community ties. Spies in the Middle Ages had to establish credible social networks while steering clear of intimate connections that could expose their true identities. Medieval espionage was further complicated psychologically by religious conflicts. Spies frequently had to maintain cover identities that required them to support political causes they personally opposed, participate in religious ceremonies that might violate their conscience, or pretend to hold religious beliefs that were at odds with their true beliefs. Moral stress resulting from the internal struggle between one's personal convictions and professional obligations could jeopardize an agent's psychological stability. Medieval spies lived in a state of chronic anxiety that pervaded every part of their lives due to their constant fear of being discovered. They couldn't afford to unwind, they couldn't believe their gut feelings about people, and they couldn't make true friends with anyone they met while on missions. Physical fatigue was only one aspect of the exhaustion brought on by the hypervigilance required for survival. The moral ambiguity and guilt of their work were other issues that medieval spies had to cope with. In order to obtain intelligence, they frequently had to lie to people they thought were their friends, betray the confidence of those who had been kind to them, or support military and political initiatives that could endanger innocent people. Over time, the psychological toll of these ethical concessions mounted, resulting in internal strife that might be just as damaging as outside dangers. Medieval espionage's mental health issues were especially severe because of the inability to get support or assistance when experiencing psychological issues. When missions became too much to handle, there were no supervisors to offer support, no colleagues to confide in, and no counsellors to consult. In order to maintain complete operational security, medieval spies had to create their own coping strategies. Medieval espionage put a tremendous strain on family relationships. Married spies were required to lie to their wives about their whereabouts, activities, and frequently their core values and allegiances. Medieval spies had fathers or mothers who were mysteriously evasive about their work and often absent. The most significant interpersonal relationships in an agent's life were tainted by the secrecy required for operational security. After completing intelligence missions, returning to normal life was frequently just as psychologically taxing as the actual espionage work. In addition to readjusting to their true identities, medieval spies had to make amends with emotionally distant family members and friends and somehow cope with months or years of deceit and seclusion without being able to talk about their experiences with others. Because of the ongoing danger, the psychological strain of assuming false identities, and the moral dilemmas that came with their job, some medieval spies most likely experienced what is now known as post-traumatic stress disorder. Medieval society lacked resources to assist intelligence agents in recovering from the psychological harm of their service because it lacked knowledge about mental health and effective treatment techniques. Those who were able to compartmentalize their emotions, keep a clear separation between their true and false identities, and find ways to defend the moral complexity of their work were likely the most successful medieval spies. However, even these psychologically strong people had to pay a price in terms of their capacity to build genuine bonds and sustain emotional ties with others. Medieval intelligence networks maintained operations throughout Europe for centuries and attracted new recruits in spite of these significant psychological obstacles. The thrill of doing meaningful work, the fulfillment of supporting causes they supported, or just the allure of a life very different from the few options available to the majority of people in medieval society, must have been the satisfactions that offset the psychological costs of the job. Medieval espionage's psychological reality highlights the human cost of intelligence work in a time when mental health was poorly understood and there were no resources available to support those who compromised their psychological well-being to further military and political goals. These forgotten heroes of medieval statecraft incurred psychological burdens long after their active service ended, in addition to the physical risks of their missions. Now, let's take a step back and examine the larger picture, much like when you examine a medieval tapestry. where individual threads come together to form patterns that are not visible when you concentrate on any one of them. Without computers, phones, or any other communication technology that we now consider necessary for organizing large-scale operations, medieval intelligence networks were organizational marvels. Rather, they depended on human memory, interpersonal connections, and trust structures that were both necessary and brittle. Imagine attempting to manage a contemporary business with only handwritten letters that take weeks to deliver, in-person meetings that require days or weeks of travel to set up, and staff members who are unable to accept their position. When medieval spy masters established intelligence networks that crossed continents and impacted the results of wars, succession disputes, and diplomatic negotiations, they essentially achieved that. Although they didn't call it that, the cell structure served as the cornerstone of medieval intelligence networks. Agents collaborated in small groups, each with a limited understanding of the larger network. The identity of 2 or 3 other agents may be known to a merchant spy in one city, but they would have no knowledge of intelligence activities in other areas. In the event that a single agent was apprehended and interrogated, the network was shielded by this division. Medieval intelligence networks relied on complex networks of cutouts and intermediaries to facilitate communication between various components. A spy in London might give information to a merchant, who would then give it to a monk in Dover, who would then include it in a letter to a monastery in Calais. From there, another monk would extract the information and give it to a local agent, who would then deliver it to a French nobleman who was working for English interests. Because everyone in this chain was only familiar with their close associates, ignorance provided security. The authentication problem, or how to confirm that information was authentic and that agents were who they said they were, was a challenge for medieval intelligence networks. To enable agents to recognize one another and verify their legitimacy, they created systems of codes, passwords, and recognition signals. Agents who had never met before could authenticate each other using a unique letter-signing style, a phrase incorporated into conversation, or a distinctive piece of clothing. Without official schools or training programs, new agents had to be recruited and trained. Potential recruits were found by seasoned agents, who then gradually exposed them to intelligence work and offered unofficial apprenticeships that allowed them to gain the skills they needed through hands-on experience. Before taking on more difficult tasks requiring advanced tradecraft, a new recruit may start out carrying simple messages and work their way up to gathering basic information. Medieval intelligence networks faced ongoing quality control challenges. Multiple sources had to be used to confirm information, and because medieval communication was slow, this could take weeks or months. False information may have already affected significant choices or military operations by the time it was discovered and fixed. In order to assess the credibility of sources and information, medieval spy masters had to cultivate their intuition. Medieval intelligence networks needed to be funded creatively to avoid drawing the attention of adversarial authorities. Without leaving visible paper trails, money had to be transferred between various territories and exchanged between currencies. Trade profits were used to fund espionage activities, and legitimate companies, places of worship, and merchant enterprises frequently functioned as fronts for intelligence funding. In addition, medieval intelligence networks had to coordinate intricate operations involving numerous agents in various locations while maintaining operational security. Coordination between agents in multiple cities may be necessary for a plan to obtain intelligence on an enemy's military preparations, and timing is crucial to its success. However, coordinating these activities necessitated communication that, if intercepted, might jeopardize the network as a whole. Medieval intelligence networks were both strong and weak due to their inherent redundancy. The same information could be gathered by multiple agents, which would increase the likelihood that someone would notice unusual interest in certain topics, while also providing verification. In order to ensure that vital information would reach its destination, even in the event that some channels were compromised, networks frequently maintained parallel channels for important intelligence. Because of the potential for allies to suddenly turn into enemies, medieval intelligence networks had to adjust to shifting political conditions. After a political marriage, a succession crisis, or a change in diplomatic ties, an agent who had spent years cultivating sources in a certain court may find themselves operating in hostile territory. To withstand these political upheavals and continue to function effectively, networks required adaptability. Because medieval intelligence operations lasted so long, they face particular difficulties that are uncommon in contemporary intelligence services. Within the same families or organisations, some networks continued to function for decades, with agents transmitting information from one generation to the next. Before he retires, a monk may choose to hire his successor, ensuring continuity of operations while simultaneously building up institutional knowledge that could be disastrous if hostile forces find out. The seasonality of medieval life presented another challenge for medieval intelligence networks. While summer campaigns and harvest seasons brought opportunities and challenges that necessitated careful timing of network operations, winter weather made travel and communication much more difficult. Political intelligence had to take into consideration the seasonal movements of noble courts, while military intelligence had to be collected and disseminated in accordance with campaign schedules. In order to concentrate resources on specific kinds of information, the most advanced medieval intelligence networks created specializations. Some networks kept agents close to military headquarters and key fortifications in order to focus on military intelligence. Others developed sources in aristocratic courts and places of worship in order to concentrate on political intelligence. Economic intelligence networks monitored resource availability, currency fluctuations, and trade trends. Despite not having the formal safeguards that contemporary intelligence services do, medieval networks were constantly concerned about counterintelligence. Because their adversaries were also conducting intelligence operations, medieval spies had to be on the lookout for any indication that their own actions were being watched. As agents grew wary of one another, the paranoia required for survival in this setting could demolish networks from within. Although networks had to keep some records in order to track agents, coordinate operations, and preserve institutional knowledge, the documentation of medieval intelligence operations was inevitably minimal. There was a continual conflict between operational security and administrative necessity, because these records had to be kept safe while still being available to authorized personnel. To avoid discovery, it's likely that many medieval intelligence archives were routinely destroyed. In the end, the personal traits of those who established and maintained medieval intelligence networks determined their success. Spy masters had to be able to inspire loyalty while keeping the secrecy that made such loyalty dangerous, diplomatic skills with brutal pragmatism, and strategic thinking with meticulous attention to detail. Those in charge of the most successful medieval intelligence operations were most likely those who were aware of both the potential and constraints of human nature. Breathe deeply and prepare yourself for what may be the most sobering portion of our medieval espionage adventure. Although we have discussed the achievements and innovations of medieval intelligence work, the truth is that many operations were a complete failure, frequently with immediate, severe, and long-lasting effects on those involved. In the high-stakes world of medieval espionage, failure frequently resulted in torture, execution, and the dismantling of entire intelligence networks, in addition to professional humiliation or career setbacks. Months or years of meticulous network building could be undone by the discovery of a single spy. Even the most committed agents had a limit to how much suffering they could take before disclosing what they knew, and medieval interrogation techniques were intended to elicit information regardless of the subject's willingness to cooperate. A captured spy could jeopardize the identities and whereabouts of dozens of other agents, in addition to their own mission. The human propensity to grow accustomed to successful routines was one of the most frequent reasons why medieval espionage efforts failed. After years of using the same contact methods, travel routes, and cover story, an agent may become predictable enough for enemy counterintelligence to recognize and follow. Complacency was fostered by success, and complacency resulted in potentially lethal carelessness. When compromised, the authentication mechanisms that safeguarded medieval intelligence networks might also turn into a vulnerability. Enemy agents could infiltrate a network and feed false information while identifying legitimate agents if they learned the codes, passwords, or recognition signals that the network uses. Because it fostered false confidence while actually advancing the objectives of the enemy, a compromised authentication system was worse than none at all. People they trusted could betray medieval spies, sometimes for reasons unrelated to their intelligence work. In order to avoid being captured, a fellow agent may divulge network secrets. Personal grievances, financial strains, or shifting political allegiances could cause a contact to turn against them. If family members felt it was essential to their own survival, they might even turn on spy relatives. Medieval intelligence networks were susceptible to catastrophic failures due to their sluggish communication systems. By the time it arrived at its destination, information that was correct when it was collected could become dangerously out of date. When friendly commanders finally received military intelligence about enemy troop movements, it may have been weeks old, causing them to base tactical decisions on outdated information. Vulnerabilities created by currency and financial systems are not encountered by contemporary intelligence services. If enemy agents were able to identify odd coins or track down the origins of financial transactions, they could betray a spy using the very funds that were used to pay them. Medieval espionage employed irregular payment systems, which made it possible for agents to be recognized by their suspicious financial activity or unexplained wealth. Intelligence officers face particular risks due to the medical realities of medieval life. When working under a false identity, a spy who gets seriously ill may not be able to keep up their cover, particularly if the medical care they require reveals details about their true activities or background. If disease kept important agents from fulfilling their responsibilities or meeting their contacts, it could jeopardize entire networks. Medieval spies working across sectarian lines faced unique risks due to religious conflicts. If an agent made mistakes that exposed their true religious background, they could be exposed because their cover identity required them to take part in religious ceremonies. Due to the strong religious beliefs of the Middle Ages, religious deception was both essential for many operations and very risky if caught. Medieval legal systems produced unpredictable and challenging to manage risks. A spy working under a false identity could find themselves embroiled in legal proceedings that could reveal their true origins. Local regulations pertaining to travel, business, or religion could present unforeseen challenges that compelled agents to divulge more personal information than was safe. Agents or their handlers had no control over how weather and natural disasters could ruin meticulously planned intelligence operations. A spy may be forced to take an alternate route that exposes them to discovery if a bridge is washed out by flooding. Time-sensitive operations may be disrupted if scheduled meetings are impossible due to an exceptionally harsh winter. Over the course of long-term operations, spies developed personal relationships that could lead to both operational success and disastrous failure. When an agent maintained a false identity while forming real friendships or romantic relationships, they ran the risk of developing emotional issues that could impair their judgment. However, abruptly terminating these relationships may also raise suspicions that result in discovery. When led by astute and suspicious leaders, medieval counterintelligence operations could be surprisingly successful, despite being less organised than contemporary ones. A shrewd nobleman might see trends in the inquiries made by various guests or note that particular kinds of information appeared to leak to adversaries on a regular basis. Experienced medieval leaders were occasionally able to recognise and stop enemy intelligence operations even in the absence of official counterintelligence training. Failures in medieval espionage had far-reaching effects that went well beyond the specific agents involved. Inaccurate intelligence could cost military leaders battles, and thousands of soldiers could lose their lives as a result. Diplomatic choices made by political leaders who were tricked by enemy operatives could undermine their standing for decades. Failures in intelligence could have repercussions that affect entire kingdoms and the outcome of wars. Most tragically, failed medieval spies frequently suffered alongside their families and associates. The associates of spies who were caught may have been punished for their involvement in intelligence operations alone, as medieval justice did not always distinguish between major offenders and their families. Failures in medieval espionage could have a personal cost to those who were unaware of or did not participate in intelligence operations. Surviving network members faced additional difficulties as a result of the psychological effects of seeing or hearing about espionage failures. Agents who were aware that their co-workers had been taken prisoner and subjected to torture had to carry on with their own perilous work while dealing with the trauma of knowing that they could suffer the same fate. In addition to their other psychological burdens, medieval spies also had to deal with the fear of failure. Medieval intelligence networks persisted in functioning and growing throughout the medieval era, in spite of these significant risks and frequent breakdowns. Despite being aware of the possible repercussions of failure, the individuals involved were strong enough to persevere, and the accomplishments were noteworthy enough to offset the expenses. Their contributions to medieval statecraft are all the more noteworthy for their bravery in the face of such dangers. Pour yourself another cup of tea and marvel at this. Medieval spies' desperate inventiveness in trying to solve impossible problems with whatever materials they could find led to some of the most brilliant technological advancements in human history, not from universities or royal workshops. These were not science fiction devices, but rather workable solutions developed by individuals who realised that staying one step ahead of their adversaries was essential to their survival. Though most of it would seem laughably archaic by today's standards, the medieval era saw some amazing advancements in what we might call espionage technology. However, medieval spies developed truly sophisticated and frequently remarkably effective tools and techniques within the limitations of medieval materials, science, and manufacturing capabilities. Spies pushed the limits of what could be done with pens, ink, and parchment, and writing technology was essential for intelligence operations during the Middle Ages. They created inks that, when heated or exposed to particular chemicals, could change colour, making messages appear or vanish as needed. Inks that were invisible until exposed to specific substances that only the intended recipient would know how to apply were made by some medieval spies. Another medieval invention that called for exceptional patience and skill was the production of microscopic text. In order to conceal entire intelligence reports in what seemed to be ornamental flourishes on common documents, spies learned to write messages so tiny that they were nearly imperceptible to the human eye. Only magnifying glasses, which were uncommon and costly during the Middle Ages, could read these messages. In the hands of medieval intelligence networks, sealing wax developed into a highly advanced security technology. In order to make it nearly impossible to detect tampering, spies developed methods for melting and resealing wax seals. They developed techniques for encoding confidential information into the wax itself and made unique seal designs with concealed elements that could confirm authenticity. By producing phony letters, official seals, and travel documents that could withstand close examination, medieval spies also made significant advances in the field of document forgery. This called for in-depth familiarity with the materials, methods, and administrative processes utilised in various regions in addition to artistic talent. A successful forger needed to be familiar with the writing styles, ink formulations, and paper-making procedures utilised in different administrative and court settings. Despite being archaic by today's standards, optical devices were crucial to medieval intelligence operations. Spies developed methods for using glass and crystal to magnify small text or images, made simple telescopes to observe activities in the distance, and used mirrors to send light signals over long distances. These optical advancements necessitated a thorough comprehension of medieval mirror-making and lens-grinding methods. Medieval spies were able to operate more effectively and with less chance of being caught thanks to the development of portable writing and message systems. They designed message containers that could be hidden in places where casual searchers wouldn't find them. They developed inks that could be quickly mixed from everyday materials, and they made writing kits that could be hidden inside everyday objects. Even though clock and timing technologies were still in their infancy during the Middle Ages, intelligence networks adopted them for security and coordination reasons. By using natural phenomena like tide cycles, star positions, and shadow lengths to coordinate activities across multiple locations, spies created techniques for timing meetings and message deliveries that did not rely on mechanical clocks. As spies produced more precise and in-depth maps of regions, fortifications, and routes of travel, medieval cartography evolved into an intelligence tool. Militarily sensitive information, such as the locations of supply caches, defensive weaknesses, and secret routes, was frequently included on these maps. Making maps required knowledge of military engineering and strategic planning in addition to geography. Despite being constrained by medieval manufacturing capabilities, mechanical devices were surprisingly sophisticatedly modified for intelligence purposes. Spies made mechanical aids for scaling walls or getting around security measures, made lock-picking tools that looked like commonplace tools, and made secret compartments in everyday objects. Despite being founded on what is now regarded as primitive science, medieval intelligence practitioners possessed surprisingly sophisticated chemical knowledge. Spies knew how to make sabotage-related explosives, poisons that could be used covertly, and chemical tests that could detect tampered documents or materials. Technologies that could shield confidential documents from moisture, insects, theft, and accidental discovery were needed for the preservation and storage of intelligence data. Waterproof containers, hiding spots that could withstand building renovations, and storage systems that would keep data safe for years or decades, while still being available to authorized users, were all inventions of medieval spies. Medieval spies had to invent innovative ways to modify existing technologies in order to communicate over great distances. They established networks of human messengers who could transmit information more quickly than traditional commercial or diplomatic channels, employed trained birds to deliver messages, and devised systems of signal fires and mirror flashes for quick communication. Medieval spies were able to better conceal their activities and change their appearances thanks to technologies for disguise and concealment. Using the tools and resources available in medieval society, they created ways to alter their physical appearance, social standing, and perceived age. These disguises needed to be convincing enough to fool anyone who might come into contact with the spy on a regular basis over a long period of time. Medieval intelligence networks created authentication and verification systems that were incredibly difficult to forge and frequently cleverly straightforward. They developed physical tokens that were almost impossible to counterfeit, identification systems based on information that only authorized agents would know, and recognition protocols that could confirm identity without written records. The creation of information processing and analysis systems by medieval spies, who lacked formal bureaucratic structures and computers, may have been the most remarkable development. They produced systems for monitoring shifting political ties, techniques for integrating data from various sources, and analytical frameworks that could spot patterns and trends in intricate political circumstances. These technological advancements show how extraordinary creativity was driven by practical necessity in the field of medieval intelligence work. Medieval spies, operating under strict material and technological limitations, developed solutions that were sophisticated in their application, but often elegant in their simplicity. The intelligence technologies that would develop over centuries into the systems utilized by contemporary intelligence agencies were made possible by their innovations. Let's take a step back and track the unseen strands that link those mud-splattered medieval spies to the advanced intelligence operations of today as you approach the bottom of your cup and feel the soft pull of impending sleep. With the end of the medieval era, the methods, networks, and values they created did not vanish. Rather, they changed, adapted, and served as the cornerstone for intelligence operations that still influence our world today. The establishment of intelligence gathering as a crucial government function was the most fundamental legacy of medieval espionage. Initially considering spying a repugnant necessity, medieval rulers eventually realized that information was just as crucial to preserving political power as armies. As a result of this acknowledgement, permanent intelligence organizations were established, which later developed into the national intelligence services of contemporary nations. Medieval intelligence networks created recruitment guidelines that set trends that are still used by contemporary organizations. Intelligence recruitment still heavily favors those who could travel without suspicion, who naturally ask questions, and who have the psychological fortitude to keep up false identities. The most successful spies, as demonstrated by medieval spies, are frequently those who can blend in with the general population. The foundation for contemporary intelligence communications was established by medieval advances in secure communication and cryptography. The complex encryption systems that safeguard contemporary intelligence communications were developed from the codes and ciphers created by medieval networks. The fundamental concepts of secure communication, message authentication, and key distribution that medieval spies found difficult to grasp continue to be major obstacles for contemporary intelligence organizations. Modern intelligence services continue to employ the organizational principles established by the network structures developed by medieval intelligence organizations. Modern intelligence compartmentalization was based on the cell structures that prevented medieval networks from being totally compromised when individual agents were apprehended. One of the main challenges for contemporary intelligence operations is maintaining the operational security and coordination balance that medieval networks were able to achieve. The fundamentals of contemporary defensive intelligence work were established by the counterintelligence awareness that medieval spies developed in reaction to enemy intelligence activities. Modern counterintelligence doctrines, which assume hostile intelligence services are continuously attempting to compromise friendly operations, are based on the medieval understanding that intelligence services must defend themselves against deception and penetration. Modern forensic methods for examining intelligence materials are the result of medieval advancements in document analysis and verification. Modern intelligence analysis techniques, which employ technology but adhere to similar logical principles, evolved from the abilities that medieval spies developed for identifying forged documents, evaluating writing styles, and confirming the reliability of information sources. Modern knowledge of intelligence operations incorporates the psychological understanding of human motivation, deceit, and loyalty that medieval intelligence practitioners acquired. Medieval spies acquired skills in motivating agents, evaluating the credibility of sources and preserving operational security while fostering fruitful collaborations. These realizations continue to be essential to contemporary human intelligence activities. Medieval networks' successful integration of military and diplomatic operations with intelligence work created models that contemporary governments continue to adhere to. The effective coordination of military action, diplomacy and intelligence was a lesson learned by medieval rulers that is still applicable to contemporary national security strategy. Modern intelligence funding and financial management have their roots in the economic principles that guided medieval intelligence operations. Just as it was for medieval spy masters attempting to pay agents covertly, the problem of financing covert operations without leaving audit trails that hostile services could use is still present today. Modern intelligence services are still confronted with the moral and legal dilemmas brought up by medieval espionage operations. Modern democratic societies must strike a balance between security requirements, legal restrictions, and ethical principles. Medieval societies grappled with the conflict between the practical necessity of intelligence work and traditional moral and legal principles. Modern intelligence technology development is characterized by patterns of adaptation and creativity that were established by the technological innovations pioneered by medieval intelligence networks. In the same way that contemporary intelligence agencies modify commercial technologies for security applications, medieval spies who modified civilian technologies for intelligence purposes started a tradition. Medieval intelligence work's global scope set the stage for contemporary intelligence competition and collaboration. Cross-political medieval intelligence networks created models for state-to-state intelligence cooperation and competition that still have an impact on contemporary international intelligence cooperation. Literature, entertainment, and the general public's perception of intelligence work all reflect the cultural influence of medieval espionage and continue to shape how contemporary societies view spies and intelligence organizations. The way intelligence work is portrayed and understood in popular culture is still influenced by the narrative patterns created by medieval tales of spies and secret agents. The value of historical analysis for contemporary intelligence work was established by the institutional memory that medieval intelligence networks preserved. Medieval practitioners set the standard for contemporary intelligence services that preserve historical records and analyze past operations to enhance present performance by learning from the successes and failures of earlier operations. Most significantly, medieval espionage showed that, at its core, intelligence work is not about technology or institutional frameworks, but rather about human relationships and psychology. The success or failure of medieval spies was determined by their capacity to comprehend and influence human behavior, a skill that is essential to intelligence operations even with all of the modern era's technological advancements. Modern intelligence services are still influenced by the moral and professional standards set by the bravery and commitment of medieval intelligence agents. Modern intelligence professionals are still inspired by the traditions of service established by medieval spies who risked their lives for causes they supported, upheld professional standards in the face of personal danger, and served their societies without much credit or compensation. The principles and techniques that were initially developed by those anonymous medieval agents who travelled muddy roads, slept in flea-infested inns, and risked their lives to gather information that would shape the course of history, are still used by modern intelligence agencies as they confront new challenges from international terrorism, technological change, and evolving security threats. Think about the amazing people whose stories we have told tonight as you get ready to close this chapter of history and go to sleep. They were regular people who made extraordinary life choices, people who put up with discomfort, risk, and anonymity for causes that frequently brought them little reward and little recognition. The glitzy characters of contemporary fiction were not the medieval spies whose stories we have examined. Rather, they were perhaps more admirable, actual people who bravely, creatively, and resolutely faced real challenges. They contributed to historical advancements that shaped the world we inherited, solved problems that would have challenged contemporary professionals, and upheld their integrity in situations that would have broken many others. These underappreciated heroes of medieval statecraft serve as a reminder that history is shaped by the innumerable people who labour silently in the background to maintain communications, gather information, and provide the intelligence necessary for effective leadership, not just by kings and queens, conflicts and treaties. Their contribution should be honoured because they were the unsung heroes of their time. Their experiences also serve as a reminder that the problems intelligence professionals face, such as striking a balance between security and effectiveness, juggling personal and professional commitments, and balancing morally challenging but necessary work, are universal human struggles that cut across all time periods. Dreams of moonlit castle walls, coded messages concealed in merchant letters, or courageous people walking perilous roads in support of causes they believed in may come to mind as you drift off to sleep. These dreams introduce you to a never-ending tale of selflessness, service, and unsung bravery that has influenced our world in ways we hardly ever recognise. Although the lives of the medieval spies we've met tonight were frequently uncomfortable, dangerous, and little known, their work was vital to the societies they served. They serve as a reminder that civilization is not solely dependent on the well-known people whose names we can still recall, but also on the innumerable unnamed people who make incalculable, frequently unseen, but always vital contributions to the common good. Rest easy knowing that you've spent the evening with some of the bravest and most devoted people in history, people whose dedication to service and willingness to make sacrifices for the greater good made traditions that still serve and protect our contemporary world. Every intelligence professional who carries on their work carries on their legacy, and their memory is honoured every time we remember that true heroism frequently doesn't wear a uniform and doesn't seek recognition. Sweet dreams, and may you rest in peace knowing that courageous people have always worked in silence to defend the societies they served, requesting nothing more than the fulfilment of their duty and service to causes bigger than themselves. Now, close your eyes for a moment and imagine stepping through a low doorway into another world. The year doesn't matter much, it could be 1650 or 1850. Because some things about English pubs remained beautifully consistent across the centuries. The first thing that would strike you is the light, or rather the particular quality of dimness punctuated by warm spots of illumination. Before electricity transformed our nights into perpetual day, pub lighting came from fireplaces, candles, and, later, oil lamps. This wasn't the harsh, revealing light of modern life that shows every imperfection. This was light that softened edges, created pools of shadow, and made faces glow amber in the firelight. The dancing flames cast moving shadows on walls darkened by centuries of smoke, creating an atmosphere that was less about seeing clearly and more about feeling safe. The ceiling would be lower than you're accustomed to, low enough that tall visitors sometimes needed to duck beneath the heavy oak beams. These beams, blackened with age and smoke, had often been salvaged from old ships or hewn from ancient forests. Running your hand along them, you'd feel the rough texture of wood that had witnessed generations of stories, arguments, celebrations, and quiet contemplations. The air itself would tell you stories if you paid attention. There was always the foundational scent of wood smoke, not the clean outdoorsy smell of a campfire, but something richer, mixed with centuries of tobacco, spilled ale, damp wool, and the accumulated essence of human presence. On cold days, you'd smell wet dog as well, because dogs were welcome companions in most pubs, lying contentedly by the fire while their owners conducted business or simply passed time. The furniture bore the marks of hard use and genuine age. Tables were thick slabs of wood, their surfaces worn smooth by countless elbows and scarred with the initials of patrons long dead. Benches and settles lined the walls, their backs high enough to block drafts and create semi-private spaces where conversations could unfold without the whole room listening. The wealthiest establishments might have a few chairs, but benches were democratic. They accommodated however many people squeezed together, regardless of social standing. Sound would envelop you differently than in modern spaces. Without the constant hum of refrigeration, air conditioning, or electronic devices, the acoustic texture of a pub was entirely human and organic. There was the crackle of the fire, the clink of pewter tankards, the scrape of benches on worn floorboards, and the murmur of conversation that rose and fell like a tide. Laughter would burst forth suddenly, then fade back into the general hum. Someone might be singing in the corner, not performing, but simply singing because that's what people did when they felt content and slightly warm from ale. The fireplace dominated most pub rooms, and it was genuinely necessary rather than decorative. English weather has never been known for warmth, and buildings before modern insulation were only marginally better than being outside. The fire was where new arrivals gravitated first, holding cold hands toward the flames and stamping feeling back into feet that had walked muddy roads. The hearth was also where food was cooked. filling the room with smells that made your stomach remember how hungry you were. You'd notice that everyone seemed to know everyone else, or at least everyone knew the publican. The keeper of the establishment wasn't just a bartender in the modern sense. They were a community banker, information hub, amateur counsellor, and sometimes peacekeeper. They knew who could be trusted for a loan, whose crops had failed, which families were feuding, and where a traveller might find work or lodging. The pub existed in a particular relationship with time that we've largely lost. It wasn't a place you visited for exactly 1 hour for a scheduled meeting before rushing to the next appointment. Time in a pub was elastic, expandable. You might stop in for a quick ale and find yourself there 3 hours later, not because anything particular happened, but because the warmth and companionship made leaving seem unnecessary. This wasn't wasted time. It was time spent maintaining the social bonds that held communities together. To understand the English pub, we need to go back to its roots, which stretch deeper into history than you might imagine. The tradition of public drinking houses in England predates even the Norman conquest, reaching back to Anglo-Saxon times when ale was safer to drink than water, and every village needed someone who could brew it properly. The word pub itself is simply a shortened form of public house, but this doesn't fully capture what these places meant. In medieval England, there were actually 3 types of drinking establishments, and the distinctions mattered. Alehouses were basic, often just someone's front room where they sold the ale they'd brewed. Taverns were slightly more upscale and served wine as well as ale. Inns were the most substantial, offering food, drink and accommodation for travellers. The earliest alehouses were marked by a simple but effective advertising method. A pole or bush stuck out from the building. This ale pole or ale stake tradition dates back to Roman times, and it served the practical purpose of alerting people who couldn't read, which was most people, that ale was available here. The saying, "good wine needs no bush," comes from this tradition, suggesting that quality products advertise themselves. In these early establishments, the person brewing and selling ale was often a woman, an alewife. Brewing was considered domestic, work, like baking bread, and women dominated the trade for centuries. The image of a witch with a pointed hat and broomstick actually evolved partly from the traditional costume of alewives, who wore tall hats so customers could spot them in crowds, and used broomsticks to signal when a new batch of ale was ready. The ale itself would be quite different from anything you'd drink today. It was thick, nutritious, and relatively low in alcohol, more like liquid bread than modern beer. People drank it because the brewing process killed the bacteria that made water dangerous, and it provided calories that supplemented often meagre diets. Children drank it, pregnant women drank it, and monks drank it with every meal. It wasn't about getting drunk, it was about staying alive. Medieval alehouses were governed by laws that seemed charmingly specific to modern eyes. The Assize of Ale, established in 1267, regulated prices and quality, with inspectors called ale tasters, who had the official duty of testing each batch. These weren't wine snob types swirling and sniffing. They were local officials who would literally sit in a puddle of ale poured on a wooden bench. If their leather breeches stuck to the bench when they tried to stand, the ale contained too much sugar, and the brewer would be fined. By the 14th and 15th centuries, inns had evolved into sophisticated operations that served the emerging networks of commerce and travel. These weren't romantic highway stops with roaring fires and jovial innkeepers. Well, some were, but most were practical businesses that filled a crucial economic function. An inn was where a merchant could stable horses, store goods overnight, conduct business over dinner, and sleep without fear of being robbed. The best inns essentially functioned as medieval hotels and restaurants combined. The food served in these early establishments reflected both the limitations and the surprising sophistication of medieval cuisine. Forget the image of peasants gnawing on turkey legs at the Renaissance fair. Real medieval inn food was often remarkably well prepared, because innkeepers knew their reputation depended on it. Travellers would specifically seek out inns known for good food, and that reputation could make or break a business. A typical meal at a decent medieval inn might include pottage, a thick stew that was the foundation of English cuisine for centuries. This wasn't the watery, flavourless gruel of popular imagination. Good pottage was complex, made with whatever meats, vegetables and grains were available, and simmered for hours until everything melded into something that was simultaneously simple and sophisticated. The pot was rarely empty completely. New ingredients were added each day, creating a continuously evolving dish that might technically have been cooking for months. Bread accompanied everything, and its quality indicated the establishment's standards. The finest white bread made from wheat was for the wealthy. Most people ate darker breads made from rye, barley or mixed grains. The very poorest ate bread so coarse it was barely palatable. Innkeepers learned to judge their customers quickly and serve accordingly. There was no point in wasting expensive white bread on someone who'd be satisfied with rye. The serving vessels tell their own story about these early establishments. Before mass production, every cup, plate and bowl was individually made and relatively valuable. Wooden trenchers, thick slices of stale bread that served as edible plates, were common for ordinary customers. Better establishments used wooden or pewter dishes. Only the finest inns could afford pottery or rarely glass. Let's step away from the inns and alehouses for a moment to understand what ordinary English people were eating at home, because this context makes pub food more meaningful. The diet of common folk was dictated by the seasons in ways we can barely comprehend in our era of year-round strawberries and imported asparagus. Winter was the hardest time. Fresh food was scarce, and people relied on what could be stored, preserved, or kept alive until needed. Root vegetables, turnips, parsnips and carrots kept relatively well in cold storage. Cabbage could be harvested late into the season. Onions and garlic hung in bundles from rafters. Dried peas and beans provided protein when fresh meat was beyond reach, or forbidden by religious dietary laws. Salted, smoked and dried meats sustained families through cold months when fresh slaughter was impossible. The autumn pig killing was a crucial event in every rural household, and every part of the animal was used with a practicality born of necessity. Hams and bacon were salted and smoked. Sausages were made from scraps and organs. Blood became black pudding. Even the bladder was useful as a storage container. Spring brought what was called the hungry gap, that period when winter stores were depleted but new crops hadn't yet matured. This was when people relied most heavily on wild foods: nettles, dandelion greens, wild garlic, and whatever could be foraged from hedgerows and fields. The arrival of the first fresh vegetables and herbs was celebrated with genuine relief. Summer and autumn were times of relative abundance, when fresh vegetables, fruits and berries were available to supplement the basic diet of bread and pottage. People preserved everything they could, making jam, pickling vegetables, drying fruit, because they knew winter would come again with its limitations. Cheese was more important in the English diet than we often realise. It was protein that could be stored for months, improving with age rather than spoiling. Every region had its traditional cheese, and people took fierce pride in local varieties. A piece of cheese, some bread and an onion constituted a meal that satisfied both stomach and soul. Dairy products in general played a crucial role. Butter, cream, milk and cheese weren't luxuries but staples that made the difference between adequate nutrition and hunger. The phrase bread and butter wasn't just an idiom, it literally described what many people ate for breakfast every single day. Meat consumption varied enormously by class and season. Wealthy people ate meat regularly, sometimes multiple times a day. Poor labourers might taste fresh meat only a few times a year, usually at festivals or celebrations. Game, rabbits, birds and deer, was theoretically reserved for landowners, but poaching was common enough that many families supplemented their diet with accidentally acquired protein. The spice trade had profound effects on English cuisine, though not always in the ways you might imagine. Contrary to popular belief, spices weren't primarily used to mask the taste of rotten meat. Food preservation was too important for people to deliberately eat spoiled food. Instead, spices were status symbols and flavour enhancers that wealthy people used to demonstrate sophistication and worldliness. Common folk had their own flavouring arsenal, herbs from the garden or hedgerow. Parsley, sage, thyme and rosemary weren't just a pretty song. They were the foundation of English seasoning. These herbs grew readily in the English climate and transformed simple dishes into something more interesting. A pot of beans cooked with an onion, and some thyme became a meal worth anticipating rather than just enduring. Cooking methods reflected both technology and fuel availability. Open hearth fires were standard until remarkably recently. Even in the late 18th century, many homes still cooked everything over an open flame. This required genuine skill. You couldn't just turn a dial to adjust temperature. You learned to judge heat by holding your hand above the fire, to arrange coals for different cooking temperatures, and to use the ambient heat of the hearth for slow cooking while using direct flames for faster work. Baking was often done communally because few households had their own ovens. Village bakeries would bake bread for families who brought their own dough, or families would bring prepared dishes to be cooked in the baker's oven after the day's bread was done. This created a community rhythm where certain days were baking days, and the smell of fresh bread would fill the village. Fast forward to the 18th and 19th centuries, and English pubs had evolved into something we'd recognise more readily today while still maintaining connections to their medieval roots. The Georgian and Victorian eras saw pubs become increasingly sophisticated, differentiated, and central to social life across all classes. Georgian pubs, those operating during the reigns of the four King George, from 1714 to 1830, developed distinct personalities based on their clientele. In London and other cities, you'd find pubs that catered specifically to merchants, others to labourers, and still others to the growing middle class. This wasn't enforced segregation, but organic social sorting. People gravitated toward establishments where they felt comfortable, where their occupation and social standing aligned with other patrons. The food served in Georgian pubs reflected England's growing prosperity and expanding global trade. Coffee houses had emerged as competitors to traditional alehouses, and pubs responded by improving their food offerings. A respectable Georgian pub might serve meat pies that were genuinely worth ordering, not just fuel to soak up alcohol. Roast beef was becoming the dish that defined English identity, served in thick slices with Yorkshire pudding and gravy. Victorian pubs took this evolution further, often becoming quite grand establishments with etched glass, polished brass, and multiple rooms serving different purposes. The snug was a small private room often used by women, who were increasingly accepted as pub patrons, though still somewhat segregated from the main drinking area. The saloon bar was slightly more upscale than the public bar, charging a penny or two more per drink in exchange for better seating and more refined surroundings. Food in Victorian pubs ranged from basic to surprisingly sophisticated. The humblest offerings included bread and cheese, perhaps with pickled onions or chutney. Many pubs served a simple, ordinary, a set meal at a fixed price, usually featuring whatever the kitchen had made that day. This might be stew, pie, sausages with mashed potatoes, or the eternal favourite, fish and chips. Actually, let's pause on fish and chips for a moment, because this dish tells us something important about Victorian England and pub culture. Fried fish had been sold by street vendors for decades, while chips, thick-cut fried potatoes, were a separate tradition. The genius of combining them emerged in the 1860s, creating a meal that was hot, filling, cheap, and could be eaten without utensils while wrapped in newspaper. Pubs quickly adopted this combination, and it became as fundamental to English identity as tea or the monarchy. The quality of pub food varied wildly, and Victorians developed codes for evaluating establishments. A pub with sawdust on the floor was marking itself as basic. The sawdust soaked up spills and was swept out daily. Bare floorboards suggested slightly higher aspirations. Carpet indicated genuine pretensions to gentility. These weren't arbitrary markers, but practical signals about what kind of experience and what kind of food quality you could expect. Pub kitchens in the Victorian era were gradually modernising, though they remained far from today's standards. Coal-fired ranges were replacing open hearths, allowing more precise temperature control and multiple dishes to be cooked simultaneously. Refrigeration was still primitive or non-existent, so pubs relied on cool cellars, daily deliveries of fresh ingredients, and cooking methods that preserved food through heat or preservation. The pub lunch became an institution in Victorian England, particularly in cities. Office workers, shop assistants, and labourers would stream into pubs at midday for a quick meal, and perhaps a pint before returning to work. This wasn't the leisurely pub experience of an evening, it was efficient, practical eating. The publican who could serve decent food quickly earned steady daytime business that supplemented evening drinking trade. Certain dishes became pub classics during this period, and many remain so today. Ploughman's lunch, though it wasn't called that until the 20th century, was essentially the portable field meal of agricultural workers brought indoors. Bread, cheese, pickles, and perhaps cold meat. Scotch eggs, which despite the name are probably English in origin, became pub staples. Pork pies, sausage rolls, and various savoury pastries filled the role that sandwiches fill today. The Victorian pub also became the centre of an emerging tradition, the pie and mash shop culture that paralleled pub dining. These specialised establishments served meat pies with mashed potatoes and a parsley sauce that locals called liquor. While technically not pubs, they served similar functions and often shared customers with nearby public houses. Drinks had evolved. Beyond simple ale, Porter, a dark beer that was easier to store and transport than traditional ale, became hugely popular in the 18th century, and its stronger cousin, stout, followed. Gin had gone from cheap, destructive mother's ruin to a more respectable spirit, often mixed with tonic water. Wine was available in better establishments, though beer remained the democratic drink of choice across all classes. To truly understand pub dining, we need to see it in context with how people ate at home, because the pub was never separate from me, domestic life, but rather an extension of it. The rhythm of daily meals at home created the framework that made pub culture meaningful. For most of English history, the majority of people ate 2 main meals a day rather than 3. Breakfast was often simple, bread with butter or dripping, perhaps some cheese, washed down with small beer or milk. This was fuel for the day's work, consumed quickly before heading to fields, shops or factories. The main meal of the day was traditionally called dinner, and eaten anywhere from noon to early afternoon. This was the substantial meal, the one where families gathered if work allowed. For rural labourers, dinner might be brought to the fields: bread, cheese, cold meat if available, and a drink to wash it down. For those who worked near home, dinner meant returning to a hot meal prepared by whoever managed the household. These home dinners centred around the same pottages, stews and pies that we've mentioned, because these dishes made economic sense. You could cook them in one pot, they improved with time, and they stretched expensive ingredients like meat by combining them with cheaper vegetables and grains. A skilled cook could make a small amount of meat flavour an entire pot of stew that would feed a family for days. Supper was lighter, often just bread and cheese, perhaps with ale or tea. As tea became more affordable in the 18th and 19th centuries, it transformed English eating habits. Tea time emerged as a distinct meal, particularly among the middle and upper classes. But for working people, tea was often supper, bread and butter with a cup of tea, maybe with an egg if times were good. The kitchen hearth was the literal and metaphorical centre of home life. Even as coal stoves became more common, many homes kept their open hearths because they provided heat as well as cooking capability. The fire was never allowed to go completely out if it could be helped, because restarting it from scratch was laborious. Instead, it was banked at night, covered with ash to preserve coals that could be coaxed back to flame in the morning. Cooking equipment was minimal by modern standards. A pot, a pan, perhaps a griddle, some wooden spoons, and a knife or two. Wealthy households might have specialised equipment for specific dishes, but ordinary families made do with basics. This limitation actually produced creativity. Cooks learned to make diverse dishes using the same simple tools, varying ingredients, and techniques rather than relying on different equipment. Food storage was its own challenge. Without refrigeration, fresh food needed to be used quickly or preserved immediately. The larder, a cool room or cabinet often on a north-facing wall, kept dairy and meat from spoiling for a few days. Mesh safes protected food from flies and mice. Salting, smoking, pickling and drying remained essential skills well into the 20th century. The weekly shopping rhythm structured home cooking. Market days brought fresh produce, meat and fish to towns and villages. Savvy shoppers learned to time their purchases, arrived too early and prices were high, arrived near closing and selection was poor but bargains could be found. Whatever you bought on market day determined what you'd eat for the next week. Seasonal eating wasn't a lifestyle choice but an unavoidable reality. Spring lamb, summer berries, autumn apples, winter root vegetables. The year rotated through its ingredients with rigid predictability. This created anticipation that we've largely lost. The first strawberries of summer genuinely meant something when you hadn't eaten anything fresh and sweet for months. The first autumn apples were celebrated because they represented abundance after the hungry gap of late summer. Baking day was a weekly ritual in homes that had ovens. Bread was baked in quantity, enough loaves to last a week, growing increasingly stale but remaining edible. Pies, both sweet and savoury, were baked for eating throughout the week. Cakes and biscuits were luxuries for special occasions, but when they appeared, they marked celebrations worth remembering. The communal nature of food extended beyond individual households. Neighbours shared surpluses. Too many eggs, extra milk, a glut of garden vegetables. This wasn't charity but practical mutual support. You shared when you had extra, knowing others would share with you when your circumstances reversed. These informal networks of food sharing built and maintained community bonds that were as important as the food itself. Understanding these home rhythms helps explain why people went to pubs. It wasn't primarily about the food. Most people could feed themselves more cheaply at home. Pubs offered something else. Warmth without using your own fuel, light without burning your own candles, companionship beyond your immediate family, news from the wider world, entertainment, and a break from the domestic routine that structured so much of life. The way people ate, the customs, traditions, and unspoken rules that governed meals, tells us as much about English life as what they ate. These traditions evolved over centuries, mixing practical necessity with social meaning to create eating customs that shaped how people understood their place in the world. Table manners in England developed gradually from medieval times onward, but they weren't the rigid, anxious affairs that Victorian etiquette books might suggest. Most people's table manners were simply habitual practices passed down through families, designed to make communal eating work smoothly, rather than to exclude anyone. The concept of courses, separate dishes served in sequence, was initially an upper-class practice that slowly filtered down through society. In ordinary homes, everything appeared on the table at once. The stew or joint of meat, the vegetables, the bread and the cheese. You helped yourself to whatever you wanted in whatever order made sense. This wasn't chaos, but a different organisational principle. Abundance displayed simultaneously rather than rationed sequentially. Eating utensils evolved more slowly than you might imagine. Forks didn't become common in England until the 17th century, and even then many people continued eating with a knife and spoon, using bread to push food onto the spoon. The fork was initially seen as affected, even effeminate. Real English people didn't need fancy Italian implements to eat their dinner, but gradually forks proved their utility, and by the Victorian era, elaborate place settings with multiple specialised forks had become status symbols. The proper way to hold utensils varied by class and period. Continental style, fork in left hand, knife in right, tines down, was considered more sophisticated than switching hands after cutting. But in pubs and ordinary homes, people ate however was comfortable and effective. The anxiety about correct utensil use was largely a middle-class preoccupation, as the aspiring middle classes used etiquette as a way to distinguish themselves from working classes below and demonstrate their fitness for higher social status. Grace, before meals, was standard practice across most of English society, though the elaborateness varied. In religious households, grace might be a formal prayer thanking God for providing sustenance. In less devout homes, it might be a quick mumbled formula, more habit than heartfelt devotion. But the pause before eating, the acknowledgement that food was not to be taken for granted, remained nearly universal. Toasting traditions in pubs developed their own complex customs. The simple act of raising glasses before drinking became layered with meaning and ritual. You made eye contact while toasting. To skip this was considered bad luck or even an insult. You never toasted with an empty glass, and you never toasted with water. This superstition came from the belief that toasting with water condemned the recipient to a watery death. The round system, where each person in a group takes turns buying drinks for everyone, became fundamental to English pub culture. This wasn't just about fairly distributing costs. It was a social bonding mechanism that kept groups together and created obligations of reciprocity. Leaving before you'd bought your round was a serious breach of pub etiquette that marked you as untrustworthy. Seasonal foods came with their own traditions and meanings. Goose at Michaelmas, September 29th. Oysters in months with an R. Hot cross buns on Good Friday. Pancakes on Shrove Tuesday. These weren't just culinary customs, but ways of marking time, connecting to the agricultural calendar, and participating in communal rituals that transcended individual households. Christmas dinner traditions evolved over centuries into the elaborate meal we recognise today. The centrepiece shifted from peacock to swan to goose, and finally to turkey as these birds became available and affordable. But the principle remained constant. Christmas was when you ate better than any other day of the year, when even poor families tried to provide something special, and when the usual scarcity was temporarily suspended in favour of deliberate abundance. The tradition of cold collation for Sunday supper reflected religious prohibitions against working on the Sabbath. Since cooking counted as work, Saturday's cooking provided cold meats, pies, and other dishes that could be eaten Sunday without further preparation. This practical religious observance created its own distinct cuisine of cold dishes that were meant to be delicious at room temperature. Funeral foods, the meals served after burying the dead, followed their own traditions. Ham was common and practical because it could be prepared ahead and served cold to any number of mourners. The funeral meal wasn't about elaborate cooking, but about gathering community, sharing grief, and acknowledging that life continued despite death. Food at these occasions served social purposes beyond mere nutrition. Harvest traditions brought communities together around shared meals that celebrated successful gathering of crops. Harvest suppers, though declining by the Victorian era, had been central to rural life for centuries. The farmer who employed harvest workers was expected to provide a feast at harvest's end, not from generosity but from obligation. These meals acknowledged the interdependence of farmer and labourer, land and community. The pub fit into all these traditions as a space where communal eating and drinking could occur outside the home. It was where harvest suppers might be held if the farmer's barn was inadequate, where workers could celebrate completion of a project, where community organisations met over meals, and where travellers could participate in local food customs even though they were strangers. As you finish your tea and prepare to drift into sleep, let's trace how these old traditions echo into our present, shaping how we eat and drink in ways we rarely recognise. The pub and its associated food culture aren't just historical curiosities, they're living traditions that continue evolving while maintaining connections to centuries past. The modern pub meal owes obvious debts to its ancestors: fish and chips, meat pies, ploughman's lunch and Sunday roast. These dishes survive because they genuinely work. They're satisfying, relatively economical, and compatible with the social atmosphere that defines pub dining. But they've also evolved. Modern pub food often includes international influences that would have bewildered 18th century publicans: curry, pasta, and burgers. Yet these additions exist alongside traditional dishes, creating a menu that honours history while acknowledging contemporary tastes. The gastropub movement of recent decades represents both change and continuity. These establishments elevate traditional pub food using refined techniques and quality ingredients, but the underlying concept, gathering in a public house to eat well-prepared food while enjoying drinks and companionship, remains unchanged from medieval alehouses. Your great-great-great-grandparents would understand the appeal, even if they'd be confused by the foam garnishes. Certain eating rhythms persist despite massive social changes. The Sunday roast, though threatened by modern lifestyles, remains an institution in many families and pubs. It connects contemporary English people to centuries of tradition. That same desire for a substantial communal meal that marks the week's transition from work to rest. The specific dishes may vary, but the underlying pattern endures. The round system in pubs continues, though younger generations sometimes resist its obligations. This tradition survives because it serves social functions beyond economic fairness. It creates structure for group drinking, establishes trust through reciprocity, and turns casual pub visits into small ceremonies of friendship. The anxiety some people feel about keeping up with the rounds reflects the serious social weight this seemingly simple custom carries. Seasonal eating, which for our ancestors was an unavoidable necessity, has become a conscious choice for some. Modern eaters seeking connection to agricultural reality. Farmers' markets, seasonal menus, and local food movements all represent attempts to recreate the seasonal rhythm that once governed all eating. We've chosen to recreate constraints our ancestors would have gladly escaped, because we've learned that those constraints created a relationship with food that felt more meaningful than our current abundance sometimes provides. The physical spaces of pubs continue evolving while maintaining recognisable connections to their past. Many old pubs genuinely are old, buildings that have served drinks for 2, 3, or even 5 centuries, their floorboards worn by countless feet, their walls soaked with accumulated atmosphere. Others are modern constructions designed to evoke historical ambience through exposed beams, fireplaces, and architectural details that reference traditional pub design. What's remarkable is how people still use these spaces for fundamentally similar purposes. You go to a pub to escape home temporarily, to see friends, to mark occasions both significant and trivial, and to participate in community life beyond your immediate family. The medieval alewife would recognise these motivations instantly, even if the specific manifestations have changed. The language of food and drink preserves historical echoes. Pub grub acknowledges that pub food isn't haute cuisine, but something more basic and satisfying. Last Orders references licensing laws that once strictly regulated pub hours. Lock-in refers to the technically illegal but widely practiced custom of pubs continuing to serve drinks after official closing time with doors locked against outside observation. These linguistic fossils carry historical meaning into present usage. British food's international reputation, for better or worse, stems partly from this pub and home tradition we've explored. The emphasis on heartiness over refinement, on substance over presentation, and on familiar comfort over adventurous novelty reflects centuries of English eating patterns. British food isn't bad. It's designed for different priorities than, say, French cuisine with its emphasis on technical perfection, or Italian cuisine with its focus on prime ingredients simply prepared. The working class food traditions we've discussed, the meat pies, the fish and chips, the hearty stews, have achieved a cultural status that transcends class boundaries. Wealthy people eat these dishes not from necessity but from choice, finding in them connections to broader English identity. This democratization of once lowly foods mirrors larger social changes, while also honouring traditions that sustained generations. Immigration and globalization have transformed English eating, while often working through existing pub structures. Indian and Chinese restaurants are now as fundamental to British food culture as pubs themselves, but many pubs have incorporated these influences into their menus. Curry night at the pub represents a fusion of traditional English social space with adopted culinary traditions, creating something new while maintaining continuity. The decline of cooking skills that characterised much of the 20th century, when convenience foods replaced home cooking, has partly reversed as younger generations rediscover traditional dishes and techniques. This isn't simple nostalgia, but a recognition that the old ways of preparing food often produced results that mass-produced alternatives can't match. Your grandmother's stew recipe, passed down through generations, connects you to centuries of English cooks solving the same problems of making modest ingredients delicious. Even the aesthetic of pub food persists. That brown, hearty, slightly monochrome appearance that critics sometimes mock actually reflects authentic food traditions. Foods designed to sustain work, provide warmth, and satisfy hunger rather than photograph well for social media. There's honesty in a properly made steak and kidney pudding that transcends visual appeal. The communal aspects of pub dining have become more precious. As modern life increasingly isolates us in private spaces, the pub remains one of the few truly public spaces in English life where strangers can easily interact, where chance conversations happen naturally, and where you're expected to share space and sometimes tables with people you don't know. This function, creating community across social boundaries, matters more as other such spaces disappear. Looking forward, pubs face challenges that would have been incomprehensible to earlier generations. Smoking bans, drink driving laws, changing social habits, economic pressures, and competition from home entertainment all threaten the traditional pub model. Yet pubs persist because they provide something that homes, restaurants, and bars don't quite replicate. That particular combination of informality, tradition, community, and comfort that makes them distinctly and enduringly English. As you drift towards sleep tonight, perhaps you'll dream of stepping into that warm, dim pub we visited at the beginning, finding yourself welcomed by firelight and the smell of something savoury cooking, joining the centuries of people who've sought the same simple comforts of good food, decent drink, and companionship that made the cold world feel a little warmer and a little more manageable. The Old English pub and its food traditions matter not because they're quaint historical curiosities, but because they represent an enduring human need for spaces that are neither purely private nor purely public, for food that satisfies without pretension, and for traditions that connect us to the past while remaining relevant to the present. Your great-great-grandparents knew this, and so do you, even if you've never consciously thought about it. When you seek out a cosy pub on a rainy afternoon, when you order fish and chips because it feels right, when you linger over a pint longer than you planned because the conversation is good and the fire is warm, you're participating in traditions that stretch back through the centuries, connecting you to generations of English people who found the same comfort in the same simple pleasures. In our journey through English pub history and the meals that define daily life, we've travelled from medieval alehouses to Victorian establishments, from humble pottages to elaborate Sunday roasts. We've seen how people adapted to scarcity, celebrated abundance, and created traditions that gave meaning to the simple act of eating together. The story of English pub food is ultimately a story about community and resilience. In a world where life was often harsh, where winters were long and work was hard, and where most people had limited control over their circumstances, the pub offered a democratic space where everyone could find warmth, sustenance, and connection. The food served there wasn't about culinary innovation or gastronomic excellence. It was about providing reliable comfort in uncertain times. Think about the continuity represented by a pub that's been operating for 300 years. The building itself has sheltered countless thousands of people, each with their own worries, celebrations and daily concerns. The same hearth has warmed multiple generations. The same basic dishes, refined and adapted but recognisably continuous, have satisfied hunger across centuries. That kind of institutional memory, embedded in physical space and culinary tradition, creates a sense of permanence that our modern world rarely provides. The meals we've discussed, the stews and pies, the roasts and puddings, the bread and cheese and, weren't just fuel, they were expressions of ingenuity, making the most of limited ingredients through skill and patience. They were demonstrations of care, whether in the alewife brewing a wholesome batch of ale or the pub cook preparing a proper meat pie. They were vehicles for tradition, connecting people to their parents and grandparents, and the long chain of ordinary folk stretching back into history. What's beautiful about pub food traditions is their essential democracy. Unlike haute cuisine, which has always been the province of the wealthy, pub food was available to anyone who could afford a few pennies. The labourer and the merchant might sit at different tables, but they were eating in the same room, drinking from similar tankards, and sharing the same basic experience. Food in the pub was a levelling force, reminding everyone of their shared humanity. The seasonal rhythms we've explored created a relationship with time that modern life has largely erased. Our ancestors lived in intimate connection with the agricultural year, experiencing real hunger in late winter and genuine relief when spring vegetables appeared. They understood in their bodies what we mostly know intellectually, that food comes from the earth, requires labour and time, and that abundance is never guaranteed. This knowledge shaped not just what they ate, but how they thought about life itself. The domestic cooking we've discussed, the careful management of limited resources, the skill required to feed a family from a single pot over an open fire, the preservation techniques that made summer abundance last through winter scarcity, represents a form of expertise that's rapidly disappearing. These weren't simple people making simple food. They were highly skilled practitioners managing complex challenges with limited tools. The dismissal of traditional English cooking as boring or unrefined often reflects ignorance about what those cooks were accomplishing under difficult circumstances. The customs and traditions surrounding meals, the graces and toasts, the seasonal dishes and communal feasts, the elaborate etiquettes and simple courtesies created structure and meaning around eating. They transformed mere consumption into something richer. Ritual, celebration, community building and cultural transmission. When you raise a glass in a toast or share a Sunday roast with family, you're not just eating and drinking, you're participating in practices that connect you to centuries of human culture. As you prepare for sleep, consider what a privilege it is to have these stories, to understand even a little of how your ancestors lived and ate. The medieval alewife, the Georgian publican, the Victorian cook, and the countless ordinary people who brewed ale, baked bread, tended fires, and created meals under circumstances we can barely imagine. They weren't so different from us. They wanted warmth, security, good food, companionship, and a sense that their lives mattered. They found these things in many of the same ways we do, by gathering together, sharing meals, maintaining traditions, and creating spaces where community could flourish. The English pub, with its worn floors and scarred tables, its traditional dishes, and timeless atmosphere, represents continuity in a changing world. It's a reminder that some human needs remain constant across centuries. The need to escape home occasionally, to see friends, to mark the passage of time with small ceremonies, and to experience the particular comfort that comes from familiar food in a familiar place surrounded by people who share your understanding of how things should be. Modern threats to pubs, economic pressures, changing habits, generational shifts, matter because they threaten not just businesses but living links to the past. When an old pub closes, it's not just a commercial failure. It's the severing of connections that have been maintained for generations, the silencing of stories that those walls have held, and the ending of traditions that have sustained communities through wars, plagues, and countless personal tragedies and triumphs, but pubs survive, adapting as they always have. The gastropubs, the renovated traditional pubs, and even the modern establishments that reference pub traditions all represent the continuing evolution of an institution that has proven remarkably resilient. As long as people want to gather in public spaces, to share food and drink, and to participate in traditions that connect them to something larger than themselves, the pub in some form will endure. The legacy of Old English eating extends beyond specific dishes or establishments. It's embedded in language, social customs, cultural identity, and collective memory. It shapes how English people think about hospitality, community, and the proper relationship between public and private life. It influences what feels like comfort, what tastes like home, and what seems like an appropriate way to mark occasions both momentous and mundane. Understanding this history enriches your own eating experiences. That pub meal you enjoyed last month connects to centuries of tradition. The Sunday roast you make for family participates in rituals that have defined English weekends for generations. The cup of tea you're perhaps holding right now links you to the transformation of English drinking habits that occurred in the 18th and 19th centuries. Nothing you eat exists in isolation. Every dish, every meal, every food tradition carries history within it. As you sink deeper into your pillow, let your mind drift through the scenes we've visited. The medieval alehouse with its earthen floor and simple ale, the Georgian inn with its roaring fire and savoury pies, the Victorian pub with its etched glass and elaborate dishes, and the countless homes where ordinary people perform daily miracles of transforming modest ingredients into satisfying meals. Imagine the hands that kneaded bread, stirred pottage, poured ale, and tended fires. Imagine the conversations, the laughter, the tears, and the countless moments of human connection that occurred around food and drink. These people are your ancestors, if not by blood, then by culture. Their ingenuity shaped the world you inherited. Their traditions inform practices you follow without thinking. Their struggles and solutions created foodways that still sustain both body and spirit. In understanding their lives, you understand something essential about human resilience, creativity, and the eternal importance of gathering together to share sustenance. Sleep well, and may you dream of warm fires, hearty meals, and the comforting certainty that some things, hospitality, community, the simple pleasure of good food shared with others, remain constant even as everything else changes. Tomorrow, when you eat breakfast, when you prepare lunch, when you perhaps stop at a pub for dinner, you'll carry these stories with you, seeing in your own meals echoes of centuries of English eating. The warm glow of the Old English pub, whether you find it in an actual historical establishment or simply in the traditions and dishes that have survived into the present, remains a beacon of human warmth in a sometimes cold world. It reminds us that we're not alone, that others have faced the same challenges we face, and that the simple acts of eating, drinking, and gathering together have sustained humanity through everything history has thrown at us. And so, we raise a final toast to the alewives and innkeepers, the cooks and publicans, the farmers and bakers, and the countless ordinary people whose skill and care gave us the traditions we cherish. To the pubs that have sheltered us across centuries, to the meals that have sustained us, to the customs that connect us, to the past that lives on in every familiar dish, every raised glass, and every gathering of friends and strangers in that peculiarly English space where everyone is welcome. May those traditions continue, evolving but never entirely disappearing, connecting future generations to the wisdom and warmth of the past. And may you find, whenever you need it, a cosy pub with a warm fire, good food, and the kind of companionship that reminds you what really matters in this brief, precious life. Rest well. The fire is banked, the doors are locked, and tomorrow is another day. But tonight you've travelled through time and returned safely home, carrying with you the stories of how your ancestors lived, ate, and found comfort in a world very different from ours, yet fundamentally the same. Sweet dreams, and may you always find a warm welcome in any pub you enter.